Hello everyone, my name is Vangeris, and this video is a commentary of Dying Light, where I will go through the game from start to finish while talking about every aspect of the game. I'll go over the story, the mechanics, the level design, the missions, and anything else worth mentioning. This video will be split into two main sections, the first being the commentary, and the second being the analysis. The commentary will be where I take you through the game from beginning to end and talk about things that are relevant to what is happening at the time. The analysis will be where we dig deeper into certain aspects of the game that we mentioned during the commentary but didn't have time to get into. In other words, the commentary will give you the overall feel for the game, and the analysis will expand upon the game's ideas later. Make sense? A few things before we begin. This commentary will not include content from the following expansion, as that is a huge DLC that is very separate from the main game. It may be worth its own commentary in the future, but I wanted to stick to the main game as the following story is very separate, and I don't want to feel like this is reviewing two games. I think it would get too confusing, and there wouldn't be enough time to do it in a single video either, which I like to keep these commentaries contained to. I won't go over the following in depth, but I will reference it at times. The same goes for all of the downloadable content that the game has released since launch, as there is way too much to cover, so I'll be sticking to the base game. Another thing worth mentioning is how this video will be formatted. This video will be sectioned off by mission and stage of the game. We'll do a main mission or two until we unlock side missions. Then we'll do those until we exhaust them, and this process will repeat until we finish the game. The last thing we'll go over before we get stuck in the game itself is the cinematic that plays if you idle in the title screen or the main menu. This cinematic is something that I think really should have been in the game as an intro cinematic. It does a good job of setting up the world that we're about to get into very efficiently and quickly. My only gripe with it is that it is used when the player is idle, which means that they may not see it, or they will miss part of it. It doesn't take a long wait to trigger it, but it is still an odd choice to not include it in-game. I understand why they would do it this way, as leaving anything on screen for too long can burn that image into the screen. Still, they could have used something else, like a short, horror-focused cutscene that lasts a few seconds. But what can you do? With that said, let's drop in.
The question is, are there still non-infected survivors in the city as the GRE maintains? And if so, will the Ministry still go through with a stated plan to annihilate the city in an attempt to wipe out the Haran virus once and for all?
Whether by way of the virus or the Ministry's proposed plan, one thing is certain. Haran's days are numbered.
As you can see, we parachute into Haran while getting our objective and learning what is at stake. We need to find Suleiman and the GRE's stolen file. Simple and to the point, with some other pieces of information that explain some things about the game and its setting. Suleiman lost his brother because of the outbreak and blamed the GRE for his death. Because of this, he plans to publicize the file if anything happens to him. There is a city-wide communication jam that prevents contact in the outside world, which also prevents Suleiman from publicizing the file. We know that the file contains information about the virus, and an incomplete cure that could do more harm than good, so we need to stop it from getting out. We also know that he operates one of the two main factions in the city, so that will be the first order of business to deal with. But before we can start looking for Suleiman, we get attacked by 3 thugs, one of which will pop up later, and we get into a fight where our character, Kyle Crane, shoots one of the thugs while they stomp on him. This shot, after learning that loud noises draw the zombies, does exactly that. The thugs flee right before a zombie rushes us and bites our arm, but we are saved from death by 2 people, Amir and Jade. They take us into a building, but Amir is tackled and killed by zombies as we escape. Then Jade contacts the tower and tells them to get sickbay ready for us, and Crane loses consciousness. This intro is a very mixed bag in my opinion, because it shows different aspects of the game, some of which are good, and others not so good. The graphics look good for 2015, and we know that everything will be seen from a first-person perspective. You can also notice some mechanics of the game can be seen from this intro, such as Amir using a baseball bat as a weapon, Jade crushing a zombie's head by stomping it, and the obvious point that loud noises attract zombies. These things will all be prevalent throughout the game, and it does a good job of making it feel natural, as these things mostly make sense. Guns would be useful but problematic when they can summon more zombies. Everyday items used as weaponry is very believable, and it's a lot more efficient to deal with zombies as quietly as possible with whatever tools available. The part showing Jade stomping a zombie's head to pieces is where things get a little iffy. Is it believable that you could stomp a zombie's head and it would be destroyed? I don't think a human head would be destroyed, but I guess a zombie head would be weaker because of rot and such. I do think it takes a little bit of suspension of disbelief, though. Another point against the intro is how and when Crane used his gun. He uses it against the thugs after they attack him, which is fine, but then he gets bum-rushed by a single zombie and doesn't think to use his gun. This is pretty stupid decision-making in the moment, and the more you think about it, the dumber it gets. Sure, more shooting would mean more zombies, but it also prevents you from getting infected with a virus that turns you into a zombie, and using the gun could potentially prevent death. I'd rather deal with more zombies than choose to not defend myself, but Crane decides against this for some reason. He could have tried running away as well, which would always be an option in this scenario, and it's almost always an option in-game. The thing that makes this so irritating to think over is because he didn't even need to kill the zombie. He just needed to delay it by a few seconds. Literally 2 seconds after getting bit, Amir and Jade are there to help. One thing I would have done is have Crane shoot the zombie in the chest, but it barely slows down and tackles him. Crane struggles for a bit, and it still bites him. Then he kicks it off, and then Amir and Jade come in to kill it. Give it a little more time than 2 seconds before help jumps in to save the day. Because of the speed of this little section, you have to think that Amir and Jade were only 30 meters away or so when you were getting beaten up and bit. This scenario screams convenience, both for the shock of things and for narrative reasons. This one scenario sets up a lot of moments to come, and it's a scenario with several problems. But we'll talk about that later. After Crane wakes up, we learn that we're in a building of survivors, and we also learn that radios exist in the world to turn off and on for ambient music. Not sure why these are here, as they don't affect gameplay or anything else. They just appear sometimes and play some local tunes. That's it. It's very odd, but I guess you could call it world building. Once we leave the room, we talk to a stranger who tells us we slept for 3 days, and then tells us to head to room 190 and that the boss will brief us. One nice touch that you'll notice throughout the game is that people will refer to you as 31, but will slowly begin to remember your name and will begin to like you as you do missions and progress. This gives a nice sense of affecting the world in a real way, where you are contributing to others' survival, and they become thankful for it. This, among other details, really helps with immersion. As you make your way up to room 190, you'll hear survivors saying things relevant to the situation, such as you getting Amir's antizin, and 31 is your number. If you visit the infirmary before heading upstairs, you'll talk to Aman, the assistant to the doctor of the tower, where he will let you know that you are not on the list, so you need to talk to the boss before you will get anything. Once you get to 190, you can see this quirky commercial on the TV in the room. It's basically a dumbed-down, kid-friendly version of a PSA regarding the zombies and the Haran virus epidemic. It tells you to take no more antizin than necessary, to be quiet, never to go outside at night, you need to avoid and report bites, and to report suspected infected individuals. This is the kind of thing that I could totally see a political apparatus constructing, as it's trying to broach the subject of a very real zombie apocalypse threat, but is keeping it family-friendly, probably for advertisers. Reminds me of something. Anyway, once you talk to the boss, real name Rahim, you'll see he's rather sensitive about his age, and he gives you the lay of the land. You are in the tower, and that the only thing that survived your entry into Haran was your radio. Crane asks for it, and Rahim begrudgingly gives it back, only to bombard you with complaints and comments that don't really affect you, at least not yet. I'm talking about the taking antizin comment. I can't get any antizin from the tower until somebody high up on the totem pole can put me on the list for it, so he's really just complaining about nothing, or he's trying to manipulate Crane. I'd say manipulation is it, or more like guilt trip, but the rest of the game doesn't make him out to be intelligent enough to do that. When Crane defends himself from this kid's verbal attack, he will mention that he lost a guy on the 13th floor, and then tells you that he isn't the boss, but a guy named Brecken is. After talking to Rahim, you can find a little zombie statue in the balcony. This is one of many collectibles that you can find throughout the game, such as statues, letters, recordings, and trophies. The letters and recordings build the world, while the trophies give you agility points. We'll go over those in a bit. After leaving the room and saying what we're all feeling, we head to the 13th floor after talking to Timur. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, so I'll just call him Tim. On a side note, I really like Tim. Seems like a nice guy, and is the guy that will usually show your progress when it comes to the tower's people respecting and liking you. Once we make it down to 13, we are greeted by a blood-bathed area and a call from the GRE woman. I don't know her name, and I don't care. She asks for a report as we haven't been in contact for 70 hours. Crane briefly tells her that nobody knows who he is, that he is trying to blend in, and that he's infected. She tells him to get a hold of some antizin ASAP when the conversation is interrupted by a cry for help. Crane grabs a pipe, and we head toward the noise. Upon opening the door, we find our first zombie to slay, which is pretty easy and shows the slow motion effect. Then we meet Mark. His voice doesn't sound like the guy that cried for help, and nobody else is here that could sound like that. So the devs must have been lazy the day they were working on this bit.
Help! Somebody!
What the hell?
You had to kill him, didn't you? God damn it!
Anyway, Crane calls Raheem for help, and Raheem sends the doctor, Lena, downstairs. While we wait, Mark gives us the recipe to make first aid kits, and we learn about our Survivor Sense, which is a 360 pulse that reveals all interactive objects nearby, as well as quest objectives and any special zombies. This ability's effects are changed based on the difficulty, but we'll talk about that later. We'll look around some of the rooms and find various supplies before crafting a first aid kit and returning to Mark. Once we do, we administer first aid to his wound, which looks more like a stab wound than a cut wound, but I'll look past that. Lena then appears, and I realize that I probably didn't need to make the first aid kit in the first place. She gets here right when I apply it. Slow down, game. I know you want to be played. I know. And I will play you. Just calm down. Lena comments on this recipe being primitive but usable, and then lets us go where we'll be greeted by Tim, who congratulates us for doing a good job.
Well done, 31.
I told you he was cool. Then Raheem will contact us, and then half apologizes for what he said earlier, and tells us to find him if we want to repay the tower for helping us. Once we find him in 190, he'll be talking to Alfie. We'll meet him later. When Jade appears and chastises Raheem for wanting to blow up a nest with explosives. One thing to mention is how you can see Jade's arm around the corner before she appears, so it feels like she's just sitting there waiting until Raheem is done with Alfie to criticize him. It's kind of funny, at least to me. This is where we see a sibling squabble, with Raheem trying to act bigger than his boots, while Jade challenges his pride and reminds him that their mother is dead, and they are the only family either of them have left, especially after Amir is gone. This hints towards Amir having a big presence in their lives before Crane showed up, which could be entirely possible considering that Amir could have been here for the 2 months the outbreak has been happening, as we will find out later from a late-game minor reveal. Back to the conversation, Crane thanks Jade and gives his condolences for Amir's death, and Jade says he can repay them for their loss by keeping her brother safe.
Keep my dipshit brother from killing himself.
As they say, easier said than done. After that, Crane needs to change into the tower's runner uniform, a solid yellow shirt, where you will find the first player's stash. This stash is exactly what it sounds like, where the player can put extra stuff they find. It also allows you to change clothes, some of which unlock through community events or leveling up, but we'll stick to the base game content. When we're ready, we are brought to the gym on the top floor by Raheem. Before we head up, you can explore some of the area, where you'll see people smoking, doing push-ups, and Alfie, the tower's electrician, looking at a panel on the wall that seems to be malfunctioning. This game really does try hard to immerse you in the experience, and I'd say it does a relatively great job at that. There are a lot of little details that make the world feel more believable and real. Once we make it to the roof, we are told to jump on the crane to get to Raheem. He then makes a pun on Crane being on a crane, which I think is funny because I'm a very punny guy. We'll reach him and he'll teach us how to run, or in mechanical terms, parkour. When we refuse to jump a huge drop, Raheem will insult us and jump himself. He fakes an injury to troll us, and then we jump down. This will teach you about jumping into trash, as it will lighten the fall.
I was just fucking with you.
Then he takes you through a series of tutorials regarding crawling through low points, grabbing onto ledges, and other points, traversing around walls by hanging onto beams, and so on. Raheem will praise us for being a prodigy at parkour, even though Crane has no experience, and asks us to meet him back at the other building. Here, Crane will have his first seizure from the infection, while on a crane 19+ stories up. Scary stuff if you hate heights. We'll make it back to Raheem, where you will notice that his eyes will follow you if you move around, which is a nice touch. When we talk to him, Crane will ask about the seizures, and Raheem says it's a reminder of our infection. Then he directs us to Dr. Zara so we can get an antizin shot. Before that, we'll talk to the quartermaster so we can get some gear to survive outside. When we hit the elevator, or the loading screen, we'll get Crane giving a short narration of the current mission's progress, with some personal touches added. Crane will do this every loading screen with a main mission. He doesn't do this for side missions though, which I think was a missed opportunity, especially since they bothered to voice Crane during conversations for said side missions, but not during loading screens. Very weird, but it may have been a time or budgetary issue. When we get down to the ground floor, we'll talk to the quartermaster, who gears us up and lets us know how people perceive new people that show up, and how this whole situation sends paranoia skyrocketing. He also says that giving him airdrops and helping people will help change their tune. Then he brings up getting a woman to keep us warm at night. From my experience, we men aren't getting any covers in the zombie apocalypse. You know what I'm talking about. The quartermaster's gear that he holds will usually be a bare minimum quality of items, usually 1 weak weapon, a first aid kit, and some basic supplies, but these replenish every day-night cycle. We aren't there yet, but give it time. Once that is done, we'll go to the door, and the guard will warn us to be careful as he opens the door to Haran. Well, the Haran slums, to be exact. This is where we will get our first bit of free roam gameplay, as we now can run clear across the map without anything stopping us. This is only part of the content of the game, and will be in the true free roam stage later. Once we run around, grab some items, and slay some zombies, we'll make our way to Zera. He is a very absent-minded doctor who is researching a cure. He lets us know that he has been running tests, and that a cure is possible, but he's had issues communicating with his colleague, Dr. Camden, because the connection via radio is very weak. He makes a point of studying the infected by leaving meat with recombined versions of the virus in them, but he hasn't seen any progress, or learned anything from this experiment. After giving us a dose of antizin, he shoos us out as he gets back to work. After telling Raheem we're good to go, we get told to talk to Spike, who will put us on our next assignment and next main mission. But first we'll look over the skill trees. There are 4 skill trees in Dying Light, but only 3 will be relevant for this commentary. Those 3 are the Survivor, Agility, and Power skill trees. The Survivor tree affects recipes, inventory space, barter prices, and other gear-related abilities. The Agility tree deals with the efficiency of parkour, finishing moves, and other abilities that aid in traversal and non-weapon-oriented combat. The Power tree deals with combat and abilities related to combat, such as special finishing moves, combat bonuses, new attacks, and better use of weapons and offensive gear. The 4th tree is the Legendary tree, which unlocks once you have maxed out one of the other 3 trees. Points that go toward a tree that are maxed out will go toward legendary levels instead, and those levels give very basic and, honestly, menial upgrades, such as increasing damage with certain weapons by small percentages and giving small increases to health and stamina. They are nice upgrades to have, but they take quite a lot of points to level up, and it is best not to worry about the legendary skill tree unless you plan to play the game over again with your leveled character, as this game has a very customizable New Game Plus option after beating the game. Once we're ready to go, we'll talk to Spike, who will give us the lowdown of airdrops after making fun of us for being rookies. Airdrops have 2 types. One type gives food, first aid, survival gear, and such, and the second type gives antizin. He mentions that the GRE send in a one-way video feed that notifies them that they are bringing the airdrops. Then he mentions how most antizin gets raided by Rice's thugs, and that going out after dark is a dandy way to get killed. The next 2 antizin drops are coming down right at sunset, and Brecken is going after them. Crane asks what his part in all this is, and Spike elaborates on setting up safe zones and traps. This is where we get our objective, to arm the traps that will help Brecken on his mission. Spike says he will talk us through it as we go, and stresses the importance of Brecken's night mission. Before he lets us go, he'll ask us to take some firecrackers with us, and that they are a handy tool for distractions. From this dialogue, you begin to see how people have been able to survive out here for so long, as everything they would need is being provided for them. One thing I want to address now is the obvious problem that comes from the GRE's one-way video feed. If there is a city-wide communication jam, but the GRE can send a video through, isn't it suspicious that the GRE are the only ones that can break through the jamming? That seems a little too obvious for the residents of Haran to not notice this for 2 months. Conspiracies would be flying if the survivors started questioning things. The next thing I will mention briefly is how Rice's men raid most of the antizin from the airdrops. This is a setup for a major plot point that will come up soon, but we'll get there. A minor thing to mention is that once you set foot in the room with Spike, another guy will block your exit until you talk to Spike. This is something that some people may not notice, but it's an interesting way to force the player to talk to Spike to get out of there. It's a weird choice, but nothing more than a small inconvenience if you're looking to get out. Upon heading out, you'll get a pop-up showing that you can loot several things around the world for items to help you survive. It puts a key emphasis on chests, as they will typically give you the most useful gear, such as weapons, upgrades, and schematics. Every area has the lootable content respawn after a certain period, but you're better to move on than camp a spot for any items. One small thing I wanted to bring up is how some of the mechanics for combat can be toyed with in a way that breaks some of the flow of combat. As you can see here, by me slapping some infected from behind a fence that they can't get me through. This works both ways, where sometimes you can hit enemies through objects, but sometimes they can too. Once we get near the first trap, a nearby car, Spike will tell us how to arm it, open the hood, connect the battery, and we're done. Short and sweet. Then Jade will send a message out asking for help to save another runner who was trying to set up a safe house for Brecken's mission. Crane will volunteer to help, and will head over to the location. One thing you can see from leveling up is that each skill tree has different branches that all have a root skill that must be unlocked first. These skills will usually do basic things that will be useful throughout the game, such as giving every blunt strike a chance to stun an enemy, or unlocking new gear, or making Crane more efficient with weapons, parkour, or abilities. As we get closer to the safe house, we'll see an electric trap. These traps are very good for farming early game, as they make it absurdly easy to kill the infected. Flipping a switch and a simple firecracker is all you need to give the infected a shocking experience. Also take note that you can loot every enemy you kill, as they are walking loot that comes to you. If you give it enough time, the zombies' bodies will turn into little white bags of something. This is probably for performance reasons, to limit the number of corpses available, but now I'm sitting here wondering if every zombie is made of cocaine or chalk. When we make it into the safe zone, we'll see some infected banging on the door to the building. After dispatching them, we'll hear the snarls of the runner who has already turned inside, before opening the door and putting him to rest.
Oh man, I think it's too late for this guy.
Alright. Finish it. Just don't let him suffer.
After that dark reality, Jade reminds us to turn on the lights, as that helps make the safe zone safe at night. She's referring to the UV lights that you will see illuminating safe zones after dark. Just wait till nighttime comes. That's when this game really gets into its horror aspects. After turning on the power, we get a call from the GRE lady, and delay notifying Jade until our call is over. When on the call, we inform the GRE of Zera and his research of a cure. The GRE had a secondary objective to secure his research, although they find it unlikely that it would bear anything useful. After that, we will talk to Jade and Spike again, where Jade thanks us for helping, and Spike will mark our map with other safe zones. Then Crane complains of the infected surrounding the next car, but Spike reminds us of the firecrackers and the infected obsession with loud noises and flashy lights. Once the car is armed, Crane will ask about activating the traps, which Spike will say are only for the night mission. The ones in question will be seen later, but other cars and traps exist that can be used, if you have the right skill unlocked. When we make it to the next trap, Crane will compliment the traps, and Spike elaborates on them.
3 times brighter than an ordinary street lamp. Gives the infected quite the sunburn.
As we make our way to the other traps, you'll see I slowly replace my weaker weapons with stronger ones, and I scrap the weaker weapons for metal parts, as metal parts are essential for crafting lockpicks and repairing weapons. One thing you may notice as this mission carries on is how it grows even darker outside. We won't get into the day-night mechanic yet, but it is quite a dynamic part of the game. One strange thing you'll notice is that you will get near the end of the traps when you have 2 options left, but whichever one you pick, the other will be demarked, and the objective will point you to the final one before the mission progresses. I'm not really sure why this happens this way. All the other traps are mandatory, but these 2 give you an option for some reason. I have a theory that it might be because of the placement of the 2, with one being in a place that can be somewhat difficult to get to, while the other is a little easier. It's not much of a difference in general, but it's all I can think of to determine why these 2 are semi-optional. Anyway, when we hit the final light trap, the power shorts and everything in the vicinity shuts down. Spike turns us towards the power distribution center nearby to fix it. On the way there, he will tell us that the blackout leaves the defenses for the safe zones useless. When we get to the distribution center, we will encounter a goon zombie. These guys wield a large piece of concrete on a stick, and are much tougher than the average zombie, with increased health, damage, and range. There are different types of goons, but we'll talk about them when we see them. After a million pipe smacks upside the head, he goes down, and we can pick up the heavy rebar. This thing drains all your stamina, but insta-kills almost any infected at this stage of the game in one shot. Once we clear the area, we'll reset the power, and Crane will state the obvious, that these stations can short-circuit again at any time, before Spike tells us to leave those issues to him. Then he'll tell us to get to a safe house before it gets dark, and that we'll be spending the night there. By this point, you can see how dark it is, as we make it back to the safe zone from before. Once there, we will see a strange blistered infected look at us and run off. We'll notify Zera, and he'll ask us to keep an eye out for more of them. After this, we take a nap in the oh-so-comfy sleeping bag, and we awake the next morning to Spike saying that we need to talk. By the tone of his voice, you can tell that something bad happened. Once you leave the building, you'll have the option to allow co-op, competitive challenges, and night hunter invasions through multiplayer, or go into offline mode if you're like me and loathe social interaction. We do a little more electro farming before returning to Spike, where he gives us a compliment, some gear, and the bad news. The gear is a UV flashlight, which is helpful at night against the infected, and a remote that lets us use some traps. The bad news is that Brecken's mission failed, and that Jade called all the scouts in, which includes us. After we're done with him, you can see that he turns into another quartermaster, which is really weird since he's basically right next to the other one. Makes it kind of pointless to have two right next to each other. Next we'll head up a building to give the GRE a call to let them know that we're about to meet the tower's leader, and we head inside. When we reach the door, Jade stops us to fill us in on the situation, which was worse than thought. Brecken is the only survivor of his team, and he was beat to a pulp by Rice's men before they stole the airdrop. Brecken wants to go after the next drop himself, but Jade says we can't let him do that, and asks us to back her up. When we walk inside, we see Lena arguing with Brecken, and she says he can't walk straight. She leaves in a huff before we meet Brecken, who is obviously not Suleiman, and we introduce ourselves to him. Jade says that we can figure out other ways to get airdrops without jeopardizing Brecken, when Crane volunteers and Jade acts with total, and obviously fake, faith in Crane, when Brecken slams a fridge door shut.
I'll go. I'll do it.
Right. Yes. Crane will go. He'll be happy to.
Brecken then reminds us of our inexperience, when Jade reminds him that he needs to be here, taking care of the tower, and giving hope to the people. Begrudgingly, Brecken lets us go after the airdrop, while mentioning that this is the last try before going to Rais. He wishes us luck as we leave, before asking for a moment with Jade. Jade tells us to head to the cauldron before talking to Brecken. We'll find Lena outside, where she elaborates on Brecken's condition. He was hurt so badly that he's starting to have seizures, and Lena has no medicine for it. Crane then espouses an all-too-accurate description of the anti-seizure craze that happened when the infection started, culminating in all the stores running out weeks before we got here. Lena, surprised we know that, asks us to talk to Ghazi, whose mother had epilepsy. She passed away 2 years ago, but he kept going back for medicine because he's not altogether there. She mentions to not mention Ghazi's mother's death to Ghazi before we are now free to roam, as we have just been introduced to our first side mission. Dying Light has numerous side missions that you can do that help to level your skills up and give you unique rewards, like schematics and stronger weapons. Some of the mission markers won't take you to the quest directly, but they'll inform you of the person or location of the mission, as you can see when we talk to Mesut. He will direct us to Dawood by mentioning his pawn shop and the resources there. We'll talk to Dawood in a moment. We can talk to Tim again, and he will congratulate us on doing well, and he starts remembering our name, which is always nice. Next to him is Jared, another mission director, and a vendor. Jared asks if we have keys for room 202, and mentions the door to that room being locked from the inside. When we head upstairs, we'll come to the room that is locked with a small crowd around it, asking for the individual inside to respond. You can initiate the mission by talking to Brijesh. I'm going to run with whatever pronunciations I come up with. Apologies if I can't say them right. We learn that Bahir locked himself in the room, and they heard screaming. They think he's turned, but Chris can't get through the lock, so he asks if we can give it a try. Once we unlock the door, we'll hear our celebratory Chris as we investigate the room.
Oh, he's good.
We find Bahir on the floor complaining of chest pain after taking some antizin, which turns out to be fake. Bahir avoids telling us who he got it from, until we guilt trip him. He got it from Yusuf, who lives on the roof. We'll hear him telling us to hurry as we leave when the crowd outside asks if we killed him. We let them know that Bahir just needs a doctor. If you paid attention, you could notice that the audio and visuals messed up with Brajesh's voice coming out of Chris's mouth, and then Chris's normal voice returns for his line.
What happened?
Did you kill him?
What? No. Look, he's not turning, but he needs a doctor.
I thought he was turning.
I'm not quite sure how that came about, but it seems like a really strange error to make when designing this conversation. After that weirdness, they'll say they'll keep an eye on him, and to go get Lena. We'll head down to Lena, who recognizes the fake antizin through its lot number being wrong, and sends Aman up to 21 to check on Bahir. We let her know who the suspect of delivering the fake antizin is, and she says that Yusuf can't be producing it here, so someone is supplying him. Lena prefaces us talking to Yusuf by telling us not to hurt him. I would, after potentially killing people through his fake antizin, though. When we meet Yusuf, we find the only man paler than me. As soon as we start talking to him, he starts acting the part of salesman, as he promotes Yusuf's Emporium. Crane confronts him about getting the counterfeit antizin, and Yusuf plays dumb before we let him know that Bahir could have died from that stuff. Yusuf is surprised that it's fake, and complains about paying a lot of money for 10 vials of it. When questioned about who is selling it, he resists, until we threaten him. He lets us know it's in a building next to the drugstore, where a couple of survivors live. He says they have medicine, some of which he knows now does not work, and that it's run by a guy named Bento. Crane tells him to burn the rest of those vials, and when Yusuf complains about how much he paid for them, Crane reminds him how much it'll cost him if he doesn't stop. Before we go back into the building, we'll head over to the crane from the beginning. On top of it is an agility trophy, which gives you a lump sum of 500 agility points. This can be found early during the tutorial for parkour, but I would not advise grabbing it then. It won't count toward your agility score until after you complete the first mission. I don't know why, but that's just the way it works. Anyway, we'll head back down to Dawood, who wants to get his wife and kid out of here. After some banter about what and where is safe, Dawood mentions that he found a way out of the slums. He asks for a gun to get across town, and then mentions that there is one place not looted yet, his pawn shop. He offers everything in the shop for a gun in return, which is a little hard to do since guns aren't too common until a little later, but we'll find one. Once outside, Lena will contact us about finding more fake antizin around, and Bahir nearly being killed by it. She says we should make it our top priority to end the fake antizin production. Close by, we'll find the base where Bento and his crew are cooking. Before you interact with Bento, you can hear two of his boys talking about looking for empty pill bottles to use. Then they mention Bento being crazier than a volatile.
So, he wants us to go out and collect empty vials.
What can I do for you, my friend?
There must be dozens of them out there.
Great. I wonder how many of us will get killed collecting empty pill bottles.
You want to ask Bento?
No, hell no. He's crazier than a volatile.
That's for sure.
When we confront Bento about cooking garbage, he'll spout out some nonsense about his medicine giving you super strength, speed, and laser eyes.
Not only does it keep you healthy, it gives you super strength, incredible speed, and laser eyes.
Fun stuff. Then we learn that Yusuf tipped them off before we start our fight. This is where most players will see their first human versus human fight. This type of combat is a little janky because of the weapons humans can use against you, such as throwing weapons and guns, and how melee combat can be. Most human enemies will have stronger weapons than you, so it's usually a good idea to kill them and nab their stuff. This can be tricky though because of the enemy's ability to block your melee attacks and some throwables. They don't block all the time, but it seems kind of random for when they will block, or just completely avoid damage altogether. One skill makes melee combat trivial, which we will cover when we get there. Another thing that makes melee combat a joke is the throwable Molotov. Most human enemies will burn to death with a single use of a molly. Some may require two, but they aren't hard to make and gather resources for, so the balance of combat is heavily affected by this. Some enemies aren't affected by Molotovs, but those are few and far between. They are stupidly good for farming zombie kills. One firecracker and one Molotov can be enough to wipe out 20 zombies if they are in the right spot. Getting back to the mission, we kill the thugs and let Lena know that the antizin lab is out of business. Lena is grateful and asks if we're alright. We are, but we let her know that Yusuf tipped them off that we were coming. Lena mentions that Brecken wanted to lock Yusuf up, but he had already left. We finished the mission and now have a usable safe zone. Side missions will sometimes lead you to safe areas or will become safe once the mission is completed, which is nice, since nobody wants to be getting dialogue while getting ganked by zombies. On our way to the next safe zone we can clear, we find a survivor in trouble. We help him out and get a few survivor points for it. This is one of the random encounters you can have in the game. These range from defending survivors, freeing them of Rice's thugs, killing Rice's men, world-building monologues, or the event can spawn a special trader with unique items to purchase. They are fairly random, but they tend to escalate in difficulty and rewards as the game progresses. As we clear out the safe house, you'll notice that the gate must be closed and the circuit breaker must be repaired, on top of clearing the enemies before the safe area will activate. This varies depending on the safe area, but the objective is typically the same. Block entrances, start power, clear enemies. Super simple. After opening up a safe zone, we'll learn how to make elemental throwing stars that burn, freeze, or explode, before running over to an area covered in quarantine markers. We ask Spike what it is, and he informs us that these areas were ground zero for the original infected. They came from the hospitals when the outbreak started, and things fell apart quickly, resulting in the quarantine zones being overrun with biters, but also having good loot that even Rice's men couldn't get to. You'll find a few quarantine areas throughout the game, a few in the slums, and a few in the next area. We'll talk about them more later. When we explore, we'll find an airdrop near a cave. This airdrop, and others like it, respawn every so often, and are a good way to farm survivor points if a normal airdrop isn't coming. Airdrops are a unique way to farm survivor points because they are points you can't lose. Survivor points can only be lost upon death, and will usually be percentage based, depending on your survivor level. The only exception are legendary levels, which will reset to 0 if you die. I found that out the hard way. While running around, we'll find a parkour path that leads us into a building with an agility trophy and lots of basic supplies. This area can only be accessed by entering through the roof, but another way in comes after unlocking the lower door. Many buildings will use this to make you parkour in, but you can simply walk out afterwards. It's kinda similar to the way Skyrim would usually have a back door to each dungeon that lets you easily leave the area when completed. It's a nice touch, but Dying Light makes it feel more grounded as this is a zombie apocalypse, so people would naturally lock their doors. In Skyrim, it's just weird that every dungeon has a back door. We make it to another safe zone and run into a viral zombie. These zombies are what happens to survivors who have recently turned. They are fast, are one of the few infected to be able to climb, and they can attack very quickly. What really gets me about them is how they will sometimes remember speech where words slip out before returning to their need to feed. Quite creepy to think about. Another thing that gets to me is how their hits can stack on you. In other words, they can double tap you. This is incredibly annoying, especially on Nightmare difficulty, because they will hit you once, but because of their double tap, they will register that they hit you twice. This is a serious problem with the combat of these enemies, and one reason why I avoid using guns, as guns draw the virals to you. They are best to avoid or drop attack them, as trying to fight them on even terms can be quite a waste of time and resources. Eventually, we make it to Ghazi's neighborhood, where you can knock on 3 doors to find him. I know which door it is, but we'll visit the other doors later. As soon as we meet the man, you can tell that he has some form of a mental disability. I'm not sure exactly what, but he is doing pretty well given the situation. He wants to make his mama happy, so he asks us to get chocolate and a movie for his mama. Then he will let us in. The movie is called Charlie, which Ghazi says is about someone like him, which is actually true, as Charlie is a 1968 film about a developmentally disabled man. Dying Light goes one step further by having the character Ghazi based on Charlie Gordon from the 1959 short story Flowers for Algernon, which later developed into the novel and film Charlie. Didn't know that till I started writing this. The more you know. We'll be heading for the movie first, where we will break into the video store. An alarm will sound, so be sure to hit the switch to turn it off before any virals show up. Next will be the chocolate in a building nearby, where we must deal with quite a lot of infected. As you can see, I will abuse the zombies' inability to reach me, while chucking throwing stars at them. The enduring mental image of a grown man squatting on a fence while chucking throwing stars is a sight to behold. We'll find the chocolate on a shelf, and then we'll return to Ghazi. When we get back, we'll look into the other buildings of Ghazi's neighborhood. Both the other options are locked, but one can be lockpicked. You'll find some basic supplies in the house that also really needs a good clean. Then we'll talk to Ghazi again. After delivering the movie and chocolates, Ghazi will be so excited that he forgets to let us in, so we go in through the roof. This is a nice touch, as Crane doesn't seem to want to hurt Ghazi, so he's just trying to get what he needs without harming him. Good on you, Crane. You get good karma. You have the good juju. The way into Ghazi's roof involves a lot of pipe hanging and climbing until you get above his house, or you can use the grappling hook if you have it. Up to you. You'll find some chests around here that will usually give something valuable before you get into Ghazi's place. Once you do, through the hatch on the roof, you'll find Ghazi sitting next to an effigy of his mother in front of a TV showing nothing but static. When you talk to him, he says that Mama is happy, and that his mama stopped getting seizures when his mother's head turned into a pumpkin, which really makes me wonder what he means by that. You'll find the medicine in the nearby room, and then we'll head back to Lena. Along the way, we'll run into another random event. This one doesn't require anything or give anything, but it does build the world, which I think is great. This guy goes over being a part of the hazmat crews that had to knock on doors to see who was still alive, and I'll let him tell his story.
I came in with the hazmats, Team 4. It was 2 days before they sealed the city, and our job was to go door to door and find out who was still all right. So we'd knock on doors. Sometimes you'd hear a voice that sounded like a person. So you'd go in. Only it turned out it was a viral.
all angry and crazy, just enough voice left to fool you. Sometimes they weren't alone. The suits are pretty tough. They're PVC with reinforced double-layered polyfiber cord. We thought we were safe. Turned out the biters could chew right through it. Sometimes I see some of my old squad shambling around. Gets me down to see them like that. You know the funny thing? They're all biters now, but they can't bite. Because they don't have the brains to take off their masks. I'll tell you, this whole thing is pretty damn strange.
That is good world building. Anyway, we'll make it back to the tower and give Lena the medicine for Brecken.
Thanks.
She asks how things went with Ghazi, and we relay to her how it went, and how Ghazi is doing. Lena repeats Ghazi's favorite line of, "If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy," which shows that she knew him. After that, we'll get an upgrade as a reward. Upgrades improve something about your weapons, such as improving damage, handling, or durability. They just make them work better, which is helpful when you find a weapon you really like. Now we're off to find a pistol for Dawood, which will take a while. Along the way, we'll set up more safe zones. Some safe zones are towers you can climb, which give you a beautiful view of the devastated zombie slums, and will usually let you zipline to various areas around you. Be careful climbing these towers, as there are a lot of parts to them that can lead to a bad fall. We'll continue exploring and find another airdrop. This one can have a goon guarding it depending on your stage of the game. You can fight him with melee or ranged weapons, but there is an option to drown him by turning a valve nearby, which is always a great touch to add realistic kills. When we reach a safe zone above a construction site, you'll notice how the zombies here are much tougher. The basic zombies in the game can be ranked by what clothes they have on. It sounds stupid, but it's true. The more layers the zombie has, the more hits it can take, and the more points it will give. Shortly after that safe zone, we'll find another quarantine zone with a police car next to it. We lockpick it and are rewarded with a pistol. We can now continue the mission, after we unlock more safe zones. While I was unlocking safe zones, I found a building that houses a very unique weapon schematic at the top. This area is very hard to get to without using a grappling hook, so I failed to scale it, so I won't get that weapon that insta-kills most zombies on normal. On the way back, we'll stop by an area with a body to turn over. Crane says aloud that he hopes he doesn't end up like him, and we move on because this area is where the next mission takes place. It's interesting how much stuff you can interact with out of order when you explore before doing the main missions. It's a mixed bag because some areas have people who don't exist until the mission requires them to, but it also allows for some natural exploration of places and events that happen there. When we make it back, we'll turn in our airdrops and give Dawood the gun. He'll give us the key to his store and ask us to pick up an action figure for his son, so we head out again. When we reach the pawn shop, after lighting a group of infected on fire, we'll unlock the door to find a pile of goodies just waiting to be taken. You'll find weapons, a medkit, all sorts of parts, and ammo for some guns. Then we'll pick up the action figure. It's not a doll, I swear. And then we'll head back. On the way there, Brecken sends out a message to everyone to get Dawood back to the tower. He says Dawood winged a guard on his way out, and that he has a gun. Then we learn we may have made a mistake. We arrive and hear some dialogue from the extras mentioning hearing the shots, and wondering how he got a gun. We'll also find a blood splatter on the wall near Dawood's room that someone is cleaning. Or, well, looking at. Then we find Dawood's wife, Salma, who explains that they have been fighting, and then Dawood took Sammy, their son, all their money, and went to get out. Then we come clean about getting the gun for him. Then Salma explains her midlife crisis of Dawood not wanting her anymore, before we promise to get them back. We'll get a message from Dawood over the radio, and he tells us not to follow him. He says that he had no choice, and to tell Salma that he will keep Sammy safe. The story will return at a later date, but now let's get back to the main mission. The next mission is to grab that antizen airdrop that was mentioned earlier. Before heading there, we give the GRE an update about Brecken not being Suleiman, that Suleiman might be Rais, and that we're on our way to get a desperately needed airdrop. They tell us to stay on target, and contact them when we find that antizen. Short, sweet, and to the point. Nice. Now we'll head over there, but we'll help this guy trapped in the closet first. And no, it's not like that. Or it might be. I don't know. It's a zombie apocalypse, so I guess it doesn't matter too much either way. Upon getting close to the cauldron, Jay will let us know that 3/4 of airdrops seem to drop in that area, which is kind of weird, but who am I to argue with aircraft dropping huge boxes? If you listen closely, you can hear a child crying when you enter the area. Upon getting close, Crane will let Jade know that he's checking something out, and she'll respond with exacerbated impatience. Thanks, Jade. Really kicking up the like factor. We'll discover that the crying is coming from a little girl hiding in a closet. She mentions that her daddy is sick and will hurt us, letting us know he's turned, and then we let Jade know the situation. She says to focus on the job at hand, but she'll pick up the girl before sunset. She pushes how lucky we are to get this airdrop, and we should grab it before others do. This scenario was one of the first bruh moments I had while playing. Jade, you do understand that if either of us can pick up the girl, then shouldn't the first person to find her take her back, and the other person go after the airdrop? Instead of leaving this little girl all on her own, where she can be beaten by Rice's thugs, eaten alive by a zombie, or worse? Did you take the 10 seconds to think this over so you don't sound like a moron and a complacent child neglector? Remember this for later. When we get to the drop zone, Jade advises us to find shelter and wait for the next drop. You'll find a crate near that dead body we found earlier, and we'll interact with it as a pair of crates drop nearby. Since this one had nothing, we'll go after the other 2 drops before anyone else gets them. When we get close to the first airdrop, Rice's men got to it first, even though it's technically in tower territory and it's right next to it. Jade tells us not to fight them, which we'll ignore, and to look for the second crate. Since we're ignoring her, we'll deal with these chumps since the tower populace can't be bothered to fight for their own survival. Molotovs away, and a lot of shanking. As you can see, I took them down within 30 seconds, using basic survivor gear, and we loot the contents of the airdrop, which appears to be weapons and ammo. Either way, it was a useless drop for us. When getting close to the second drop, Jay will tell us to turn back, as it is getting too close to sunset, but Crane, being the go-getter that he is, ignores her, and we reach it. When we contact the GRE, they tell us to destroy the Antizin, so it will force contact with Rais. Crane obviously has an issue with this, but the GRE maintain that it's for the greater good. Keep that in your noggin. We will destroy it while taking a vial, which I assume Crane just puts in his pocket for later use, even though it never comes up again. Seriously, Crane takes a vial container thingy, and I have not been able to find out what he uses it for. We don't see him use it, he doesn't give it to anyone, it doesn't deal with the plot, so I genuinely wonder why they made him take one. As I said, I assume he'd use it, but we never hear him mention it, and I know that most medicines, be it vaccines or allergy tablets, usually say not to take more than a certain amount in a given time period. So won't this screw things up when Crane gets his next shot of Antizin from the tower? Couldn't it have adverse effects? Anyway, we inform Jade that there's no Antizin, and then she'll tell us to be careful as the nightmares are awake, to not let them see us. We see one through the fence, in all its gruesome glory, and then the chase begins. This is where the horror part of this game really kicks in, because during the day, you are king, but at night, you are just another hunk of flesh. This is where you'll get your first experience at night. Night is unique by the way of doubling the points gained, but also increasing the difficulty drastically to compensate. The nightmares, or volatiles, turn the game from an action slasher into a parkour stealth game. This makes the night experience play out differently than the day experience, as there are new rewards and threats to account for, with much more risk. One thing that makes night all the more frightening is that the normal infected can transform into what I would only call proto-volatiles, that have similar aggressive tendencies and abilities as their beefier counterparts, but lack the high damage and health. This leads into one thing that I would recommend people do once they've beaten the game. Try it on Nightmare difficulty for the most intense experience, both in terms of its atmosphere and its mechanics. As the difficulty increases, some basic things happen, such as enemy damage and health increasing, but it also affects some mechanics, such as medkit use and your survivor sense. Medkits now take time to heal you slowly instead of instantly restoring health. This is something that I personally would have preferred it to do across the board, as it is both harder to heal in emergencies, but also allows you to eat future damage that the lower difficulties don't provide. I'm not sure if they tried to balance it for the difficulty, or if they tried to make everything simpler on the normal difficulty, but I still think the slow healing would have been good to use across the board. Each difficulty up from normal will also impede your survivor sense. Nightmare has it where you can only sense volatiles and other unique enemies by using it. No minimap assistance for this. This makes it a very tense experience at night when you either use the sense, which applies an audio effect that dampens most game sound during its duration, but reveals special infected. Or you can choose to run around without it and use sound to navigate your way around, until you turn a corner right into a volatile's fleshy fist. Raising the difficulty also affects locating items, as the notification blip is gone, making you really have to search for your goodies. Getting back to the playthrough, the day-night cycle is now in full effect, so you'll have to keep track of the time of day from now on while playing. This is where the game has reached its fullest state, as you are not being protected from nighttime, Rice's men, or being prevented from fighting for airdrops. Now you can really experience the game in full. Finally, we'll return to the tower where we need to report to Brecken, but not before I show this exploit. There are a few areas in the game that allow point farming in locations relatively safe from harm, such as this pipe, where the volatiles have a slim chance of noticing you because of their roaming pathways. You basically have a safe area to farm agility points, where the volatiles won't see you unless you make a mistake. There are other areas like this, but this area is the safest to use for agility farming. We'll go over an area to farm weapon points once we get to the bridge. When night ends, we'll get bonus survivor points for surviving the night. The reward is based off of what you did at night, such as remaining undetected, looting, killing, etc. When we head inside, we'll get a lore dump from this frail old man who used to run the building that has become the tower. I'll let him tell his story.
I used to be the superintendent of this building, you know.
No kidding.
There was a time when I considered this tower my own, took pride in its upkeep, and knew the residents kept track of everything that happened here. But now, do you know what you'll find if you go to any of the floors between 1 and 18?
Now, if it's anything like what I saw on 13, nothing good.
Nothing good, yeah. Yes, that's well put. No, you will find nothing good. You will find evidence of death and suffering and loss. I lived with my family on 11. Now, I am the only one left. My wife, my brother, and both my children were caught in the city. I was here, tending to this building, doing my job. Now, I fight with myself. Should I simply wander outside and let my fate befall me? Should I give in to my darker moments and turn my livelihood here into a monstrous torch? One thing I know. When the biters come for me, I will not resist.
Jesus, man, you should, you should talk to someone.
Well, I'm talking to you. Isn't that enough?
Why don't they let him go?
The poor guy. Anyway, we'll turn in an airdrop we picked up for more good boy points, and then we'll head to Brecken. We'll see Tim again, who congratulates us once more, before Jared points us toward Alfie downstairs. Then we'll head into the meeting with Brecken, and we'll see Tim's twin brother, Tom, talking to Brecken about buying antizin from Rais, and Brecken denies it, and then Jade says she'll go, and he denies it, and then Crane pops up and volunteers to go. Crane points to never seeing Rais as a positive, as he will, hopefully, have a clean slate. Brecken asks to speak to us alone, and Raheem gives us a thumbs up on the way out. Brecken asks us if we're sure about it, and we confirm our choice. Then he'll point to a realistic map of Haran slums to show us where Rice's place is, which is a nice touch, as the map is accurate. Then he tells us to learn what the antizin will cost us, and to come back in one piece, as we finish the mission with a bro hand. After the bro hand, we'll look around for more side missions. The first one we'll find, and the only one we'll find, will be the one mentioned earlier from Alfie. He's the electrician and building maintenance guy for the tower, remember from earlier? And he's got a problem. After lighting up the Cauldron district, that blew the grid out near the overpass, which gives the volatiles a dark patch to fester in. Alfie plans to use this as a trap to fry some volatiles, but we have to do it at night. We flip some switches in 2 substations, and then hit the main station after dark, and we can fry a lot of volatiles in one shot. It's not night yet, but we'll come back to it when it is time for the main station. On our way out, we'll get contacted by Jade, who says that she appreciates what we're doing, but cheapens that thanks by really laying guilt on us because Amir died saving Crane's life. When Crane responds by saying he wants to prevent people dying, Jade seems to just ignore him, and go off on an Amir tangent about meeting him after the outbreak, and how he was the most decent man she'd ever known, which really sounds like she knew very few good men. Then she backtracks on the guilt trip by reminding us that Amir knew the risks, and that she doesn't blame us for what happened. Then they both say they'll talk when Crane comes back with the antizin. This dialogue is kind of annoying on the face of it because of the random shifts in emotions and the tone of what is said, but what really bothers me is that this dialogue will pop up continuously until you do the next main mission, Pact with Rais. This is incredibly annoying when leaving and coming back forces you through it over and over. I really don't understand why they let it repeat so much. Maybe it's trying to force the player to move on and continue the story, I guess. We'll get to one of the substations where we'll unlock it and flip the switch on to reboot the system. Then we'll head out. Simple stuff. While we run around, you'll notice a random encounter where a goon will break through a wall in a small area surrounded by zombies. It's a neat touch that these little encounters happen, and you'll find more as you play. This area has a van on it that really helps you to farm weapon points, since the normal infected can't climb up onto it or grab you when you're on it. So you can do what I'm doing, where I'll just crouch on the hood and slash at the zombies without fear of grabs or death. I hope they tweak this in the sequel. Before we leave, we'll get attacked by a viral and kill it with a flaming throwing star. Not sure how that would work realistically, but it's kinda neat that we've almost become an anime character. Now we'll enter the other substation. You'll find a schematic that allows you to craft electric weapons, which is nice, and then we'll hit the switch before moving on. While exploring, we'll run into one of Rais's patrols. These guys will wander around and will usually have some form of loot they are trying to take before we show up and kill them. They have some dialogue when you get within earshot, which helps make them seem more human, and they will taunt you when they notice you. It's nice that they won't attack you outright and gives a little bit more humanity to them, as they aren't just ravenous killing machines, although they certainly can be at times. The only downside to these patrols is that you can kill one, but the other runs away. It's annoying that they can do this, and can potentially screw you out of some survivor points, but it's realistic, so I'll give it a pass. When you get close to Rais's place, Crane will let Rahim know that he's close, and Rahim will warn you that you don't want to sneak up on them, as that's a good way to catch a bullet. It doesn't actually matter, as the same thing happens no matter how you approach them, but we'll get there when we get there. A little later, we'll be opening up safe zones with one of them having a hazmat guy involved. Hazmat guys are very chaotic enemies to deal with, as you can easily kill them and other infected by puncturing the air tank on their backs. The downside to this is that it will summon a few virals, which are forever fun to fight. Thankfully, I got the safe zone working before they could double tap Crane to death. They did make it into the safe zone though, which is kind of weird when this one viral just trips and his head explodes. One thing I really do like about the parkour in this game is how many different parkour options you have throughout the areas you're in. I particularly enjoy the zip lines, as they are a great way to avoid running through a bunch of infected, where you can just zip right over them. Eventually, we'll make it to the central station, where a ton of infected are just chilling. We need to find the master panel in one of the buildings, which is pretty easy to find since there are only 2 buildings. This area is fantastic for farming weapon points early game. There are dozens and even hundreds of infected in this one location, so you can slash away to your heart's content or set them afire and sit back and watch. Since we have a while until night, we'll farm these cocaine bags, at least until something more valuable pops up. Before night comes, I'll show you this cool little secret that can be found in one of the corners of the map. There is a small rock above sea level near the edge of the bay that has a sword on it. This weapon, EXP Caliber, is a joke on the Excalibur story, as well as a test of patience as it takes forever to actually pull it out. It takes so long that Jade warns us that night is coming. It actually only takes a little under 3 minutes to pick it up, but that may not be worth it to some people, as its damage isn't that high compared to later weapons, and you can't repair it. It's more useful as a meme rather than an actual weapon in my opinion, but use it if you want. The body it was with will drop its blueprint, but again, I don't really find it worth the time and resources. It used to be unbreakable until a patch fixed it. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted, at least for somebody. Once we return to the central station, we'll kill some zombies during the night to maximize points gained. Seriously, just come to this place at night with some Molotovs and you're good to go. Once we turn the power on, most of the area is electrified, which kills some zombies. We don't actually get to see a bunch of volatiles get fried, but it makes Alfie feel good, and we'll get a reward when we see him again. This mission also opens up a safe zone and a really good farming position, so keep that in mind if you're in the mood to grind. With that done, we'll head over to talk to Rais. When we arrive at Rais's base, we'll talk to the guards to gain entry, where we will meet the main antagonist of the game, Rais. We'll also see our old domestic violence friend, Tahir. Remember from the beginning? One cool thing about this scene is that we get to see a guy, Osman, who loses his hand after stealing some supplies from Rais, which is only half true. But we'll get there later. Osmond gives us a mission later that sprouts from this whole situation, which really does a great job of interconnecting everything together when it comes to the cause and effect nature of the plot and side stories. Anyway, this intro to Rais makes it obvious that Rais is a baddie, bad, evil-doing, bad, evilman, evildoer, bad person. And this won't stop for the rest of the game. We'll touch on that more as we go. We also see that Rais is Suleiman, but I'll call him Rais from now on. We offer our services in exchange for Antizin, so Tahir tells us to talk to Karim, Rais's major domo. Along the way, Rais's minions will insult us, which is always fun. Karim is a very cultured individual, probably the most cultured of Rais's underlings, as we can tell because he asks if we're a Texan cowboy because he has family in Texas. Crane dryly responds by saying he's from Chicago, the poor guy, and Karim adapts to this by nicknaming us Al Capone. Our task is to climb antenna towers and basically repair communications for the quarantine zone. Karim says most of his men are too slow, too fat, or too drunk to climb a tower like that without killing themselves, which really speaks volumes on the people he's dealing with. After leaving, we'll contact the GRE to give them an update, where we'll stand out in the open just a few meters away from Rais's men's earshot. Yeah, not a smart move. As we get close to the first antenna, Karim will contact us to explain how the modulators will help fix the spotty communication patches throughout the quarantine. We'll come to the base of the antenna, where we'll see several infected, a goon, several exploding barrels, and we'll shortly see a new enemy once we try to turn on the power. After clearing the area, we'll try to get into the shed, but an infected jumps on top of it and pukes at us. Anyone remember the spitter from Left 4 Dead 2? Like the spitter, it just pukes on you, which does varying damage, and can do damage over time, depending on which spit attack it uses. These enemies are fairly unique, in that they have ranged options to attack you, making them a real threat when placed in positions that are hard to reach. After this encounter, they will spawn semi-randomly around the world, so keep an eye and ear out for them, as they have a distinct body and noise. Crane obviously is freaked out by the toad, but they aren't that tough, so we slap it down before it blows more chunks at us. We'll open the shed, turn the power on, and climb the tower. When we reach the top, we'll wrench a panel open, only to find it scavenged for parts. We'll move on to the next tower by ziplining down to the east. Don't let go if you value your life and your legs. On the way there, Crane asks what will happen if the second transmitter is trashed, where Karim responds by saying the important question, what will you do if you disappoint Rais? Then he says the answer is, die horribly. Comforting stuff. When we reach the second tower, we'll find the fence is electrified, and that two people, father and son Alexei and Christoph, live here. Karim doesn't like them, but who cares what he thinks. If you talk to Alexei, which is totally optional by the way, he'll question why you're here, and then when he notices that we don't look like Rais's crew, Crane threatens to tell Rais that Alexei won't let us through. Alexei gets scared and lets us climb, since Rais has him under his boot. Once you walk away, you'll hear Christoph rebel against his father, saying he can't do this anymore. Alexei tries to shut him up and convince him that working for Rais will keep them alive. When we reach the transmitter, it works, thankfully. With that done, we'll return to Rais. Along the way, we'll be contacted by Rahim, telling us that this job for Rais improved communication for everyone, which helps Dr. Zara and Dr. Camden immensely, but keep that in mind for later. When we get close to Rais's base, Spike will contact us about someone who wants to talk to us. This person, Troy, the leader of a group called the Embers in Sector 0, thanks us for opening communications back up, since Sector 0 was completely sealed off until radio communication was restored. Troy offers the Embers assistance if we ever need it, which we will later down the road. Upon returning to Rais, he'll congratulate us for coming back alive. When we ask for Antizin, we're rebuffed, and told that we have plenty to prove. Crane asks for some now, and says he'll return later, but Rais refuses, and tells us that we'll get Antizin when Rais says we can, not a second before. Then Rais tries to come off as reasonable by promising us 2 crates of Antizin if we continue working for him. We agree, and will be told by Rais that our next job will require a bit of persuasion. The imposing of one's will, the creation of one's own rules. That is what makes a man, and saying that he believes he knows if Crane is either someone else's puppet, or if he lives by his own rules, and blah blah blah. I hate it when writers make the message so obvious and in your face that it comes across as an arrogant adult telling something to an idiotic child. We're not children, so treat us as such. Also, subtlety is king, people. Remember that. Anyway, this tirade that Rais goes on about living by one's own rules is basically all the character Rais has been given in the game. That's his gimmick. He's such a single-minded madman for independence of choice that it's infuriating when he goes off monologuing about stuff that doesn't really matter in the moment, or in the context of the game. We'll address this as we go, but be warned, this will not be pretty. We'll be told to talk to Kareem again, where we will enter Pact with Rais Phase 2, or the bit where we extort people. Before we talk to him, we'll unlock shield crafting from the Survivor skill tree. The shield is exactly what it sounds like, and gets more interesting when you can upgrade it with elemental properties. It's fun to induce a Dark Souls-esque parry that electrocutes zombies. Anyway, Kareem will point us to a few settlements where we will be making pickups. We'll head out soon, but we contact the GRE to inform them of our extortion job, where the GRE lady just ignores our comment in an annoying push to remember what's at stake. Now let's get to the bullying. The first stop is at Jafar's wheel station, where we'll meet Jafar, and unlock his safe zone where some missions will be located later. When questioned and insulted for who we are, and could be, we threaten to break the old man's legs, which convinces him to pay up. On our way out, we'll inform Kareem of our pickup, and he'll direct us to the next pickup from the fisherman's village, but we'll meet their messenger at a tunnel entrance. At this point, Brecken will contact you to see how things are looking for any antizin. We'll let him know what we're doing for Rais, and he'll tell us that time is getting short, as the tower is almost out of antizin. Crane tries to reassure him, mentioning that he's infected too, so he is motivated to get this done quickly. When we reach the tunnel, we'll look around until we open a door, where a bloated infected runs up to us and explodes. These bombers, as Kareem calls them, can kill other infected within a 3-meter radius. Useful, but also terrifying when they come lumbering at you, and you have no throwables or projectiles. These guys will do extremely high damage and will insta-kill you on higher difficulties, so be careful. After thinking about it, the bomber and the toad could have been the ancestors of the boomer, but I shudder to think how they would produce a boomer together. Now that is true horror. Anyway, we inform Kareem that the courier isn't here, so we'll have to head to their village directly, where we'll be looking for a man named Gersel. Once we get there, we find the gate open and the infected running amok in the settlement. We inform Kareem, and he tells us to protect, as that is what the money is for. We'll close the gate and run around the bombers as they blow up their fellow flesh-eaters. Then we'll kill the rest and start knocking on doors to find Gersel. One thing I love about Dying Light is how they give you areas with multiple interaction points, but only one does what the mission requires, so the others have something else about them, like world building, areas for items, etc. Makes it where it isn't completely useless to go to these other options, and it also helps with replay value, as you now know exactly which one to choose to progress. A win-win scenario for different types of players is always a good option. As we interact with the non-mission areas, we'll hear the settlers talk aloud about ignoring us till we go away, and sending us to Gersel, as he is the leader of the village. They also give information about which building is Gersel's, which helps a lot for people struggling to find him. I really love the comment from one of the fishermen calling Gersel's woman Hell on Wheels. When we interact with the correct door, we'll see Gersel, and inform him that we dealt with the gate and the infected. Then we mentioned we're with Rais, and his lady starts to have a hissy fit, where she tells us that Gersel will kick our tail. When Gersel tries to calm things down, and says they already paid this month, Crane plays the part and warns them that things will get bad for both of them if they don't cooperate. Isla has another fit, but Gersel pays us, and we're on our way. We inform Kareem that we're done, and Crane hates himself, but Kareem tells us the self-hatred fades. Now we're off to the ferry station. On the way there, Crane asks if there was a ferry, and we learn there was one, until the military sank it. When asked about other boats, Kareem informs us that the military blows everything out of the water that tries to leave Haran. At the ferry station, we'll talk to Morgan, who is as angry with Crane as we are with Rais. He pays us while questioning why we still do what we don't want to, even when we want to help. Crane finishes up at the ferry station, and alerts Kareem that he's pretty sure he's going to hell. Kareem has the best response to that. Join the club. Then he tells us to come back for our reward. On the way back, we're contacted by Brecken again, where he alerts us that someone has turned on the 18th floor of the tower, and that they're trying to contain it, but they need antizin now. We let him know we're doing this as fast as we can, and he begs us to hurry. Around the halfway point back, Kareem will ask us to make a detour to look for a patrol near the market. When we get close, we see that the patrol was ripped apart, and are told to look for an envelope on one of them. We'll find one, but we'll also find a survivor with a gun in the nearby safe zone. Be careful when fighting this guy. The AI are more accurate than you think, and this guy needs to go down quick, so use your brain. Burn him, blow him up, or drop attack him to take him down quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be a real pain. After collecting the envelope, we head back and get more dialogue between Kareem and Crane. They talk about Rice's power and the old Machiavelli saying, "It is better to be feared than loved if one cannot be both." A pretty smart concept, but I disagree on a few things about it, but we won't get into that. When we make it back, we hear Rais talking to his men about not showing mercy to your enemies, and then threatening to send them to the pit, an area we'll become very familiar with later. We deliver the payments, then we ask for the crates. Rais denies us yet again. You want to know why? Because our loyalty to the tower is nothing but blind obedience, and a coward submission to false hierarchies. Then he gives us only 5 vials, and that we can get more by delivering Jade to him, so she can fight in his pit, for his amusement, and to see how long someone like her takes to break. Crane refuses, and Rais continues on with the whole "this isn't your real choice" and that he hears no true conviction in Crane's voice. Then he rambles about Crane being a dog that saves the tower, or a man that saves the maiden, and right here is where I want to shoot either Rais, myself, or the writer, because Rais is so annoying to listen to. We'll talk about this later, though. We'll head off to talk to the GRE at night. Always a great idea. Where they question why we didn't just hand Jade over as soon as he asked. This is where we see the GRE as the terrible people they really are. Crane, understandably, has a huge problem with this, and asks very loudly why this project file can save the world but has to be kept a secret. The GRE demand we get it done, and then we move out before we get eaten alive. We'll get a little notification from Alfie here, talking about losing gas at the tower, because their gas man Jeff quit. He points us towards Jeff's fortress, which is quite hilarious once we get there, but we'll do that later. As we get closer to the tower, we'll contact Brecken, but get no answer. Then we contact Jade and let her know that Rais screwed us, and we only have 5 vials. Jade is frustrated about this, and lets us know that there was an outbreak on the 18th floor, making it worse than before, as we enter the tower. When we go upstairs, we give her the antizin and ask about what happened and, well, I'll let Jade explain it.
Do you have the antizin? Give it to me.
So what happened?
One person turned and had a couple of other people trapped. We could have sealed off that one apartment, but Brecken wanted to save as many lives as possible. It went bad. Somebody had to make the call, and now we've lost the entire floor, including a couple of kids. You'd better talk to Brecken. I have to get these meds to Lena.
After that depressing moment where Jade seems to hold this against Brecken, we'll go talk to the man. But first we'll say hi to our bud Tim, who is just as depressed as we are at the current events. We'll find Brecken staring into a static TV when he mentions that the notifications for the airdrops have stopped. Then he loses it and punches the TV as he lets out his frustration at freezing when people needed him. He thinks that Lena should be in charge, as she stepped in to make a decision. This is where we learn that Brecken is a parkour instructor, which makes him one of the contributing factors to a lot of people's survival, which Crane points out to him. Then Brecken, still in his own world, explained that he came to Haran with business cards in his pocket, and was looking to drum up business to buy a house. Then he talks of going to Rais, but Crane convinces him to wait. I don't know what either of them were planning to do, given what we know, but at least he's not out there getting himself killed, unlike someone will later. With that over, we'll head to the roof to contact the GRE. We'll find Rahim up here drunk off his face, where he's been thinking about blowing up a nearby skyscraper that houses a volatile nest. Crane clearly doesn't support the idea when Rahim says that they make a great team, and then almost falls off the edge. Great team. More like great burden. When Crane explains that we don't have the firepower to take down the skyscraper in any case, Rahim rants about sitting around and watching everything happen and doing nothing. He then says he doesn't want to die here helpless. If he goes out, he'd rather go out doing something. Crane notices a picture. It looks like the Grand Canyon, and Rahim explains that he was going to fly out on a Sunday, but quarantine started Thursday. Crane says he'll keep his eye open to anything that can help make Rahim's plan work, before Rahim shrugs him off. With Rahim in a drunken mood, we'll head up to the top to talk to our friends in the grievously ravenous Enterprise, and Crane demands they start the antizin drops again, at least near the tower. The Grand Ridiculousness Engine demand that we get the file and remind Crane that he's not there to play Mother Teresa. Crane says to start giving antizin and then we'll talk about Rais. The gross radical elephants aren't letting it happen, and then explain that things are strained with the Ministry of Defense, and that resuming the airdrops would not be politically advantageous at the moment. Then Crane says he'll locate the file, but he'll take a good long look at it before he decides what to do with it. This mission ends with Jade asking for our help to raid a school that Rais uses as a supply cache that might have antizin inside. We agree to help, and Crane mentions that there is something they'll need to talk about if they don't come up with some antizin, but he won't elaborate until they get there. But first, more side missions. This next section of the game has the largest amount of side missions available, which is kind of weird since we aren't even halfway through the game yet, but let's get to it. When we get to the lower sections of the tower, lots of missions are now available, and we'll start with the guy directly in front of us. He is a messenger from Vulcan Dahl, the richest man in Haran, who requires our services. We're asked to assist his two chief engineers, idiosyncratic brothers Tolga and Fatin, with whatever they ask for when they contact us. These twins will appear a few times throughout the duration of the game, and they definitely will leave an impression, but we must wait for them to contact us. The next missions we'll pick up are found on the nearby board. These missions that pop up here are simpler than others, usually only being asked to grab some herbs, supplies, or the like for the residents of the tower. One of these missions asks you to talk to Khalik, as he needs you to go to his apartment to bring him some important items, and the other asks for incense herbs, specifically lavender, to help repel the stench of the undead, as most of the population of Haran has become rotting meat. Khalik is right next to the board, which is handy, and he'll mention that Dawood sat on his glasses, and Khalik can't help Alfie without his glasses, which he keeps a spare of in his apartment. He also mentions starting a vegetable garden on the roof of the tower, and he had a book on gardening at his apartment that we need to get him. We'll move on to our Aussie buddy Alfie. I'm not 100% sure he's Australian, but I'm going to run with it. Who says he's having a bad day. He explains Brecken won't authorize a mission to get new high-power UV bulbs for nighttime security, and says the only place to get them is the Infamy Bridge, a place filled with infected, but in order to get the bulbs, we have to scale the bridge and grab the bulbs. The catch is that some bulbs are burnt out, so we need to determine which ones to get, with one way being at the bridge at night to see which bulbs work. I'll explain the other way when we get there. Alfie warns Crane that once the bulbs are removed, the bridge will be pitch black, with a whole lot of problems waiting for us. Then he laments that Brecken may be right about this mission being too dangerous, and says it's a shame that it can't be done, but we'll surprise him. After that, we'll run over to the quartermaster to deposit our airdrops that we have strapped to our back, or in our pocket, or however we carry them around, where our inventory will be too full to pick up the weapon he offers. This is where I'm going to take a little time to explain how I handle my inventory. Some people have left comments on my other Dying Light videos asking why I tend to avoid using the strongest weapons, and use weaker weapons instead. Part of the reason for this is because I try to save my stronger weapons for later when I'll need them. But my problem is that I constantly replace my stronger weapons and end up forgetting that I have better ones lying around. Now, I won't keep every weapon I pick up, because it wouldn't be worth it to keep weapons under certain damage numbers. So I'll designate a standard damage threshold with which I will judge weapons. When my inventory gets too full, I'll scrap everything below this threshold into metal parts. And this threshold shifts as I get better weapons. So if I have weapons with damage in the 90s, I'll scrap everything under 90. And if the weapons have damaging numbers in the hundreds, I'll scrap everything under 100, and so on. Another problem with this whole setup is that a lot of attacks can insta-kill enemies, regardless of weapon damage. So at the end of the day, it hardly matters if I have a weapon that does 80 damage or 200 damage. Now, against certain enemies like goons and a bigger enemy we'll see later, weapon damage actually matters, but against most enemies, once you have the drop attack, you won't have to worry about it. I've basically found a way to use up my weaker weapons on weaker enemies, but most of the weapons you'll get will be strong enough on their own, where you won't really need more than a few sets of weapons throughout the game. If you're lazy like me, then you can coast on the weapons you get from Rais's guys. If you're in a hardcore mood, you can upgrade and use the special weapons in the orange and yellow categories, as those tend to be the best overall. Anyway, once we're done sorting out our inventory, we'll talk to Denise over here, who will point us towards Jafar's place, as Jafar is looking for a runner for an unspecified but important task. Next, we'll talk to Blake the guard, who will point us toward a house with red smoke pouring out of it. He wants us to warn the people in the house before Rais's men show up there, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. Before we leave, we'll do one of the skill challenges for the power skill. Skill challenges are basically an easy way to get a good number of points in a given skill, if you don't want to run around or slap zombies forever. The one we'll be doing comes from Buckshot, who is training people to deal with the zombies and wants to record us slaying some infected, so he can show it to others who need to learn about combat with enemies that have no sense of self-preservation. Each skill challenge for the power skill tree will usually involve you killing zombies with specific weapons within a time limit, and this varies in effect, as some weapons will insta-kill enemies, set them on fire, electrocute them, poison them, and so on. But the basic principle of kill these guys with this weapon in this time remains the core of these challenges. The agility challenges tend to have the basic principle of getting to specific points within time limits, with some extra stuff thrown in, but we'll talk about that more when we decide to complete one of those missions. When we get outside, we'll run over to Zara's trailer and talk to a guard who points us to Rais's people operating in the tunnel near the lake, an area we'll see later. This and the guard mentioning the red smokehouse don't give you missions, but they mark your map for areas where missions can be found. Keep an eye out though, because if you exit the game before reaching these areas, you'll lose the marker to them. You can talk to the people again to remark the areas, but it's usually simpler just to run there as soon as you get them. After running around for a bit, we'll be contacted by Tolga and Fatine, where they will demand we come to them now. Then they'll have a brotherly argument before hanging up, where Crane realizes how idiosyncratic they can be. The annoying part about Tolga and Fatine is that they will pester you until you do their mission, which is annoying if you're focusing on something else. We're near Kalik's apartment, so we'll head inside through the roof. You'll find the book, along with other books showcasing Kalik's unique personality, on the ground floor, near a fallen bookshelf. These books have some great personality to them, and I'll let you see Crane's reaction to them.
Do-it-yourself a horsehead mask fairy, 2013. Big butt bonanza, nice. The falafel diet. Big book of death metal, okay. DVD player user manual. Simple tricks to get the chicks. Wet Dream, the first romance novel for plumbers, good God. How to look good over 40. See Defeat, a couch potatoes guide to vegetable guide. That's the one.
We'll get the right book and then look for his glasses. You'll find his glasses in a pouch on the second floor. Then we'll open the big red door and head back to give the blind man something to do. After complaining about his glasses being dirty, he'll pay us, and we'll be on our way. One thing to note is you'll see how Buckshot has moved to the other side of the room, and is now asking for ranged weapons footage. The challenge givers will move around sometimes, so you'll have to pay attention to their dialogue to remember where they're headed. When we start this challenge, you'll see my elite pro gaming strategy of Don't stop throwing. Once it's done, we can feel good we taught people to throw with reckless abandon. Now we're going to be heading to the Infamy Bridge, since that is near an area with available missions, and we have to go there anyway to get the super duper UV bulbs. Before we head up there, we'll pick up a few of the Fisherman's Village missions. The first being centered around finding out who opened the gate and let the infected in. We'll talk to Musa, who says that the masked nutjob, nicknamed Gas Mask Man, real original, was the one who opened the gate, and that someone needs to do something about him. We'll deal with him soon. You'll find another board with missions to gather dulse from a lake, and a mission to find binoculars for the village to see the infected from a safe distance. I mean, I don't think binoculars would help all that much, but they could still be useful, so whatever. After that, we'll run down to a woman banging on a door. When we talk to her, she is upset by a man named Harun throwing her sister Ida out of the village, and her 2 children went after her, but only her daughter, Yasmina, returned. We'll agree to help, and learn that the daughter is hiding from Harun in Maliha's house, because she's afraid Harun will throw her out too. We'll decide to talk to Harun, but we'll have to find him. First, we break into his house, totally not a sketchy move, and then we'll ask around for him. As we talk to people, we get an idea of who Harun is. People don't like him, and he seems to have some strange ideas, but he may be right with some decisions he's making. We'll talk to Yasmina in the nearby house, and tell her that we'll send her mother to a place that has medicine, even though the tower just had a horrible outbreak because they didn't have medicine. But I guess Crane kind of forgot about that. When asked where her brother and mother are, Yasmina says they found their mother at the houses behind the tunnel, but Yasmina got bitten, so her mother went out looking for medicine. She came back and told Jamil to stay, while she took Yasmina to the man. He gave them medicine, but said they could get more if they stayed in his basement as his puppets. The creepo-meter should be going crazy right now. Her mom got scared and hit the man, and told Yasmina to run, so she did. She doesn't remember where the man is, but remembers Jamil being in a house with red flowers. We'll tell her we're going to find her family, and she should stay away from Harun. Now let's track him down. We'll talk to a guy who wants to push him into a hole, and the other guy calls him a troll, but also lets us know he's under the bridge. We'll swim over there and talk to him, and immediately understand what type of man he is. He is the weak links will break the chain type, who will make the tough calls, and actually makes some good points about doing the kids a favor by kicking their mom out so, and I quote, they wouldn't have to watch us hacking up their mom when she turns. He's kinda got a point. He's a prick, but he's right, and I try to burn him, because I'm a prick too. Doesn't work though, so we'll climb up to the bridge to get the lights. The climbing section can be tense, as the clip points to grab can sometimes fail you, leading to a leg-breaking fall. The nice thing is that you can bypass this area easily once you unlock the grappling hook. You'll have to wait a second for it to recharge after a few uses, but it beats trying and failing to climb. Once up to the base level, we'll climb up the side of the bridge and slowly make our way around to platforms higher up. These areas will spawn a viral and later a bomber, so be careful. But you should be able to kick the viral off the edge and close the door on the bomber so it doesn't kill you. Although if you have a shield you can block it, like so. Not perfect, but good enough. When looking at the lights, you'll notice little lights on the side of each one. They will glow green if you do this mission at night, so you can see which ones work. Since it's daytime, we'll pick them all up, but the wrong ones will electrocute us. Since we have plenty of medkits, we'll just tank it and move on. Near the top, you'll find a safe zone, as well as some zip lines and scaffolding, leading up some more. If you go up, you'll find a chest and a schematic on opposite sides of the two towers. If you take the zip line toward the east, you'll make it over to a little medical area that houses a lot of useful equipment like medkits, police vans and chests for weapons, and gauze for whatever you choose to use it for. We'll come back to this area later to pick up an item for the twins, but we'll wait on that. Once we make it back to the safe zone on top of the bridge, we'll jump over to the ferry station, since it has a mission and is near an area with lavender that we need to reach. We'll talk to Neil Fallon, a journalist who has been documenting the whole Haran outbreak, and he wants help getting some of his stuff back. He needs his satchel back from an internet cafe, and his camera from a car on the bridge. We'll get the lavender and gas mask man missions out of the way, before we deal with Neil's predicament. One thing that can be hard about the lavender mission is that on higher difficulties the plants won't be highlighted with an emblem, so you have to carefully look around to find them in all the shrubbery around the coast. On normal mode is not too bad, but keep an eye out on higher difficulties. You can find a cave with a few chests in it near the lavender, as well as a climbing section to get you to more lavender. Once we're done, we'll head over to Gas Mask Man's place. We'll open a garage door to find Gas Mask Man, real name Shakur, who we confront about opening the gate at the fisherman's village, but he says that wasn't him. He's a little nutty because he doesn't get why people call him Gas Mask Man, even when he wears a mask all the time. He then explains that he was set up by someone disguised as him. He will explain things if we do something for him. We go and get his treasure bag from the nearby lake. You'll have to go under this rock near the bottom to grab it, but it'll also point you toward Dulce for the Dulce mission we have. When we bring the bag back, Shakur admits he can't swim, sadly, and then explains that someone snuck out of the village very quietly, then put on a mask and comes back to the gate, but makes a lot of noise this time around. Then he runs off. We then have to return to the village and find which fisherman did it, but not before we are told that the treasure in the bag was Shakur's precious heir. Yep, heir. We'll make it back to the village where we'll ask a guard who has keys to the gate, and we'll search the houses of those who do. After searching Tom and Moose's houses, we'll find a gas mask in Gersel's laundry. I guess his woman is in on it too. We'll jump out the window and land in front of Gersel to accuse him of threatening his own people's lives in the most dramatic way possible. He'll try to play it off as needing people to pay Rais so he doesn't come down on them, and he also doesn't care that Musa wanted to put a bullet in Gas Mask Man's skull. Crane threatens him that if it happens again, he'll inform the town of their leader's poor decisions. Then he'll say he'll talk to Musa and the guard. Then we'll go talk to Musa. We'll let him know that Gas Mask Man won't be bothering them anymore, and he assumes we killed him, but is annoyed that we didn't. Then we tell him that murder is still a big deal, and we'll have a problem if he doesn't let it go before he backs down. Before we leave, we'll turn in the Dulce mission, giving us a homemade medkit schematic that lets us craft medkits from Dulce found underwater. Pretty useful when you're swimming around. After that, we'll head back up to find a new mission on the board asking for Midnight Bride to use for bait. The catch is that this stuff grows at night, and we'll have to grab it at night. Fun stuff. Before we do anything, we'll talk to Tobias, a power skill challenge dude, who is making zombie killing weapons. He wants help testing them out, which we'll be happy to help him out with. This encounter is unique because we'll see him throughout the game. Since he's here, we'll talk to Victor, an agility challenge guy, who is too tired to deliver medicine, so we help him out since the medicine spoils soon. Some of these challenges have one drawback, and I don't understand why. You can't use grappling hook while delivering the medicine. This is one of those bruh moments where you wonder what the devs were thinking. Why can't we use the tool that lets us traverse things easily? Especially when people need medicine during a zombie outbreak. Why limit it this way? Even with the grappling hook, it'll take some time and skill to get these challenges done. It'd be like asking me to clear a room of infected, but also telling me not to use the insta-kill shotgun I have in my back pocket. It's a ridiculous restriction, and I hope they fix this in the sequel. Now we'll run over to find Jamil in the house with the red flowers. It's really just the red house, but flowers work too. We'll clear the building and block the entrances before talking to Jamil. He tells us a lot of what his sister told us, but remember the man's name to be Salim, and that he lives in the tool shop. We'll tell Jamil to wait here until we bring his mom back, and head off to save his mother. When we get to Salim's house, you can tell he's an enemy when we detect him with our survivor sense. We'll demand to see Isla, but he lies, and says he killed her because she was infected. He keeps playing stupid until he starts an alarm that alerts virals nearby. The best strategy I've come up with for this scenario is to stay on top of the corner of the building, where you can kick the virals off, kick their heads apart, or kill them with throwing stars, as flammable and explosive stars will kill them instantly. May as well use the explosive ones since an alarm is already going off. After the alarm turns off, Salim comes out to fight, and says he'll hunt down the children and feed them to volatiles, which I really don't get why he'd go through all that effort, but crazy people are crazy. We'll crush his skull, somehow, and search for Ida. We'll move a wardrobe thingy out from above a hatch where we'll find a door. We'll unlock it and find Ida inside. Ida is remarkably dark given her children's complexion, but maybe she married a pasty white guy like me. We'll direct her toward her children and tell her to take them to the tower, and to talk to Lena, and to tell her that Crane will make sure there is enough Antizin to take care of them. Crane is really stretching himself thin here by making such huge and flimsy promises. We'll make our way to Alexei's tower, where we'll see that Kristoff is gone. Alexei will ask us to look for his son at the tower, but can't himself because his batch of weapons aren't ready for Rais yet. Father of the Year award right there. We agree to look for Kristoff, but remind Alexei how much his protection has him scared. We'll head back to the tower and start talking to folks. Blake says he's very gung-ho, and Denise says to talk to Io, as he's supervising all of the scouts. We'll walk into the room with Buckshot, where people will compliment our abilities to throw ninja stars infinitely. Good luck, boys. We'll turn in the bulbs to Alfie while we're here, and he can't believe it. We tell him to keep it a secret from Brecken, and we get called Alfie's ace partner, which is so sweet. We'll also turn in the lavender to Toygar before heading up to Io. When asked, Io tells us he went on a recon mission, but we haven't heard from him. He also mentions that Rahim checked him out, which sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Then Io lets us know he's near the newly constructed skyscraper. We'll head out and get contacted by him when we get close. Kristoff will explain that he's with a group of survivors in a bus that need help near the hostel. Before we go, we'll pick up Wolfsbane for another gathering mission, although I probably shouldn't be doing this at night. As we get close, we alert Kristoff to our presence and tell him to stop cranking the engine, as it's just drawing in more zombies. After he realizes his stupid decision, he'll ask if we need help, but Crane tells him to stay with the survivors, and that we'll clear the area. We close the gate and turn our attention to the zombies. We'll be dealing with a toad, a few infected, and a fire-resistant goon. This is the tier 2 goon, so he has more health. Same strategy to kill him, just takes a bit longer. When he's dead, we'll initiate the power, and the safe zone becomes active. We'll talk to Kristoff afterwards and give him a little pep talk that he did alright for his first time out. As soon as we mention his dad, he says he can't go back to working for Rais, and we strike a deal that if Alexei will be persuaded to move to the tower and stop working for Rais, then Kristoff will give up being a runner and make weapons for Brecken. We'll make our way back to Alexei, where we'll relay the deal to him, and we'll coerce him to go to the tower so he can watch over his son, as it's what is best for Kristoff and the right thing to do. He agrees as a truck crashes through his gate. Rice's thugs have come to terminate his work for Rais, but we'll stop them with a good old drop attack. Nothing beats it. What's neat about this encounter is that almost each thug has an individual line to say regarding the situation, talking about having enough machetes to use, using them to hack up Alexei, saying Rais is done with him, and how Rais wants to give Big Mouth Kristoff another mouth. After we slaughter and loot the thugs, Alexei will head over to the tower to be with his son, where he should be. We'll get a special schematic for a weapon that Alexei didn't want to give to Rais. We've been going for a while, but we've still got plenty to do. We'll run up to a tunnel where we'll meet Rice's old friend, Osman. He's trying to contact his brother, Nazim. He went to look for food at the supermarket, but hasn't come back. He offers to pay us with stuff that they've hidden in little caches around the slums, and then we'll head to the supermarket. When we get close, we'll hear Nazim getting tortured before we enter.
Is this how you wanted to be, Nassim? We used to be friends.
You bastard! I'm not telling you anything.
No problem, Nassim. We've got time. And you still have 7 fingers left. Oh, wait. 6. We know you've hidden supplies around town. Rais wants them back. There's no sense lying to us.
Right. We did take a few things. And hit them up your stinking...
Come on. He'll attract all of the infected if he keeps screaming like that. We'll put a gag on him, because he's going to be screaming a whole lot more.
Once we're inside, we have to find a way to get to Nazim in the other room. This means lockpicking a door and climbing up into the vents. There are a couple of rooms to loot here, but they tend to have basic supplies and nothing more valuable than that. As we're creeping around in vents like a true xenomorph, we'll see a bomber walk by below us. Then we'll see it again and it'll explode, opening the vent up for us to drop down, but also alerting a few virals. We'll turn the alarm off and crush some skulls. After dealing with them, we'll find Nazim on the floor alone, but Rice's men already know where Osman is. Nazim will tell me to tell Osman that he can meet Nazim at the Red Wall Stash. Nazim says Osman will know what that means. Then we'll head back to save Osman. We'll get close and see some of Rice's goons patrolling the area, before we start crushing and blowing up faces. Once the thugs are dealt with, we'll talk to Osman. We'll let him know Nazim's situation, and repeat what Nazim told us to tell him. This tells him that we didn't sell him out, and he offers us a chance to join him and Nazim, but we decline. Then he'll give us the keys to 3 caches, and we'll be on our merry way. We're going after the caches, which house quite a good number of weapons, even guns, basic supplies, and equipment, but we have to get to them all, and some of them can trap you if you aggro too many infected to you. The second cache is near the Midnight Bride, but we can't pick them up because of stupid night restrictions, so we'll come back to this later. We'll head to the Red Smokehouse, where we'll meet a guy who asks us to give an envelope to Aziz at the bazaar and tell him it's from Ryan. This envelope has a list of chemicals and ingredients to cook slam, something that we're informed of when we contact the tower. Aman explains how slam is used to make Rice's men stay up for days at a time, and to bring it by so Aman can change things up for Rice's men. Before we complete that, we'll meet Tolga and Fatin at Jafar's wheel station. They ask us to help them move equipment across town through high-gauge zip lines. Throughout the conversation, they'll insult our intelligence until they get to what they really need: hooks from the nearby warehouse. We agree to help them since it's right next to us, and then we'll look at the other missions here. We'll talk to Jafar, who is super happy to see us, and we'll explain ourselves and apologize. Then we'll talk about what Jafar needs done. He's heard that Rice's men were poking around the construction site and found something that excites them. They didn't specify, but it could bring down the tower in one shot. We'll then be sent to find and or destroy it. Before we do that, we'll talk to Zaid. He's a schizophrenic flare maker for Rice who needs supplies in the warehouses. We make a deal to find the stuff for him, but we get half of what he makes, which Zaid protests the idea of until we reason him into agreeing. Now we'll head to the warehouses to grab everything we need. The first thing we'll look for are the hooks for the twins. You'll find them in a warehouse with a lot of breakable pallets and a fireman goon. If you know where to look, you can grab the hooks quickly and get out even quicker. We'll grab them and head out to the next warehouse. This next warehouse is guarded by Rice's men. Some of them have guns, so be careful. After killing them and alerting every viral that a fresh meal is nearby, we'll search the warehouse for the zinc and turpentine we need. You'll find an airdrop in here, which is nice, and we'll begin searching the train cars for what we need. One thing I like about this area is how you can find a switch to open the warehouse main door. It's a nice realistic touch that makes exiting the place much easier. Once we find all the supplies in the cars, we'll jump to the ceiling area before jumping back down into a narrow storage area along the side of the warehouse. This area will have you slowly open a few doors to find the turpentine near the end. With that done, we'll exit the building and come across a survivor who asks us to escort them to a specific location. Yay! Escort missions. The best gaming has to offer. Anyway, this guy says he's a werewolf, which sounds ridiculous, but he rationalizes it by mentioning the current situation of Haran, which is odd, but I'll give him that. He mentions Dahlia, the witch, who is someone we'll talk to later, who gives us the runaround to find a camouflage against the infected. We'll get there soon. The main gist of this escort mission is to help him gather some supplies without him dying. It's pretty annoying, especially since he'll run right past some infected groups and then get ganked by another group. Everyone's dealt with terrible escort missions, right? An airdrop comes by, and we'll abandon our werewolf friend for it because escort missions suck. I know I said earlier that I'd only talk about the base game content of Dying Light, but there's one thing I will mention. Here you'll find a nice memorial for the late George Romero, the father of zombies, which is a nice tribute to someone who helped get this whole zombie thing started in the first place. Just wanted to pay a little tribute to him before we go. Now we'll talk to the insufferable know-it-alls and finish their mission. Then we'll talk to Zaid, who tries to befriend us before we shut him down, as Crane is clearly annoyed by him and eventually tells him to just shut up. Now we'll jump down to the bazaar and we'll meet someone who is a fan of Jade. I'll let her fangirl and vent.
Wow, you get to work with her, don't you?
I'm sorry? Work with who?
Jade Aldemir, the Scorpion. God, she is so awesome. She's the whole reason why I came to Haran.
You came here to see Jade?
Wow, you're on a first-name basis with her? I would just die. Wow. But yeah, she was supposed to compete in the global games, you know?
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, she is such an amazing kickboxer. People used to say she was like the female Chun-Li. She's the reason I started training, you know? I wanted to be just like her. And then my dad got me and my sister tickets to the game for my graduation present. And we came here and my sister, right after all the sirens started going off and the soldiers showed up in the streets, we were trying to get to a safe spot and she tripped and fell. I didn't realize it for a few seconds. I kept running and she didn't make a sound because it knocked the wind out of her, and then I realized she wasn't with me and turned around. They were all over her. I couldn't even see her for all the biters. But I've been thinking to myself ever since then, how would the Scorpion handle this? And I've been trying to be brave. When you see her again, would you tell her one of her biggest fans says hi?
I will, definitely.
Yeah, rough break. After talking to her, we'll talk to Aziz, who has everything for Ryan's list except the phenyl nitrate, as that is in the courier's car in the tunnel. He also says it's the last phenyl nitrate in Haran, so we better get it. We'll go look for the white car it's in so we can give Rice's thugs a little surprise. We'll find the car next to a toad and another goon, but I want to get this done, so we'll camouflage, because it's great, and we'll grab the phenyl nitrate and head to Amon. When we get to him, he'll trade the nitrate with Dialovin, a sleeping aid, so Rice's men can get a nice nap. Once we return to Ryan, we'll find it surrounded by competitors, and we'll crack their heads before talking to him, where he says he's going to cook this batch and then go somewhere else. He thinks he's way ahead of us on that, but Crane and I don't agree. Now we'll talk to Jeff so we can become the gas king of Haran, sort of. Jeff is a character, as he's a self-proclaimed commander of Jeffville, or Jeffland, or Jeffertown, or New Jeff City. He's bad at names. He shut off all the gas so he could construct the Fort Jefferson Apocalypse Wall, but we can turn the gas back on since he's done. He is in his own world, but Crane plays along to restart the gas for the city. Then he'll send us on our way to 3 pumps. Once we sort those 3 pumps out, dealing with a goon in a tight space, toads surrounding us, and a room filled with zombies, we'll open the primary distribution gate, but it causes an explosion, and we inform Jeff what we did, underwater I might add, and he remarks that we didn't deal with the ballast lines, which we totally were supposed to know how to do. We have to close all the valves on the blue line to keep the pressure balanced. We gotta hurry, as I was stupid enough to try to do this at night. Once all the blue valves are closed, we're told to come back and give a hearty aye, only to be told that this isn't the Navy and to sober up. Really throwing around some insults there, Commander Jeff. We'll return to him and witness the satanic inferno of the Apocalypse Wall, from a safe distance. And then we'll see Jeff's demise. Alfie will question what that explosion was, and then we'll inform him that the gas is on, and that the irreplaceable Jeff really needs to be replaced now. Now we'll try to get the Midnight Bride without dying, but we run into a lot of bad things in the night, and lots of flares are chucked. We'll be able to make it to the location of the Midnight Bride herbs, but the game will bug out and not let me pick up the last one I need that I can obviously see right in front of me. It didn't work because it was turning daytime, which is really annoying. Just let me pick it up. It's not hard. We'll wait till night and go get the last herb before heading to the last Osman cache. Looting these things at night can be very tense and tricky with all the volatiles and potential volatiles wandering around, often with only a simple wall between you. We'll make it to the construction site to see what Rice's men found, and here you'll see what it's like to fight guys with guns. You gotta play this smart, or you'll lose a lot of health, ammo, or both. We'll kill all of Rice's thugs, and then we'll look through the buildings. We'll find dynamite in one of the buildings, and we'll bring it to Jafar. As he puts it, dynamite is gold. He says to take it to Kurt, as he knows how to handle this stuff, and he'll give us something that'll give the dynamite some extra oomph. I think dynamite has enough oomph on its own, but we'll see what Kurt has to offer later. Since we leveled up our survivor level to 12, we've now unlocked the grappling hook, the easiest way to traverse the Haran urban jungle. We'll now hop upstairs and talk to world-famous zombie director Erwin Snowberg, director of the Zombie Annihilation series, a series that he describes as thought-provoking meditations about people like Crane who have to kill lots of zombies. He's profiting in the free special effects that the Haran virus has produced, so when life gives you lemons, I guess. He's another power skill challenge guy, and he specializes in gun-toting zombie slaying. These bits are fun, but can get kinda tough when he asks for several headshots, and only headshots. We'll see that later. After we're done with him, he'll praise us for making art of senseless slaughter, and then we'll go. Now we're finally going to recover Neil's satchel and camera. Feels like it's been a while since we mentioned him, doesn't it? We'll slay some zombies around the internet cafe and use their sweet bodily fluids to camouflage ourselves against the bomber inside. We'll grab the satchel and then we'll contact Neil, who will tell us that the camera is in the back of a car on the bridge, which Crane is ecstatic about. On our way there, we'll turn in some other missions to deliver the Midnight Bride herbs to Gersel, who says he can't figure us out, but still rewards us. Then we'll turn in the Wolfsbane to Musa, and we'll run over to get the reward from Isla's sister. Now we'll climb up to the bridge, which is way easier now that we have the grappling hook, and we'll look for the black car. The car is on the edge, and as soon as you try interacting with it, it will teeter and fall off into the water below. One thing I didn't notice until recently was that a tire pops off the car when it falls, and stays on the bridge. Kind of a weird detail, but I think it's neat that they included that. Anyway, we'll dive and grab the camera. Hopefully it's waterproof. And we'll swim over to Neil to deliver his supplies. He's grateful and wants people to know about us, but we decline. While running around, we'll encounter this guy, who was the civil engineer who helped design the sewers of Haran, which he says is a thing of beauty if you have the right eye for it. He says that they go everywhere in the city, spread out under Haran in every direction. Good places to use for travel, but probably chock full of biters as well. Now that we have a grappling hook, we're going to scale this building and loot a secret schematic. This is weird, but you have to spam interact on this GRE chest, and it will eventually open, after lots of kicking and comments from Crane, where it will reward you with the Korek Machete, the dev's cheat weapon, that slashes through almost every enemy with ease. The only problems with it are that you can't use it on Nightmare difficulty, no idea why, and it takes several metal parts to craft, so it's expensive to make. Now we have to find binoculars, which wouldn't seem as hard as it is. This is one of those missions where you have to look around the tops of buildings and survivor spaces to see if you can find some, because there is no mission marker to help you find one. I usually look for one around the big blue apartments, especially around one particularly somber one that typically has binoculars. We'll go over this particular building in a minute. On our way to deliver the binoculars, we'll be contacted by Jafar, who lets us know that they found a way to improve the dynamite. We'll come over and talk to Kurt. He's making it into an anti-personnel bomb, but needs a truck battery, so we go grab it for him. Next, he'll need a bunch of supplies that most players would probably have by this point in the game, so now we wait for him to finish up his design. While we wait, we'll talk to Jafar, who lets us know of Hansen's group sending out a distress call after an accident happened. We get some exposition about Hansen taking some survivors with him from the tower and setting up shop somewhere else. Jafar makes a point to mention that Hansen ran a tight ship, so he can't understand how things could have gone wrong with him in charge. We'll find out soon enough. Along the way, Kurt will alert us to come back to test the bomb, but before that, we'll come to the building we were at before, but now it's electrified, which is Hansen's trademark. We'll have to break into 3 buildings to shut off the electricity, and we'll find Hansen's corpse being devoured near one of them. We let Jafar know and then deactivate the electricity to check on the others. Once we climb the building, we'll find dead bodies, and well, listen.
This is Seref. It seems we've run out of options. 2 weeks ago, Hansen fell off the scaffold right after switching on the security system. But now the entire building is electrified, and we've been trapped up here ever since. No one's responded to our distress calls, and we've run out of supplies. The only thing left is some cyanide that Hansen thoughtfully brought with him. Anyway, given the choices, we've all decided to go this way. There was talk of trying to go cannibal, but then we'd just be smarter versions of biters. Better this way. Besides, how smart are we for allowing Hansen to leave us stranded up here in the first place? Thanks for finding us, whoever you are. Sorry for the mess. Seref Hassan.
We'll relay the bad news to Jafar and conclude that Hansen switched on the security fence and then fell, trapping the others on the roof with no way down. Hansen had the only key to the building, so those on the roof ran out of supplies and gave up. When Crane makes a remark about Hansen not trusting anyone, Jafar confirms that Hansen never trusted others, and now the trust in him was what doomed everyone else. We'll head back to Kurt to test the bomb by blowing up a volatile nest in a nearby tunnel. We can't go during the day, so we'll wait for night when no volatiles are inside. Then Kurt mentions the bomb will go off as soon as the firecrackers stop popping. So we rest up, sneak inside, and plant the bomb and set it off, only for it to fail. Kurt advises us on some on-the-fly bomb surgery. When explaining things to us, he lets us know that he was drinking while working on this, which, as he said, is irresponsible of him. After we fix it, it lights up good and bright, and it blows up the nest and the barricade, so we now have a new path available, which is very helpful. We'll return to Kurt, who gives us a much cheaper and more manageable bomb that we can use in the future. Now we'll move to give the binoculars to Santiago, and we'll finish this super long set of missions. But before that, we'll hear a woman screaming, and we'll come to a door with a man asking for alcohol to help his wife give a clean birth. You'll have to give him 9 alcohol in total, until Crane gets suspicious and lockpicks the door, to reveal the drinking party happening behind it. Now we'll actually finish this section off by actually delivering the binoculars. Santiago is pleased and tries to show us a glass eye trick. What a reward. But with that done, let's move on to another main mission. Now it's time to meet Jade in the boxcar. Jade will inform us that something is happening at the school, and Tahir has had his men moving boxes out of there for hours, so it's clearly stocked up. As we get closer, we'll have a car drive past us, and Jade will push us to the ground to hide us, I guess. It looks like we were hiding well enough without our head poking out where the car can see us, but I'll let you be the judge of that. We'll get closer where we'll see some prisoners being brought over. They make a break for it in different directions, and one comes toward us, but Tahir shoots him, and he dies in front of us. As Crane makes a remark about Tahir deserving to die in a fire, we look over to where Jade was, and she's gone. They're really hitting home how great she is at communication and teamwork. We'll check the dead guy's pulse, just in case he isn't dead, but he is, and now we'll have to find an entrance into the school. We'll talk to Jade about the bandits inside, and she suggests that we go in through different entrances, as we'll cover more ground and won't make as much noise individually. The first part makes total sense, but the last part doesn't, as our noise output won't decrease while apart. If anything, we'll be making noise in separate locations, so now we have twice the chance of getting caught. If we work together, we could cover each other and help each other out. Safety is probably more important than covering ground at this point, since it's clear that at least Tahir has a gun. Imagine if one of us went in the wrong room with Tahir and a few dudes in there. Just one look and a quick click of a trigger and boom, protagonist dead. Didn't really think this out, did you, Jade? Then again, this is probably the best way the devs could separate us so they wouldn't have to animate Jade walking around with us. They could have given a better reason though, at least in my opinion. Anyway, we'll head up to the roof where we'll be greeted by several bombers. Thankfully, we're heading inside, so we don't have to deal with the virals coming our way. We'll get inside, and Jade will tell us to check the classrooms, as that's the most likely place they would store supplies. I think we could have figured that out on our own, but then again, some people aren't that bright. I'm going to briefly mention how quiet we are since we have to talk on a radio, which probably requires a very clear tone of voice and decent volume to transmit it properly, without repeating, and with the receiver understanding. Just saying, splitting up wasn't the best idea. If anything, it was the worst. As we look around, we'll hear one of Rice's men on the intercom asking if the other idiots checked the basement, which they didn't because the key is still with the announcer. This gives us a nice direction to find the key. Then we'll open a door and run into one of Rice's men. An alarm starts going off, and we deal with the thugs while we work to turn it off. Jade will nag us to turn it off until it is off, which is annoying, but she'll direct us to it in the janitor's office, which is good. Mixed bag, Jade is. Really. Once the alarm is off, we'll fight through more yellow bros. I don't care if it sounds racist because it isn't. And we'll find a room that might have some antizin in it. As we look around, you'll notice a key on one of the shelves. We'll need this key in a moment, but I really wish that we could pick it up before we need it. It would be good to be able to pick it up on subsequent playthroughs, since we already see it, and if we needed a key, we already have one. We look around but find no antizin, so we contact Jade. She directs us to check the basement, so we'll need to get that key from earlier. One thing that is kind of funny is that more than one set of keys can spawn, making it easy to find them, unless you're the average game journalist, since that seems to be too hard for them to handle. We'll make our way to the basement, where we'll find Jade trying to open a crate. Crane opens it, Jade complains about how loud it was, and we find plastic explosives instead of antizin. Crane will tell Jade to get the explosives back to the tower, and she'll make us promise that we won't let Raheem near the hive he's wanted to blow up. Jade, is now the best time to have this discussion. Furthermore, if you're worried about him so much, why don't you babysit him instead of us? Seems like she wants other people to do the work for her instead of being a good big sister and taking responsibility to care for your siblings. Plus, lock up the explosive somewhere. Put a guard on it. Prevent Raheem from getting to them. Simple things can prevent what happens in this mission, but we'll get there when we get there. When we leave the school, we'll see another of the weird green infected, identified later as bolters, and we'll head back to the tower. Jay will contact us and ask about the other option Crane mentioned. He'll shrug it off and wants to deal with the explosives first. Jade says she'll give them to Saeed and we'll talk to Raheem. We agree and then we'll continue. All this work to prevent Raheem from doing things really shows the lack of trust from his sister, as well as Raheem's general inability to not be stupid. When we make it back to the tower, we'll head up to the upper floors, when we'll see a guy dragging a zombie and hear a plane fly by the tower. I really don't get why either of these are happening, as I'd just toss the old zombie out the window to avoid cross-contamination, and a plane really shouldn't be flying low enough that you can feel it in a building. Really makes you wonder what's going on. Anyway, we'll find Raheem, who is excited about the explosives we found, and informs us that Saeed told Raheem about them, and Saeed was on a bomb squad, so he knows a bit about explosives. Crane says it was lucky to find them, but that antizin was more important. Raheem ignores this objective view, however, and continues on about his buddy Omar making sure Saeed's putting good timers on those bombs, so that they can get out before they blow. Crane tells him that the nest needs to go, but if it gets done, he will do it on his own. Raheem says that it's his plan, and Crane says he will carry it out perfectly. Raheem gives in and tells us that he'll contact us when the bombs are set up. Crane pressures Raheem to make sure they have a deal, that Crane will do the job, and Raheem won't do it himself, which he begrudgingly agrees. Then we'll ask if Dr. Zara is out of his trailer to talk about the bolters. Raheem tells us that he's down in sickbay with Lena, and we'll head down there. We'll talk to Zara and inform him of our bolter sighting. He'll tell us that the other survivors are calling them bolters. They favor certain areas of town and only appear at night. Then he asks if we can catch one and bring him a sample of its flesh. Then he explains that they might be what they are because of the experimental bait Zara used in certain areas. He'll ask again for a sample, which we have to deliver quickly, and informs us that the quartermaster has been keeping track of bolter sightings and their locations. On the way down, we'll talk to Jared, who will tell us of the survivors at the bazaar, the place where we met Aziz, and that the witch is one of them. He makes an interesting comment about the witch Dahlia, as being able to BS her way to safety. That's an interesting remark. Then he tells us that she walked across the city at night without the infected attacking her, which is something we'll talk about more when we see her. We'll also talk to Masut, who says he saw some people in the school and was wondering what they were doing. Contrary to what you're probably thinking, he's not talking about Rice's men or us. He's talking about people who managed to move into the school, literally hours after it was full of thugs and zombies. Yeah, we'll deal with that soon. We'll head to the lower level of the tower, where we'll find more requests on the board. One asks for electronic parts to fix the radios, and another to find crayons so the tower doesn't have a bunch of whiny brats to put up with on top of the outbreak. We can turn in the electronics now, but we'll go talk to the quartermaster. He'll mark our map with the locations. Before we head out, we'll talk to Blake again, and he'll repeat what Masut said about people entering the school. As we exit, we'll get a tip about bolters, saying how they are easy to scare, are fast, and are usually protected by volatiles. As we goof around till nighttime, we'll come across Richie Vanderkamp, who was handling the PR for the Haran games. He relays how they sold this thing big, with all kinds of exposure on TV. Sadly, Haran is on the map for the Outbreak instead of the games. Then he goes a little nuts and says he can maybe smooth over the flesh-eating monsters problem. Good luck with that, dude. Jumping ahead, we'll be at the Fisherman's Village, where we'll talk to Jal, who will tell us to go talk to the witch. He confirms that she just walked up to the gate, unnoticed by the infected, and asks to enter. They are really pushing the whole school and witch thing. While we're here, we'll visit Tobias again, who has upgraded his machete, but it will have a different effect now. Now, it burns the infected, and Crane makes a remark about burning his eyebrows off. Tobias will then move out of the slums, and we'll meet him in Sector 0 when we see him next. Now we'll grab some bolter tissue. We'll grab one from the bridge, and make our way back to Zara. When we arrive, we give Zara the samples, and are introduced to Dr. Camden, who is a very polite and nice guy throughout the game. He fills our ego to max before Zara mentions that the blood of bolters is photosensitive, and could be quite deadly if used on a weapon. I don't get how those things correlate, but whatever you say, Doc. After looking into the sample, it tests positive for the recombined virus, which means the experiment worked, explaining all the different mutations. He says he can't do something, but Camden could, but there isn't a way to get the research to him. Crane suggests sharing the info via radio, but Camden points out that there's too much data, and as someone who has read wikis for games for hours on end, I believe him. Imagine trying to talk your way through every single item, area, character, enemy, story, concept, and build for a Dark Souls game. Just one of them. It would take months, let alone a virus that causes human mutations to this degree. Zara comments on the situation by quoting the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner poem with the famous line, "Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink," which isn't exactly the right quote, but it's close enough. Anyway, Crane suggests delivering the research by hand, both the data and the samples, and Camden says getting to him would be insanely dangerous, but Crane reminds him that it could mean a cure, except the sequel shows that clearly didn't work out. Please don't pull a Force Awakens and make all of Camden and Zara's work meaningless. Please don't. Zara says he'll contact us when he is done preparing everything to send to Camden. Then we get the event we've all been waiting for. Raheem screwing up. He'll contact us and tell us that he and Omar went to blow up the nest. Crane clearly protests and reminds Raheem that that would be Crane's job, and Raheem insults him by calling him a tourist. Then the conversation gets serious, and he tells us that they messed up bad. He directs us to the overpass, when Crane tells him to head to the train yard to hide. Crane contacts Brecken, and he doesn't know that they left, or that we had the explosives, which really boggles my mind that the leader of the tower doesn't know that they came across plastic explosives. Seriously, how do you not know this? It seems like everyone else does. Anyway, Crane says he'll save them, and Brecken asks if Jade knows about this, which she doesn't. He tells Crane not to tell her, and says that he doesn't want her looking for him and getting herself killed too. He really seems to neglect that we're going after them, and we could die too, so this feels like a real slap in the face. On the way to Raheem's last known location, we'll be contacted by the twins again. Kind of weird when you have an intense moment undercut by two idiosyncratic twins demanding you come to them, since we can't hear dog whistles. Kinda ruins the tension. We'll come across an area with bodies after talking to the Twidiots, and we'll find Omar's body, but not Raheem. One thing to mention real quick is that Omar will respawn later for an escort mission. Not making that up. He respawns or has an identical clone, but either way, the devs should have separated the two Omars to avoid this inconsistency. Name the other one Safid or some other Turkish name I can't pronounce. Anyway, we'll inform Brecken that Omar is dead, but we found no trace of Raheem. Then we'll head down into the train yard to find him. We'll enter a warehouse where Raheem is in a train car surrounded by infected. Because the neck snapping is OP, we'll take care of them quickly. Then we'll try to open the door to the train car. We get a cutscene where a toad hops down on top, then we kill it. I don't know why that was there, as we've already seen the toad, and it probably would have made the encounter more intense if the toad was there to begin with. It's a weird choice. We'll open the door and talk to Raheem, who is injured. He says he armed the bombs because he thought he wouldn't make it, and they'll blow in 5 minutes. This is yet another massive bruh moment. Raheem, if you thought you weren't going to make it, why arm the bombs? Seriously, you'd be blown up, wouldn't even take out your target, and you would have wasted a super valuable means of demolition. Arming them now is a totally stupid move. There is literally no good outcome by doing this. You know Crane is coming. You know that you have a bomb expert at the tower. You know that Crane knows about your plan for the nest. Just leave the bombs alone, and let Crane take them to the nest and arm them himself. Why do you have to be such a rug-munching walking disaster? Anyway, Crane points out that he's wounded, and Raheem says he just cut himself, and that we need to just plant the bombs. Cut himself. Right. We'll grab the explosives, and Raheem will direct us to a hatch leading down into the sewers that'll take us straight to the nest. We'll come out near the building, and we'll head up into it to put the bomb on one of the support columns. We'll set the first bomb, even though Raheem only gave us one, and we'll set the second one on a similar column. Then we'll run out before the building collapses. We'll see it crumble where it doesn't crush us, and we'll tell Raheem that his plan worked, but he doesn't respond. When we get back to the train car, Crane starts triumphantly saying that they did it, and then we see that Raheem has turned. He turned in literal minutes, which I thought wasn't and isn't how the infection works, but whatever. The plot needs to move, so I guess that's how it works now, at least for a bit. Anyway, we kill Raheem and Crane has a good, angry outburst about it, before alerting Brecken to the situation. He tells us to get back and not to say a word to Jade. Seems like nobody really cares about Jade's feelings around here, as having it all dropped on you that your brother and only family is dead after we dodge the situation is probably the worst way to let her know. Seriously, this is a horrible way to go about it, especially when she could have come to help her brother. After all that mess, we'll meet Brecken back at the tower, and we'll tell him that he turned. Then they reminisce about Raheem being like a brother before Crane starts rambling about trusting him with the explosives, which he didn't do, and then goes on that if he didn't leave him, he would still be alive. I disagree, as Raheem turned in less than 5 minutes, and I know you could not get him back to the tower in that time. But after that, Jade enters and has a real mature woman moment of running off like a child. Crane wants to go after her, but Brecken says to give her time to grieve. Then we hear an explosion and gunfire at Zara's trailer, before seeing it under attack. Then we'll jump right into the next mission, the pit. First things first, we gotta save Zara, so we jump down to his trailer to see the fence destroyed and the trailer ablaze. This is a good time to use firearms if you have them, as Rice's men have guns and you don't want to rush them. We'll be harnessing our inner Doomslayer by killing the thugs with a shotgun before finding someone in front of the trailer's door. He says that they took Zara and drove away. The voice for the guy sounds fine, even though he's covered in blood. We'll inform Brecken of the situation, and he reprimands us for hitting the school. Then he'll tell us some scouts saw a group of bandits heading to Rice's place, and they must have Zara. We'll run over to Rice's place to investigate. When we get to Rice's garrison, we'll find the front entrance devoid of guards, and we'll start climbing up to the roof, as that will get us into the building. As we climb, we'll let Brecken know what we're doing, and he'll respond, with a completely different voice.
Just keep your eyes open. Good luck in there.
It's like they completely forgot who voices Brecken, and just threw somebody in to fill the void. This is the only time this happens in the game. I seriously have no idea why this happened. It's such an odd thing to miss that maybe they just forgot to get the voice actor to record it, and had this shoved in to fill in the gap. Anyway, we'll make it up to the roof where we'll dispatch Rice's men with the utmost stealth, as only a true ninja could. Then we'll head down into the building and begin searching for Zara. We'll contact the GRE and ask for support when the Ministry of Defense responds instead, saying the GRE's position has diminished, whatever that means, and that Haran is a Code 1 target zone. That basically means they're going to carpet bomb Haran. The tension is mounting! Crane will bring up that there are hundreds, even thousands, of innocent people still alive, but the Ministry plays for the needs of the many, so they'll bomb Haran to save billions. It might have been a good idea to do that after all, with the way Dying Light 2 looks with its world state. Crane uses Zara and his research as a bargaining chip against bombing the city, which the Ministry gives us 48 hours to do something relating to that. They don't specify what we can and must do in those 48 hours besides say, hey, I got the research. So I'll assume we're just going to tell them when we find it. I guess, anyway. We'll keep looking around and we'll find more of Rice's men chilling, but we'll cut them down. This is a really good time to get throwing weapons and melee weapons, so come with an empty inventory if you want to stock up. As we walk around, we'll come across where Kareem would normally be, and then we'll finish looking around to inform Brecken that we haven't found Zara, and the building looks empty. Brecken says he might be in the underground level, thankfully saying it in his normal voice, so we'll head down there. This is where we go from Shinja Ninja to point-and-shooty Call of Duty. Be careful when fighting around this area, as explosive barrels are around, and they can kill you or down you long enough to have one of the yellow ones finish you off. After clearing the area, we'll find Zera in a closet for some reason. He'll inform us that he gave the packages to Jade before the attack on the trailer, as time was of the essence, regardless of the impending attack. Right after that, the lights go out, even though Crane has a flashlight, and when they come back, we're greeted by our annoying adversary, Rais. Rais monologues about false hope loosening Zera's lips, and then tells his men to hunt down Jade, no expense spared. Then Zera defies Rais and says he'll never talk, before Rais explains that he's more concerned with him escaping at the moment, before he stabs him in the leg. Then he tells his men to take us to the pit, before we're knocked out. When we wake up, we're in an arena of sorts, with Zera up on a nearby crane platform. Then Rais will appear and do his usual "are you a man of choice or a slave to others" BS by calling us the biggest liar of them all. When Crane gets angry, Rais taunts us to lose control, as that is what Americans are so good at, before Crane takes a risk and decks him in the face. Anything to shut him up. Then Rais kicks us to the ground before shooting the 2 men that were holding us back. His other men drag the bodies off while we just lay there for some reason, and nap until everyone else is gone. When we awake again, we're simply told to survive the arena. You'll find your gear gone and you have to work with what is in the arena. Since pipes are everywhere, we pick one up and start drop attacking anything that moves. When given enough space, we'll look around to get all the tools we can to survive, as things are just getting started. Then we'll camo up in zombie guts and proceed to snap some necks. When we clear the zombies, Rais says our feats here will spread, but we'll be a corpse by then. Then he rambles on about this being Crane's first attempt at controlling his destiny, too little, too late, and then we pick up the machete he threw down to us as he sends in the beefy zombie, the Demolisher. Since I'm camouflaged, the Demolisher just runs into the corner and stays there, like a bad kid in timeout. The Demolisher is pretty much the tank enemy from Left 4 Dead, except not as nimble. They can throw rocks at you, charge you, smack you around, and generally are tough Z's to slay. The catch with the Demolishers is that you can get them in an attack loop that makes killing them, particularly this one, fairly easy. Just bait it close to a surface and climb up to where it can't reach you. Then wait for the opening in its rock throw attack and back away during the attack. Rinse and repeat, and you'll have a dead Demolisher in no time. Or maybe a decent bit of time, as they have a lot of health. This encounter is a bit tougher though, because of the virals around to support the Demolisher. One funny thing you can do if you're absolutely insane with grinding, is get your legendary unarmed skill all the way up, so your fists do 375 times the damage they normally do. One punch to this Demolisher on normal will kill it, letting you feel the real power of Saitama. Anyway, with the Demolisher dead, we'll have a seizure before Rais throws us a medkit. He says to let no one say Rais never gave us anything, which I would never say. He gave us plenty of time to hate him during his incessant rambling about choice. We'll grab the medkit, and Rais will say that our skills come as no surprise, as he now knows we're a GRE operative. Rais comes down off his high horse and rambles some more about chaos being the true order of things, and to pretend otherwise is the sheerest folly before he demonstrates this. He talks into his radio and tells his man to publish the file. Remember the one from way back when we actually cared about it? We hear his man say it's sent before Crane makes a really good point about that action dooming thousands of innocent people, and that is what you get with chaos. Rais tries to take the high road by explaining that the GRE were planning to weaponize the virus, not cure it. After that, he'll ramble about us being trained as the GRE's monkey, and then he calls us pathetic. He tells the guards to kill us before we go into some hyper-stylized slow-motion mode, where we kick one guard as we pick up our machete, take down the guards, and then we chop Rais's hand off, before shooting the guard over Zera. Weird reflexes, but maybe that comes with the virus. I really don't know. Plus, I would have shot Rais, as that would save a lot of time and brain cells. We'll jump up to Zera, where we'll see that the guard stabbed him during the chaos, which is a neat detail, as you can actually see the guard do it if you pay attention. Zera pleads with us to save the people, and that they don't deserve this, before he dies. We'll hear Rais ask for a torch, where he will cauterize his wound, before telling his men to shoot us. Now it's time to go. We're now in a running sequence, where you better keep running, and you better use cover wisely, because you get one medkit to heal any damage, so don't waste it. Be careful of the rocket guy as well, because you may find yourself eating the tip of an explosive if you take too long. We'll reach the end and jump into some corpse-filled water before getting out of the water and leaving Rice's base. One thing to mention is that this same area will be used when we reach the end of the game. Remember that for later. Once outside, we'll start having seizures every so often, and this will happen until Crane blacks out. We'll awake on the ferry barge where we'll meet with Brecken. He'll inform us that he had to hide us at the pier and that half of Rice's men are after us. Then he tells us that Camden contacted them about Rice's thugs finding his lab, but he flooded it with biters and barricaded himself in the middle. Now he's trapped, but the connection failed after learning that. When Crane mentions how Jade would get to Camden and that Sector 0 was sealed off, Brecken says there's a group called the Saviors that take people through. He points us to Nico's bar in the Cauldron, near the highway, and that our contact's name is Cenk. When Crane asks if the tower will have enough runners to cover airdrops, Brecken says that the airdrops have stopped, and that no more will arrive.
We're out of time, Crane.
Brecken wishes us good luck as he gives us a radio, and we'll turn around to be greeted by Tim. He says he has our gear, best regards from Kareem, so you can rest easy now knowing that all of your loot you required didn't fade into the abyss. Taking your stuff back is easy, as long as you didn't stockpile a billion weapons. And with that, we'll head on to the final side missions in the Haran slums. This is the last section of side missions you'll get in this half of the game, as we'll enter a new area after talking to the Saviors. You'll get a message from Brecken to contact Troy, as she's the only friend we'll have in Sector 0, but we'll finish up the side missions first. The first area we'll come to is the school, which is now occupied by the twins and a few other survivors. We'll talk to the twins first. They ask us to get batteries from the bus area nearby, and crack a joke saying that the batteries weigh 50 to 55 kilograms each, but the metric system hurts Crane's American brain. But I like the metric system. It's simple. Why must you hurt me, twidiots? Anyway, we'll need 3 batteries, and then they go on about proving physical strength like a good little primitive dude. Now we'll talk to the survivors, where one is very anxious about us, so he spits out some threats before his overlord calms him down. When we talk to Errol, we learn that the survivors are being pursued, and that Errol is the governor of the province. Naturally, Rais feels threatened by political figures, so he's ordered Errol's execution. According to Errol, they already had a run-in with Rice's men, and that's how he lost his leg. Now a squad of thugs have tracked them to their last safe house in the slabs, and it's only a matter of time before they find Errol at the school. He offers us something that can't be found anywhere else at any price, if we help him. With that mission grabbed, we'll raid the school for crayons, as they are lying around. I always imagined what it would look like from the other survivors' perspectives. You see this grown man searching fervently for crayons, and crayons only. Fun stuff to think about. We'll head to the bus station first, as they are right next to the slabs. Be careful running around here, as there are several toads and a few goons that can hinder your search for the batteries. Camouflage is great for this mission, so if you have it, go nuts. You'll have to lockpick some of the buses, but you should have enough gear to take out the enemies or enough skills to camouflage your way past them. Either way works, but camouflage is definitely a faster way to get it done. Now we'll head to the slabs. When you get there, you'll find a group of people dead, with Kareem talking over one of their radios. Here you'll see the Stage 3 goon, which is obviously stronger than the previous 2. As we fight the enemies, you'll hear Kareem trying to contact someone from this group, and he mentions that Errol must be nearby, and to take him alive. When we pick up the radio, Kareem will tell us to head to Gabriel's Estate 5 to meet up. You'll find this at the end of one of the buildings leading down into the basement. Once inside, we'll find Rice's men waiting, but we'll cut them down since we are proper sicklemen now. We'll eventually find Kareem, and he explains that he was Errol's bodyguard, and that Errol got bitten on the leg when the outbreak started. Kareem took him to a doctor who helped cut the leg off, neutralizing Errol from ever turning. He says that Errol never forgave them, so they parted ways, but later heard Errol asking for evac, and a few days ago someone responded from outside. Kareem wants a flight out with Errol. When asked if Rais has an interest in this, Kareem denies it, and says that this is his business, not Rice's. Kareem just wants to leave Haran, and I don't blame him. Kareem says he won't be making that flight, and Kareem says that had already dawned on him before saying he'd like to walk out of here. Kareem says that the next time he sees Kareem, he's going to assume the worst. Then we part ways and head back. As you can tell, this little story keeps adding details that change our perspectives on those involved, and we'll get more info when we return to Errol. When we make it back to the school, we'll give the Twidiots the batteries as they make fun of us by saying they'll check the batteries for bite marks, and asking if we had trouble counting them on this mission. Crane will ask them how much more they'll need for this project, but they don't say anything more. Now we'll talk to Errol, who is annoyed that we talked to Kareem. He says to leave the talking to people like him, and he'll leave the killing to people like us. Then he explains that the morning he was bitten was the same day they started dropping suppressants, and he told them that they just had to wait. Instead, Kareem listened to the doctor and held down Errol as they chopped off his leg, and now Kareem wants to get a ride out from Errol. I feel like they were going for a very gray type of mission for this one, but with the way we see the infection work with Raheem where he turns in minutes, I'd say this is pretty one-sided, as Kareem made a logical call and Errol is just angry about losing his leg. I feel bad for him, don't get me wrong, but it's the best option and outcome. He probably would have turned like Raheem did, so I think Kareem is in the right here. Anyway, we let him know that we told Kareem he wasn't getting that ride out, but Errol says we should have killed him. Then we get to throw "let the killers kill" back at him, and it is satisfying. Then Errol offers to get us out, and Crane says he may like it here. Errol deduces that we've already made other arrangements, but he says they won't work. He can tell we've been bitten, and says we'll never make it past the NCOR quarantine, which surprises Crane and the player, as we have no idea what that is. Errol plays on that, saying that we don't know what's going on in the real world, and whoever we think we know, they aren't political. That's all that's going to work now. He says that if we don't believe him, then we should think of this as an ace up our sleeve. A backup plan. Crane asks what happens if he's interested, and Errol explains that two things need to be done. The first is to find some paint to mark the roof of the school. There's no paint at the school, so we'll have to find some somewhere else. Errol won't explain the second thing, but says we'll be leaving in a better way than we arrived. These political types always gotta be so wordy. We'll get ready to leave when Errol tells us to check the nearby construction site, as there might be paint there. He says he'll tell us the second task when it's time. We'll make our way to the construction site. It looks more like maintenance, but whatever. And we'll find a few cans of spray paint along the scaffolding and on the roof. With that done, we'll find a handy zip line leading back to the school, and we'll spray the word "HELP" in orange lettering on the roof. I don't know how this would let them know that this building with this spray paint word specifically is the one that they should be looking for, as construction paint could have been grabbed by anybody. I guess they could see that it's a school, but it's still kind of iffy to me. We'll head back to Errol again, and he'll direct us to a duffel bag on the second floor, which here means the basement for some reason. Don't judge me. And that this duffel bag has $24.7 million in it. Crane gets a third of it if he brings it back. Imagine if you had $8 million. If I had that, I could spend half of it on buying 12 packs of soda forever, and live off the other $4 million for the next 80 years. Priorities are interesting.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Anyway, Crane asks why Errol's guard can't get it, and Errol says there are too many biters there, and he can't risk losing him. He also explains that most of the money is from those who are no longer human, so it's not really a crime. And he brings up how we've never once taken a wallet off a biter we've beaten to death, which is a fair point. Crane says he'll recover the bag, but there's no calling the evac until he says so. He also says he'll take the radio when he comes back. Crane, this is a bad idea to tell him what you're planning to do. Gives him more reason to call the evac while you're away and then get out, and leave you behind. Errol begrudgingly accepts, and we head off to grab the bag. We'll head inside the school and look for the bag, but we won't find it. We find that we're locked in and have to find another way out, as Errol contacts us over the radio. He says that he contacted the evac while we were getting the paint, and he gave them our name. They said that we are a no-go, so he sent us on the phony money trip. He says that he left some things for us to use, and then he thanks us for what he did for his family. When we get to the roof, we'll see Kareem's beautiful face again. He greets us, and Crane brings up assuming the worst. Kareem says that they have an understanding, but if we want to shoot him...
Another time, maybe.
Kareem mentions that he was going to nick the goodies that Errol left, but thought that we'd earned them. Crane says that Kareem is almost alright, and we'll part ways again. The loot varies between gear chests and airdrops, which is nice, but doesn't give that much that we haven't already gotten. It's nice to have, though. Now we'll head back to the tower to deliver the crayons for the kids to avoid the truth with. We'll make it back and find even more missions on the board to grab. One is for grabbing coffee, as the only people worse than biters are coffee nuts without their precious liquids. We'll take another looking for bandages and meds, and the last one will be to grab some lighter gas. We'll continue upstairs to turn in the crayons, and we'll get right to looking for the other supplies. Doing this at night can be fun, as the tension really rises when you have to go room to room, house to house, to find what you need, all the while surrounded by the infected and their deadly brethren. Lighter gas and coffee usually aren't that hard, as they can be found pretty much anywhere. The bandages and meds are another story. You'll have to look for little clinics to find those in the medical refrigerators, whatever they're called, and the medical cabinets. A good place to find several of everything you need for these 3 missions is that one house we visited a while ago, where you have 3 stories of a lootable building with a medical area at the bottom. This is usually a good starting point. You can find these items elsewhere if you pay attention and simply explore. Since it's nighttime, we'll go see Dahlia, the witch. When we meet her, she says that she sent for us days ago, but we are slow. She says we're resistant to her summons, which is good, and then says the strong ones are more difficult, but always more worthwhile. She'll basically treat you like a slave to her will throughout her missions, and it'll get a nice ending a little later. When asked about walking safely past zombies, she'll say that we can't do it because we are too crude and ignorant to obtain such deep knowledge. Sounds like an activist. But then there is another option. She says she can make a tincture out of the mushrooms in a nearby cave that is usually infested with volatiles during the day, but should be clear at night. We'll head over to the cave and grab the mushrooms, but day comes and we'll have to wait for night to come again. For now, we'll be dealing with a unique encounter nearby. An alarm of a building is going off and it's attracting zombies, so we'll kill those around it and turn it off. This can get kind of annoying as you may have to deal with virals, a goon, or regular infected. Or all 3 at once. The device to turn off is outside, so it isn't too big of a deal to turn off. You just have to clear the area first. When it becomes nighttime again, we'll head into the cave. The mushrooms you're looking for will glow a dark green and will be on the walls around the cave. Just follow the path and you'll find what you need. Before we head back, we'll kill a bolter because we'll need bolter tissue for this mission later on. When we give the mushrooms to Dahlia, she explains that it will let us go among the immortui without harm, but it may disturb our senses. She also says that stronger concoctions can be made, but will require more powerful agents. Then she goes on about me thinking I have free will, but she is the one pulling the strings. Discount Rais over here. When you try this concoction, you will be camouflaged, but your controls will be reversed. Then we'll head back to get a more powerful elixir made. Dahlia requires the liver of a goon for us to make the next drink. Since it's nighttime, we'll turn in some missions before doing this. Back at the tower, we'll turn in some gathering mission items. When we turn in the coffee to Toygar, he makes a pretty good joke about coffee nuts.
They're basically volatiles that can talk, and they only talk about one thing.
Then we'll turn in the lighter gas, and Toygar will insult Afra, the guy who asked for it. We can't complete the mission for meds and bandages yet, so we'll have to keep looking around. We'll find what we need, and then the rain starts coming down. I love rain in games. I don't know why. I really don't, but it's a weird thing I enjoy in games when they do rain right. Shortly after, we'll return and turn in the meds and bandages. Toygar talks about someone who shot off their thumb, like a moron, and that it looks like a chicken nugget. We'll keep our eyes out for any nuggets out there. We'll eventually find a goon, and we'll slay him for his tasty liver. We'll take it back to Dahlia, and she'll make the liver potion. This potion camouflages us again, but now, we're slower than a handicapped snail. We'll inch our way back to Dahlia, where she will ask for the kidney of a bomber, so we'll go looking for Boomer 2.0. These are easier to find than the goons, so you shouldn't have too much trouble grabbing this one. While looking for a fat guy, we'll be contacted by the Twidiots again, and are told to meet them immediately before going off on each other over sandwiches, which I want now that they brought them up. We'll grab the kidney and drop down to see our boys. They'll forget our name and then have an argument about needing duct tape or cables until Crane figures out they need both. Since we have those handy, we'll hand them over, and they'll say that to improve our game, we should play with someone better, which they obviously think themselves better than Crane, and are inadvertently helping him. They say the last thing they need is a military-grade mobile sonar unit on the other side of the broken bridge. Then they'll insult us until we go away. We'll climb up to the bridge and zipline across to get their sonar unit. Once we get it, we'll inform them that we have it, but they say that they don't need it anymore. Then they ask who asked us to get it now, and Crane just tells them to contact him when they need it before we escape the bridge base. We'll make it back to Dahlia, and we'll try out the kidney potion. The drawback to this one is that it inverts your vision, so everything is upside down. We'll talk to her again, and she says that she knows we're infected, before insulting Antizin. Then we ask for what she needs, and she says she'll put the thought in our head. Crane figures out that her distillations affect the pattern recognition processes of the zombies, so now she'll need a brain from one of the stronger ones. Specifically, a bolter. I wouldn't say it's stronger, as I can snap its neck pretty easily, but here we go. We give her the bolter tissue and make the potion, and no side effects. Useful to have, but you have to kill a bolter for it, and that seems way more expensive and dangerous than just killing a zombie and camouflaging. The balance isn't really there because we can camouflage, so this mission set is basically just for points when you get the camouflage option. But now let's witness the finale. We'll talk to Dahlia again, and she says we are the tool of Dahlia, and goes on to say what she'll have us do. Then she has a feminist breakdown as we walk away.
Goodbye, Dahlia.
Where are you going? I command you to stay! You cannot resist my will! You are my pawn! You must do as I say!
It's strangely satisfying to annoy a controlling and annoying woman. Anyway, with that done, we'll get ready to leave the slums. On our way to the Savior's contact, we'll run into Rice's men. One thing I really like about this is how one of them will say that they don't need another Osmond situation. Remember him? The side content really helps make the world feel more real and connected. Anyway, we'll take out the guy with the gun first, as he is the biggest problem, and then drop shot the others into oblivion before stealing their loot and moving on. When we reach Nico's bar, we'll talk to Cenk, who is very fond of telling people to buzz off until we mention that we're the one who cut off Rice's hand. He tells us to wait, and he talks to someone over the radio, I assume, and he'll come back after a few seconds and give us directions after assuring that what we did to Rice is payments enough for this. He directs us to the collapsed tunnel that leads to Old Town, and to knock on a door to the sewers. They'll have someone waiting. We'll enter the tunnel and walk a few meters before we get another cutscene. Kinda wish we just opened with the cutscene, but it's nothing major. Our contact, Hazan, will help us change our scenery. Crane will ask if they snuck Jade through, but Hazan doesn't know for sure, as they don't always ask for names. When we get to the checkpoint, we'll see Dawood and Sammy there, where Crane will let him know that this isn't fair to Salma, before he reminds us he has a gun. Then one of the saviors chimes in to say that everyone should stick to their own business, and if you don't go through. Crane backs down, and we continue on our way. If you didn't do Dawood's mission Gunslinger before this, he won't be here, and you'll miss out on more encounters later. I like that detail, and it's also nice how you can skip past it and just go back and do it if you forgot. There's a lot of freedom involved with the side missions, and that is great. When we talk to Hazan, he'll tell us that we're on our own, but the route is marked, and we'll stay in touch over the radio. We get to go through first, and someone else complains about it, but we have to go first for a very specific reason. Once on the other side, you can climb up via the pipe, or take the easy road if you have the grappling hook. Along the way, you can find a dead guy with a pistol you can loot, and another pipe shows some virals moving around. Some very nice environmental details in my opinion. As we move through the area, Hazan will contact us saying that they tried clearing a path, but there may be some infected here and there definitely will be, among other things. We'll reach a long stretch of a sewerway thingy, and this can get crowded, so we'll camouflage up and snap some necks. We must open the door at the end, which requires a bit of time to do, so we'll keep our camo on to avoid fighting the big guy. After them, we'll run into a bomber and a room full of zombies. You'll slowly make your way through a few rooms with more parkour and a few enemies, before coming to a pipe going down at an angle. When we slide down, Hazan will contact us, saying that he had no choice, and that Rais has him by the balls. Crane demands to know what he did, and he said he did what he had to, as the world is an unforgiving place. Then we'll unlock a hatch and drop into a pool of water, surrounded by Rice's men with guns. We'll make our way out of the water and have ourselves a classic Call of Duty shootout. Once the room is cleared, we'll explore more of the sewers until we find the way out. This leads us into an underground level to some structure, before opening up into a sort of courtyard with a few yellow boys chilling out. We'll give them a proper American welcome, and then we'll contact Brecken to let people know to stay away from the saviors. Brecken says that he hopes we're okay, how sweet, and then he reminds us that Troy is the only friendly face we have over here. Excluding Jade, but who cares about Jade at this point, right? We'll exit the building and find ourselves in a full-fledged city bustling with zombies. Crane tries to reach out to Jade but gets nothing, so he reaches out to Troy. She responds, and Crane asks to put their heads together, so she directs him to the pair of towers with scaffolding around them nearby. Right after the Savior's mission ends, we'll contact Dr. Camden, who says that Jade hasn't made it to him, as he's trapped in his lab, but he's safe. Crane says he'll get the samples and Zara's research, and find him when he does. Then we'll be contacted by Tobias, who sounds like he's right next to us, even though he's nowhere to be seen. Is Tobias God? Has he punished us with a zombie outbreak because the people of Haran had forsaken him? Or did he punish us for the outbreak of
unspecified virus of unknown origin?
Just kidding. This is just an error where they forgot to put his voice lines through a radio effect, so it sounded right. It's kind of weird how the voice acting and voice-related work for this project has these little problems, but maybe it was just because of the size of the production. Oh well. Anyway, Tobias lets us know that he has a new workshop set up, and he's made massive progress on his machete. He'll then ask us to come by and visit him to try it out, which we will do later. When we scale the double towers, I would say something else, but YouTube seems to be weird about that stuff right now. Then we'll meet Michael. Michael greets us and says Troy is waiting in the loft of the towers, and says how good it is to have us here. Such a nice and relatable dude, as you'll see later. When we open the loft, we'll meet Savvy, the tech man who has almost rigged a way through the jamming, and Troy, the leader of the Embers. She'll ask us right away if we're looking for Jade, which we say we are, and she'll put us in contact with her. Crane tries to warn Jade of the danger at Dr. Camden's clinic, and offers to help, but she has an episode. She says to stay away from her, and that all she can see is her brother when she hears Crane's voice. Crane decides to come clean and explains that he's a GRE operative sent to find a classified file, but that doesn't matter now, because the Ministry plans to firebomb the city unless we let them know that we have the research she is carrying. Jade continues to be useless and simply curses at us until she hangs up. Troy points us toward the university, as that was where Jade was last. Now we know where to go. Also, super short section, right? Before we head to the university, we'll do the side missions available. The first two we will grab from Savvy. He explains that Rice's thugs are here and causing problems. They are using two staging grounds to gather supplies. They are in an office building and in the radio station. These two areas require guns, so come prepared, as you have to deal with several of Rice's men that have guns and numbers on their side. On the way to the first staging ground, Troy will contact us saying that Savvy has found a way through the jamming to contact the outside world. He'll be working on that while we look for Jade. Immediately afterward, we get contacted by a distressed Dawood saying that he was bitten and he's turning. He directs us to the apartment opposite the abandoned construction site and begs us to save his son. We'll run over there to help him first. When we get close, we'll see a group of survivors dealing with a toad and a demolisher. These encounters can be tough, as the demolishers have a lot of health, and they can destroy the survivors before you can kill it. Thankfully, I was able to kill it before both survivors died. Sadly, we lost one, but that doesn't matter since we'll still get rewarded. When we find the apartment, we'll be able to detect Dawood, as he has turned into a viral. We'll cut him in half before talking to Sammy. He says that his father told him to hide in the closet so he wouldn't get hurt, as he wouldn't remember where Sammy was once he turned. Crane tells him that his father is gone, and that we'll get Sammy back to his mom, before he says that he wishes he could have stayed with her. We'll contact Troy about the situation, and she says she'll send someone over in 5 minutes. When asked if they can get him back to the tower, she says she'll do it herself if she has to. Troy is a great leader. She plans ahead, she gets stuff done, and she keeps a level head, unlike someone we know. We'll go outside to loot a crate when this zombie will randomly die in front of us. It's good, since we needed the camo, but why did it die? It just fell over. Anyway, by now you would have seen on the map that airdrops don't happen anymore, but crates are littered about the place. This is a nice way to keep consistent with the story, as airdrops are no longer coming, but some of them would surely land in areas where Rice's men couldn't move them yet. You'll often find them surrounded by infected, in the canals of Old Town, or guarded by Rice's thugs. This one we're at is arguably the toughest one to get, as it's guarded by bombers and a goon. With some careful strategy of throw until they die, we'll take the goon down after the bombers explode, and we'll loot the crate before leaving. We'll head to the radio station to raise hell for Rice's men. These staging areas will usually have some tricky way into the building, and then you'll begin killing. The radio station gives you the option for a few stealth kills before open combat begins. This is where Dying Light turns into Dying Duty, where there are a lot of bullets flying around. If you search the area, you can find disaster relief packages, the things the airdrops dropped all the time. This makes the areas valuable, as they will have several enemies with high-value weapons and guns, as well as the relief packages. Once we've cleared the building, we'll move on to Bloodier Pastures. A weird thing about these two missions is that you don't get any dialogue from Savvy or Crane after doing one of them. You have to do both before Crane tells Savvy they're both cleared out. I would have liked to hear Crane comment on the area, or at least inform Savvy of our progress. It would be kinda bad for people if one of them got cleared out but nobody knew, so nobody got at the supplies or used it as shelter when they needed it. But I digress. Now we'll clear the office building, and this one tends to be more action-oriented, as it's very hard to efficiently stealth kill any of Rice's men without alerting the others. When you're in these areas, you should never run out of rifle ammo, as most of Rice's men will go down with a few shots to the head if you just spray at them. Almost all of them will drop ammo as well, so if you run out, all I can say is get good. When we leave the building, we'll let Savvy know that we won't be seeing any orange vests for a while. I mean, aren't they yellow, or am I colorblind? Anyway, Savvy is grateful and will let everyone know. After that, we'll run into some of Rice's men around a crate, and we'll shoot them and clear the resulting virals before looting the crate. We'll be coming back to this area later, as a mission reward is nearby. We'll run around a bit and run into a survivor who explains that the most dangerous thing out there are people, because people are unpredictable. He then explains what it would be like if a pampered, spoiled brat went from being important to sleeping on the floor and eating cat food just to survive. He says that the zombies are too strange and too far out of the human experience for most people's minds, but someone going from king to beggar can be even more dangerous when they snap. Crane gives a very dry response of keeping an eye out for homicidal 1%ers, which gave me a good laugh. Now we're going to do some farming and safe zone clearing. Most safe zones in this area simply require you to turn the power back on and to block obvious entry points, like holes in the doors and open windows. Farming the crates isn't too difficult, but they won't respawn unless you reload the area, so I usually will clear the area once and then do a mission or two just so they refresh. Two things that make this area very useful for farming are all of the high roofs and high populations around. Climbing up one wall of a building can give you over 200 agility points, because of how much you have to climb to reach the roof. This can even be doubled at night, assuming you avoid the volatiles and the beefier volatiles that appear here. Makes it very easy to climb up, jump down, and repeat. Another benefit is the advent of zombies swarming in an open area. If you have a drop attack, a stomp, or even better, the camouflage neck snap, you'll be able to clear over 100 zombies with little to no trouble, giving you a massive payday in the power skill department. One thing I want to briefly mention is this safe zone on top of a tower. This area annoys me, as they always put a tier 3 goon at the top, which makes it very difficult, because he has a high chance of knocking you over the edge, thereby killing you instantly. If you play it smart and abuse his AI, you can manage it, but it seems like a very steep difficulty curve to kill it. Then again, throwing weapons are plentiful, and he won't take too many hits to go down on normal difficulty. I just wish they put something else there, like a bomber or a toad. Something that could be dangerous, but wouldn't lead to potential frustrating deaths. After running around for a while, we'll come to a safe zone with survivors. We'll talk to Isan about rations, and he'll mention how there may be a supply cache hidden somewhere in the city, but the only person who would know would be a guy named Tabit Erdal. When inquiring about Tabit, Isan will say he isn't dangerous, just difficult. He explains that he's the former town clerk, and he can be extremely bureaucratic about things, which we'll see soon. We'll find Tabit in a small safe zone office. When asked if he is who he is, he says that all city authority has been dissolved by the GRE and the federal government. Then he says that his title doesn't exist anymore, and therefore he is not required or allowed to provide any services to anyone. Bureaucratic is an understatement with this guy. Crane pulls a big brain move, however, and mentions that the dissolution order requires all local officials to be at the service of the GRE and the provisional authority, which means we technically are GRE operatives still, and are technically allowed to force him to help us. When we ask about the cache, he calls it the bunker, and says that if we wish to take possession of it, we'll have to lodge a 201 Needs of Agency form, a JP 401 Details of Operations form, a 606 Compulsion of Special Authority form, and a 302B Declaration of Emergency Functions form. He explains that the last one has a 3-day turnaround in the best of circumstances, which is certainly not the case right now. Good God, no wonder most government functions suck at getting anything done. It takes a week's worth of paperwork to do anything that needs to happen immediately. When Crane says he needs it now, Tabit says that he suggests we employ the traditional method of accelerating the government process, bribery. He then tasks us with finding the seal of the mayor. He says that the mayor was last seen at the hotel. If we find his room, we should find the seal. We'll head out for the hotel and make our way in through the roof. Once inside, we'll navigate through a bunch of hallways, rooms, and property damage until we find the mayor's room. You can check the computer in reception to find the mayor's room easier. When we go in, you'll find the seal in the trunk at the end of the bed. Lockpick it, and you've got the seal. When we return to Tabit, Tabit is excited about having the seal, and promises to abuse the seal to the fullest extent of his corruption, which he says is considerable. Then he explains the purpose of the supply cache, as it was predicted that the slums would run out of resources quickly, and then invade Old Town for more supplies. Then he tells us that the bunker is under the town hall. He also mentions that he'll be generating heaps of paperwork, but we found the bunker, so let's check it out. When we enter, we'll head down to the bottom level, where we'll find a door that requires a key card to open it. When asked about the card, Tabit explains that the chain of custody of that card has changed frequently, but now Police Captain Halim has it. He then says that he may be shambling around K Street with several other zombified officers. Now we'll head over there to grab the key card, but not before doing some grinding before day comes, as you do not want to deal with Halim during the night, as he has become a demolisher. We'll pepper him with bullets until he dies, and then we'll reach the bunker. We'll find Tabit there, who claims the contents through the use of the mayor's seal. Since he's just a spineless bureaucrat, he dies in 2 hits. Pretty pathetic. We'll use the key card to open the bunker, and we'll explore for goodies. There isn't as much as you'd probably hope for, but that's because most of it is made up of relief packages. The room to the packages is locked, so you'll have to go through the nearby vent to enter the room. When you do, Crane will contact Isan about finding the jackpot, and Isan is surprised that we got Tabit to help us. Then Crane tells him that he had to kill Tabit in the end, which Isan says he totally understands. We'll grab everything we can from the bunker before leaving, and then we'll head to the university. When we reach the university, we'll talk to the guard outside, and he'll say that Jade was talking to someone inside. We'll drop in and talk to Fidan, who explains that we didn't miss her by much, and she waited around for a while with a big scowl on her face before taking off. He does mention that she left us something. He gives us a picture of a mirror, and when we ask why, Fidan says that she told him to tell us, not again. Jade really seems to be the type to run with her emotions without thinking very much. She proves that time and time again. I get that she's mourning, but now is not the time, and she has to get over that. Anyway, once we're done talking to Fidan, we'll head to the back of the university, where we'll see Spike, surprisingly. He will be our quartermaster for Old Town, and will turn in all our relief packages for a whopping 200,000 survivor points, leveling us up almost 3 times. This is why side content is much appreciated. You'll also notice all of the mission markers in here, but we'll come back to those later. When we head outside, we'll try to contact Jade again, but we'll get nothing. We'll contact Troy, and she'll say that Savvy broke through the jamming, and that we must go back to the loft to see what they're seeing. When Crane asks why, Troy doesn't explain, but says it's serious. This type of thing always annoys me in storytelling, where they say, "You need to come here to witness this," when we have a perfectly working communication device, and they can simply tell us what we need to see. If we hear how important it is, then we'll come, because we understand the urgency. When you don't tell me anything apart from "it's important," how am I supposed to know how much to care about it? I have no way to know the scale of what you're talking about. I understand that this is used to build tension, but it's also impractical. Just tell us what it is, and then we'll come, because it sounds dangerous, or important, or an immediate problem. When you make it vague, it's hard to care. When we meet at the loft, Troy says that she can't believe it. They've managed to get through the jamming to listen to a news report of the GRE document implicating them in a criminal conspiracy of planning to weaponize it. Then we skip to a clip of "The Last Survivor of the Quarantine," for a reporter states that the military has searched all over the quarantine for survivors, but now there's no one left. He then says that the Colonel's decontamination process will obliterate the infection completely. Then Crane says what the entire news report basically said, which is weird because it's fairly obvious to anyone with a brain that this is obviously a cover for the Ministry of Defense to destroy the city. I'm pretty sure most players would understand that just from the context of the game and the clips we saw. Anyway, Troy says they have a plan to make a pattern in a building that zombies could never make, and that they sent Michael over to do it, but he can't get through to the top floors as there are too many biters. Crane says that they have to do something right now before they get blown to bits. He tells them to let Michael know that he's on his way, and to try to get Jade to meet us. Then there's this awkward little silence before Troy takes a dramatic step forward and says we have her word that she will do this. It's such a weird little moment that seems so overdramatic. Having her simply say, "Good idea, we'll let you know when we've got a hold of Jade," immediately after Crane's remark would have worked better. Having that pause just feels like a director that doesn't realize how stupid a scene looks when you make it too dramatic. Anyway, now we'll do more side missions before helping Michael. Let's check out the side missions. First, we'll get a message from Savvy mentioning someone popping a flare who may be in trouble, and who may be dead soon. We'll deal with that later. First, we'll head to the university. We'll talk to Leah, and she'll point us to Fidan, and mentions his friend, Rupert, being a real magician when it comes to firearms. We'll talk to Fidan, and he'll explain that if we use a rifle, we should talk to Rupert. He isn't at his shop, so we should try his flat to find him. Then we'll talk to Mufid, who points us towards someone blaring music. We'll head to the roof to talk to Mort Norris next. He worked on the modernization and maintenance of hydraulic infrastructure in Haran. He wants to get the water running in his neighborhood again, simply because it's bothering him, so he points us to redirect the flow of water around the city. There are 3 pumping stations where we will need to turn some valves. We'll do this first. We'll make our way to the first valve, where we'll need to dive and pick a lock to get to the valve. We'll get through and turn the valve to turn on the water near the town hall. You'll get an ambush of virals on your way out, but they can all be killed if you spam throwables at them. Since we're near the music, we'll talk to Ishak, who says that our nemesis awaits us, and that he, Rais, sought this guy's visions for his advantage, but Ishak would not share his gift with such a man. I find it hard to believe that this guy is even alive after denying Rais what he wants, but it is possible, I suppose. He says he will share his gift with us, though. He'll direct us to the river, where we will need to pick nightshade at night, because they glow in the moonlight. They will help him to pierce the veil. We will come back to this mission. Now we'll turn the valve near the canal waterfalls. You must shut the power off so you aren't electrocuted, but it's pretty easy to do. You can climb or grapple out, and we'll head to the next valve. On the way there, we'll run into another survivor who plans to kill us, as Rais pays people with suppressants. This is a nice detail, as survivors would totally do this if the airdrop stopped, and now they are desperate. We'll reach the valve near the hotel, where we'll be greeted by some spitty boys. We'll kill them and turn the valve, and let Mort know that all three are switched. He then directs us to the main valve, and says to give him a shout when we're there. The main valve is guarded by gun-toting yellow vests, so be prepared. Along the way, we'll find a survivor locked in a closet. And when you unlock it, she spills the beans on some of Haran's history and its destiny. Have a listen.
I never expected Haran's destiny to turn out so close to its intention. And yet, so far.
What do you mean?
Haran has always been something of an anomaly. It was originally settled in the Middle Ages, but it has always been an open city, a center of trade and commerce. Because of that, the prevailing attitude here has consistently been one of tolerance and acceptance. People of all nationalities, ethnicities, religions, all were welcome within Haran's borders, as long as they could pay the city's taxes.
Sounds like a good thing.
You would think. And for the most part, it has been. The aborted Global Athletics Games would have highlighted the city's diversity.
So why do you sound so down about it?
Because the outbreak has demonstrated what I fear is one of the more fundamental elements of human nature. We divide ourselves. We divide ourselves and we look for an enemy. Survivors in the tower are a diverse lot, it's true. But who are we more frightened of? The infected? Or Rais and his army of gangsters? And Rais himself? I'm told his men are just as varied as those of us here. And yet, he sends them against us. If old lines fade, we draw new lines.
Okay, well, thanks for that bit of inspiration.
It's a pretty interesting idea that Haran would be such a hub, and I also find it hilarious that the Global Athletics Games acronym would be GAG. She makes a good point about humans dividing constantly, and that feels more relatable now more than ever. We'll make our way to the main valve and cut down some yellow jackets. I need to get more creative with what I call them. I'm starting to run out of ideas. We'll make it to the valve, turn it, and Mort will be ecstatic that the water is working again. Not just in their building, but in the whole district too. He also mentions that even the fountains are working again, which is an important note for us, as you will see in a moment. Now we'll head up to the surface and find a fountain. It's surrounded by zombies, so we'll clear some out before camouflaging and interacting with it. Ignore the gunfire. It's from a special event happening at the time of recording this. When we get to the fountain, you'll see a cup in it that you can pick up. When you do, you can interact with the fountain again, where Crane will get a cup of water, in his Dying Light cup by the way, and he'll take a picture of him doing it. Always funny when the game reps its own merchandise. I guess Crane won't worry about anything being in a strange cup in a fountain surrounded by bloodthirsty, flesh-eating monsters, but whatever. Now we'll head over to see who has popped a flare. When we get there, we'll meet Spider, I guess it's a code name, who says he is a runner, but he took a bullet from Rice's men. He asks us to finish the run for him, but Crane says that he can get him to a safe place, as he's too busy for any runner work. Then Spider says that his mission deals with the source of the epidemic. He says to bring his friend some items. His name is David, spelled like David, but pronounced weird. We have to collect the rest of the items on Spider's list and bring them to David. We must find 3 shisha parts. I googled what that is, and it says that it's basically Turkish pot, so we're really just giving a man his good puff. Before we find them, we'll loot a crate guarded by 2 goons. This can be annoying if you aggro both of them, but you can grab them one at a time if you keep the other looking the other way, while you pound down the first one. Anyway, in order to grab the shisha parts, you'll have to enter a few stores, and you'll eventually find all the parts you need. Near one of the parts is the next unique enemy, a screaming baby zombie, or just a screamer. This enemy is supposed to be introduced in the next main mission, Public Face, but you can find this one before then. It's one of those oversights that can make it underwhelming when you see a small child zombie that attracts more zombies out in the world, but then they build it up in the mission later. It's backwards, and really needs to be thought out a little more before releasing the game. Now let's get to David. When we arrive, he's surrounded by Rais's thugs, so we'll kill them. One thing I like about this encounter is how there is a guy inside that will surrender if we brandish a gun at him. He won't do anything else, so it's really pointless, but he surrenders when our only option is to kill him anyway. It's a neat idea, but without a good payoff. We'll free David and explain that Spider sent us, and we have his requested parts. Then Crane asks about the source of the epidemic. David explains that it came from a meteorite. He then says Rais's men stole his last samples of said meteorite, and asks us to bring him some more. We'll head over to the site, and David will inform us that the meteor shards react to green light, so they're easier to spot, and that the hazmat guys here set up a generator to use green light to find the shards. We'll look around and pick up the shards. You can identify them without the green light, but it certainly helps newcomers to this mission. We'll return to David before he says that now we can really take the fight to the reptilians, or gadoids, since he says they're from Orion. As you can see, he's one of those spacey people that think everything comes from aliens, and that we're in an interstellar war with an alien race. David will spout off a bunch of stuff about the gadoids coming eons ago, forming the Order of the Illuminati, how they plan to spread around the 4th level, whatever that is, and now we have a weapon to fight them. David gives us the anti-gadoid gun, which is useless and just makes noise, and we'll walk away before he gives us a tinfoil hat. Since it's almost night, we'll mess with some thugs around some gear drops. Then we'll head to the river to get Eshok's herbs. They activate right as night begins, so grab them quickly and move on. When we return to Eshok, we'll put the herbs in his little brazier, and he'll prophesize. The rising sun will lead you to the fountain of blood, near the place where people are speaking tongues. You must follow the red trail to be enlightened. Under the deceitful number 9, the shadow of a self-proclaimed king will be waiting for you, the king with whom you shall have to fight. You will find out who he is and what his weaknesses are. When the time comes, you will take his crown or die. That long-winded prophecy basically points us to a room in a hotel. Once we get close, Krang will explain each line of the prophecy as the mission progresses. A fountain of blood is outside the hotel, and the hotel would have held foreigners who speak different languages. Once inside, Krang questions if Eshok is clairvoyant, or Crane is being set up. Then he assumes that 9 is a room number. There is a key to the nearby attendance station, where keys to some of the rooms are. Some of these keys open rooms with infected in them. The room might have some loot, the door might get caught on something, and not open, and eventually you'll find your way up to the 2nd floor, as 107 is the last room on the bottom floor. We'll make our way up by climbing through the elevator hatch, and we'll search for any room with a 9. You'll find more of the same in the rooms above as you did below, until you come upon room 206, but the 6 is upside down, fulfilling the deceitful 9 line. When we look around and open the crate, we'll find Rais's gun, and learn that this was his research site when the epidemic first began. Here you'll find a few weapons, but the most valuable one is Rais's gun. This is a 3-round burst pistol, so use it wisely. We'll head to Rupert's flat next. We'll find what looks like a daycare, and then we'll meet Rupert, who is watching over the children. He says that he's waiting for his wife, Jasmine, to come back, and he can't leave until she returns. When asked where the children's parents are, he hopes they are dead, and says that he's terrified that one of the children will look out the window and see their mother or father shambling down the street. When Crane asks what he's been telling the children, Rupert states half-truths, that a dark magic has taken over the city, that he is a good wizard who can protect them, and so on. Then he gets to the actual objective of the mission. There is a girl named Isla. I'm pretty sure the game's subtitles misspelt it, or the voice actor read it wrong. But she is a diabetic, and her insulin ran out, and now her blood sugar is sky high. She's dehydrated and exhausted, and she'll slip into a coma and die if she doesn't get any insulin soon. This is when Rupert loses hope and says that it may be time to tell the kids the truth. Crane says he'll look for insulin at the drugstores in town, and Rupert says that if Jasmine comes back, he'll go home. I assume it's supposed to be his workshop. And then he sends us on our merry way. Since it's nighttime, searching these pharmacies will be interesting, as they have very loud alarms to attract all the nightmares. Here you'll see what it's like to be trapped by volatiles. Just look at that minimap. Luckily, night ended right after we were trapped. Praise the reptilians! We didn't find any insulin though, so we'll check the other pharmacy. Along the way, we'll run into Murat, who spills some details about Haran's oil industry that was supposed to make everybody rich. The only problem was that the jobs went to some people who weren't even from Haran. and that the native Huronans, that's a word now, got dumped into the slums. Then he relates the story of a poor woman that had turned and attacks a rich man's face. He admits he was glad to see it, but is ashamed to have felt that way. Anyway, we'll reach the second pharmacy, which is right next to the scenario from earlier. We'll search it and find no insulin here either. We'll contact Troy to inform the Embers of the children at the Magic Fortress. She says it'll take time to get anyone over there, and I don't blame her since it's just Michael, Savvy, and her as the Embers. And another guy that just stands around. Maybe he'll help. We'll also mention to her that one of the kids needs insulin, but the drugstores have been picked clean. She'll mention that the computers contain records of who bought the insulin and their addresses, which is a nice touch, and we'll search the computer. We'll find a receipt from Isla's father, and we'll head to his address. On the way there, you'll see that you can gain health back via the fountains around. It's a nice mechanical option in case you don't want to look for food or waste a health kit. Anyway, getting into this apartment is kinda weird, but a grappling hook makes it easy. When we enter the building, we'll clear it of infected before finding a note from Isla's father. He was going to the pharmacy to pick up Isla's medication, then to Farhat Pizzeria, and then he was going to pick up Isla from daycare. Crane deduces that he made it to the pharmacy, but never picked up Isla, so he might be at the pizzeria, which is near the Magic Fortress. We'll barge in to nab some drugs and pizza just to find Isla's father dead, but with the insulin. When we return to Rupert with Isla's medicine, Rupert will give it to Isla, but asks that we keep the other children busy while he takes care of her. Crane says he's busy, but Rupert has already named Crane a heroic knight of the children. When Crane asks about when his wife is returning, Rupert ignores him and tells the children that Crane has brought a healing elixir for Isla. This should be a red flag that you will understand in a moment. Crane talks to one of the kids, Kadeem, who says he has a secret. Crane says he has one too. Kadeem asks what it is, and Crane tells him he's a GRE agent. I kinda like how they play this off as playful when Crane is dead serious. Kadeem's secret, on the other hand, is that he wants Crane to get his blocks for him. Crane rightly points out that that isn't a secret, but Kadeem says that some of the blocks are downstairs near the basement, and Rupert told the children to never go down there. Kadeem went down there to see, and he heard a scary sound, so he dropped his blocks. We'll go retrieve the blocks for him, but when we get near the basement door, we can hear infected nearby. We'll return the blocks to Kadeem, and he asks if we'll tell Rupert about this. Crane asks if Kadeem will keep his secret, which he doesn't remember, so we agree to not tell Rupert. When we talk to Rupert, he says Isla is alright, and then mentions that Jasmine should be back any time now, and he makes an obvious effort to shoo us away. This is when Crane confronts him about it, and explains that he was downstairs. Rupert says that he can still hear a tiny trace of his wife's voice from the infected downstairs. He had hoped it would be over now, but he can't bring himself to kill her. Crane asks for the basement key, and Rupert gives it to him. We'll unlock the door to the basement and make our way around to one side, where we need to shut off the power. This is because there is electricity on the ground before we get to Jasmine. Anyway, we'll open the door and put her to rest. We'll return to Rupert, and he'll thank us for our effort. After that, we'll talk to a girl who mentions a troll in the parking lot, and Crane says he'll chase him away. We'll head outside to find a goon, and we'll slay it. We'll confidently tell Rupert that the troll is dead when he says that that wasn't the troll. A demolisher breaks through the wall, and we now know that that was the troll. If you play the scenario right, you can use the same tactic against this demolisher as we did the one killed in the pit. We'll kill it and contact Rupert, saying kids are a lot more work than Crane realized. Rupert will say that he'll wrap up and get back to his workshop since the Embers have arrived. We'll meet him at his workshop. We'll return a third time to the area we fought some of Rice's minions, and Rupert will let us have anything in his shop on the house. This is where you can get a few different guns that have different skins for them. We'll pick them up and head back to the Embers loft to pick up the last side mission for this section. We'll talk to Baldy McBalderson, and he'll direct us toward the fan zone, where a loudspeaker has been repeating that there are survivors that need help. We'll contact Troy about it, and she's surprised to hear that people are there. Apparently, Baldy didn't fill her in on the situation. Poor stupid Baldy. We'll enter the building via elevator, and we find a bloodbath, bodies everywhere, and a repeating loop coming from a computer in a nearby room. Upon turning it off, we'll be contacted by the voice, who flips the message on its head, saying that our situation is dire, and that he's killed women and children here. He can offer death in exchange for medicine, food, and drinking water. Troy asks to know what's happening, and Crane fills her in on the trap before she tells him to get out himself. When we get to the elevator to challenge the voice, it'll stop, and we'll have to crawl through the vent. All the while, the voice rambles about having such a fun time murdering and torturing people. The bad thing about these types of encounters that are so wordy is that you can accidentally skip audio if you move too quickly. The other problem with this is that some of these sequences are overwritten, and that is the case here, as he goes on and on while we just sit in the vent. We'll drop down into a smoke-filled room to find our murderer, who gets the bad end of Rice's pistol. We'll contact Troy afterwards and explain that he was luring people here and hunting them, and he won't be doing it anymore. Then we'll turn the power back on to activate the elevator out, and we'll be finished with the side missions for now. Now we'll meet Michael in the sewers to prevent Haran from becoming a pile of rubble. We'll jump down a small hole into water that leads us to a door. When we enter, we'll be in the sewers, along with some infected. A weird thing about the infected is that the audio can sometimes be gender swapped, or male zombies make female noises, and vice versa. You'll be able to find Michael by following the flares he left behind. We'll eventually come up from the sewers into the building, where Crane has another seizure, reminding us how badly we need antizin. When we appear, Michael gives an overwritten series of responses that show that we startled him. One line would have been enough, game. One line. Anyway, Michael hints at liking Troy, because he would have never wanted her to see him jump like that when we appeared. She'd never take him seriously. He also says he volunteered for this, and Crane points out that he is risking his life with a horde of flesh-eating zombies just to impress a girl. I mean, worse things have been done for a woman's affection, so this doesn't really surprise me. Michael somewhat embarrassingly admits that, before the outbreak, the most impressive thing he's ever done was win a spelling bee. He says he'll take the opportunities when they come, which is fair enough. Now he'll explain what needs to be done. We have to plant charges on gas ovens in a few specific apartments. It will make a pattern that couldn't possibly be random. Michael even says if the Ministry can explain this away, they are all going to be impressed. Our first stop is on the 10th floor. We'll open the door and head upstairs while witnessing some gruesome zombie activities. You have to activate the elevator, and it will take you close enough to the 10th floor before getting blocked. A zombie will fall through the hatch in the elevator, conveniently showing where to go, and Crane will climb up, only to have a seizure again. Michael can hear this somehow and ask what is wrong. Crane shrugs it off and continues. Kinda weird how Crane seems to randomly leave the talk button on his radio on. When we reach the 10th floor, Michael will direct us to apartments 105, 106, 134, and 137. We'll clear the infected as we go and plant the charges in 105 and 106. Michael runs into trouble before telling us to finish the job. We'll head upstairs and run into some virals, and you'll begin to hear a child crying as we get close to one of the rooms. There are a lot of bombers here, so bring a shield or be prepared for lots of baiting and running away. We'll enter the room where the crying is coming from, and we'll get what is supposed to be the first encounter with a screamer, who summons more zombies. We'll kill the screamer with an exploding ninja star. You can kill them by whatever you have at your disposal, but there is this grab you can do where you just cover their mouth and they just fall over dead. It's really strange, and I can't tell how we actually defeat them. It's like we just hug them, and they give up. When we finish setting the charges, we'll head back to Michael. On the way, Michael says that if he doesn't make it, we must hit the detonator to set off the charges. We'll open an elevator and try to take it back down, but it will drop to the ground floor. Thankfully, it's near the way out, so we make a run for it. We'll pick up the detonator on the way out, and we'll find a convenient shortcut unlocked for us to escape through before grappling to safety from a goon. We'll make it outside and set off the charges, blowing up a pattern of a frowning face into the building. Jay will finally answer us and says that she sees what we did before a jet flies by and destroys it. Afterwards, Jade says that if we're really on their side, we need to contact the GRE to stop the Ministry from bombing the city. You must need Crane to lift every single burden from the situation before you can side with him, right, Jade? Anyway, Crane says he lost his only way to reach the GRE, before Troy says that Savvy's figured out a way to break through the jamming, and he needs our help. Crane suggests meeting, and Jade agrees this time. Then she says that the infected here are even more vicious than the ones in the slums, which I already know. With that, we'll run over to meet Jade in the shortest section possible. When we arrive at the house Jade mentioned, we'll open a door and find blood scrawled on the wall. It says, "What happens to a scorpion when you cut out its sting? Come to the museum to find out." Crane contacts Troy to tell her that Jade was kidnapped by Rais and is at the museum. Troy informs us that the museum is Rice's headquarters. We can't go there because it is built like a fortress, and this is obviously a massive trap. Crane says it's not subtle enough to be a trap, which I really disagree on, and then he asks if there is a way to sneak in and surprise them. Troy will point us toward Tariq, as he was the museum's curator and should know something about the dungeons hidden beneath the fortress. She also points us toward the safe zone, where we started the bunker mission. Tariq is there. Then she'll throw in a small tip that we will need some new weapons. Laying on the need for improved gear kinda thick in the second half, aren't you, game? I think we're doing fine. And with that, this mission is over. Literally a minute-long mission. Just attach it to public face. It'd be simpler that way. Now we have to talk to Tariq. When we reach him, we'll say Troy sent us, and he'll explain that he's been a nervous wreck since he found a kid. The kid has nobody to look out for him, and Tariq says he isn't so good with kids, but Crane tells him that that isn't why we're here. When we ask about getting into the museum, he will continuously come back to the problem with the kid, before Crane says he'll help him with the kid if he tells him how to enter the museum unseen. Tariq explains that there is an entrance under the surface of Emerald Pond, but it would be a long swim where we would probably drown. Crane says that it's tough but not impossible, so it'll have to do. We'll head over to the area in question now. You'll find the entrance along the edge near some boats. You'll have to navigate your way through some obstacle course gates until you make it out. When we go through the door, we'll have to dive around some more until we reach an area where we can climb out. When we do, we'll have another seizure, and we'll contact Troy to let her know we're inside. She'll say that that was the easy part, and Crane tells her she sucks at pep talks. She brushes that off, and says good luck. The first encounter will be with a few of Rice's thugs. We'll kill a few guards before getting a cutscene, where Rice will show us Jade locked up somewhere, and Crane says he won't negotiate, and we'll take Rice's other hand if we don't get out of here with Jade. It's Rice's choice. Rice says we can't demand to have her, and must show effort first, as he sends in his yellow bros. We'll dispatch them and make our way to the upper level as Crane taunts Rice, saying he can do this all day. Rice will taunt us back by saying Jade is so lonely without us, and we'll keep killing to reach her. We'll open another door and have a seizure again. We'll blast our way through a few more of Rice's golden vesticles as he taunts us some more. We'll eventually get to an area filled to the brim with zombies, with a few of Rice's men overlooking the area. You don't have to kill all of the infected in this area, but it is a nice place to use up some throwing weapons and extra weapons you may have. You can camo up and snap necks if you can find the space and time to do it. You can drop attack them into oblivion, or use throwing weapons if you don't want to get too close. It took us about 10 minutes to clear the area, but we also completely leveled up a power skill, which is well worth it. When we make our way up and across, we'll have to clear the small area below of infected before we can open the door. Once that is done, we'll open the door to find Jade injured. She'll say that Tahir knocked her over the head before dumping her in there, and she just needs a minute to recuperate. Rice appears and explains that they do not have the luxury of a minute. He also explains that what little time we have we owe to him, which is kind of true. He explains that he has been listening to every word any of us have said since we repaired the antennas. That is how he found Jade, Dr. Camden, and broke the connection between the sectors. Then he goes on about being the director of this film, and with Zara's research in hand, the GRE will do as he commands. Then Tahir sends infected in, as Rice rambles about us being trained monkeys that are dancing for his amusement. Then he laments that we are strong enough to have joined him, but lack the proper character. Rice, do you expect us to just lay down and get eaten in here? Also, if we joined you, we'd be exactly what you criticize us for being, a slave. We'd just be a slave to you. You're not making a point, you're just being a pseudo-philosophical prick. We'll clear the room of infected and try to leave before Jade falls over. When Crane asks if she was bitten, she shrugs it off before Rice explains that Jade was bitten hours ago, which totally makes sense given what happened with Raheem, but who cares about the infection in a zombie game, right? It's basically xenomorph levels of inconsistency now. When does the xenomorph emerge? After the embryo is implanted? Whenever the plot needs it to. When does the infection turn someone? Say it with me.
When the plot needs it to.
Seriously, they just need to tweak hours into before we threw her in here. It could have worked, game. It's a simple fix. It's not hard. I'm just a dink with a computer, and I can figure that out. Anyway, Rice begins monologuing about Crane having a choice again, as Rice throws us some antizin. He knows both Crane and Jade are about to turn, so he gives us the option of who gets the antizin. It's a dumb choice, since us both being dead would make Rice's life easier, but he's a moron, so he doesn't just let us die. Crane tries giving it to Jade as he still has some in his system, and she needs it more than he does. She says that when the time comes, we'll take her out. Crane refuses as he has another seizure. Now we get to what I can only say is the weirdest section of Dying Light. We must walk through some hippie-trippy area as Jade espouses philosophy and backstory. This is basically a big lore and characterization dump. She talks about blaming us for Amir's death for a while, and she says she wanted to kill us. Thanks, Jade. Then she explains how life is finite, and we eventually die, as we see a flashback of Brecken raging after losing the kids in the tower's outbreak. She'll talk about how lives matter, and how it's okay to die if your life mattered, before we get a flashback of Zara's death. She explains that Amir and Rahim's lives counted, and now they're gone, before we run into a flashback of a turned Rahim. She goes on about having a tough birth, and she wasn't supposed to survive, but she fought to live, and she had a bad childhood with an alcoholic father and a slut of a mother, and she was bullied at school, or something to that effect. This is one of those missions where they just needed to give the player something to do while they dump a monologue on us, so I guess this is what they came up with. I hope they don't have this in the sequel, as it's really just a waste of time, as we already know most of the stuff she says. We can piece together the rest, or it's useless information. We don't need a character blurting it out just to make sure we get it. Anyway, we'll reach a flashback of Amir blocking a door, before we open it to see a turned Jade before she attacks us. We struggle for a bit before she injects us with antizin, and we switch views to us choking Jade out. Crane is freaked out about this and frantically apologizes before Jade says that one of them has to live, and to remember what we promised her. Rais chimes in saying how disappointing it is that we had our choice made for us, even though we made our choice and Jade refused it, you amputated potato. We made a choice. She rejected it. Get over it, Rais. Anyway, Rais sends some men in to kill us, and they manage to make it down here surprisingly quickly. Jade will get her female empowerment moment where she takes on 4 armed men before tackling the last one. She'll beat him to a pulp and then start munching on him as she's turned. Rais explains that that is the true order of things. Eat or be eaten. She eyes Crane shortly after and attacks him, and Crane says goodbye before snapping her neck. Good riddance.
No, 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 no.
Rais will send in Tahir and some goons to kill us, as Crane closes Jade's dead eyes. Now we'll get a boss fight. We'll fight Tahir, but all our gear mysteriously disappeared for some reason, so we have to fight him with a crappy machete. There's no way out of this, you just have to deal with it. The fight with Tahir is basically like fighting a goon that can block, especially since Tahir seems to be oddly large for a regular human, but things get annoying once the other thugs join in. Drop attack them and you'll get better weapons and some breathing room, as Tahir can knock you to the ground, which can be annoying as the other thugs can attack you while on the ground, stacking damage on you in a weakened state, which is always fun to deal with. We'll defeat Tahir and get a cutscene where we grab one of the 2 packages Jade was carrying. We found the tissue samples, but now we have to get Zara's data. Tahir makes a weak effort to resist, and Crane demands to know where the other package is. Tahir won't talk, and Crane taunts him by saying Tahir's wounds look like the kinds of wounds you don't recover from. When Tahir says to kill him, Crane will say he shouldn't, and he should let Tahir suffer. Tahir asks why he doesn't do that, and Crane says he's a loose end you don't leave untied, as he cuts Tahir's throat. We'll exit the room and contact Troy, as we are forced to walk our way out of here, and also find our magically abducted loot. Yay. Anyway, we inform Troy of Jade's death, and she asks what happened. We explain that she died to save us again. Troy points out that we still have to deal with the Ministry, and that Savvy has made an amplifier she will give us to break through the jamming. She'll give us some vague description of where to meet her, but that doesn't really matter since we have a HUD to help us find her. We'll find our stuff shortly afterward, guarded by 2 thugs. We'll kick one skull in and slice the other in half before returning our precious loot to its proper place. When we get outside, we'll contact Dr. Camden and tell him that we have the tissue samples, and we'll bring them to him, but we have to deal with something first. Camden stresses that we don't have a lot of time, and Crane says he's about to buy us time. Now we'll head for Troy. We'll head up to the safe zone in the tower and talk to her. She'll explain that we need to install the amplifier in the highest place possible, which is a giant antenna tower outside of town. She says we can head there through the sewers, and Savvy will guide us over the radio. She ends it off saying that if we do this right, the whole world will hear us. And with that, the museum is over. Thank God. Now let's do more side missions. Or just one side mission. We'll make our way back to Tariq, but we'll talk to Zana first. She looks like the girl from Game of Thrones that has permanent baby face. But maybe that's a little too mean. She'll talk about being like us in her youth, where she protected people, but she did it for money, while Crane is a real hero. She points us to help Tariq with the kid he is with, and she says the boy survived something terrible, and we should help him. We'll talk to Tariq and he'll explain the kid's situation. The kid just showed up one day, he barely talks, and he says some strange things, a lot of it being about someone named Mike. The only thing he had with him was a tape recorder. Tariq says the kid left Mike behind, and he asks Tariq to go get him, but Tariq doesn't think he can do it. He says it's too dangerous to take the kid with him, and that he doesn't want to leave him here alone either. Crane will ask where the kid lived, and then we'll be directed to Dolma Street. Tariq tells us to keep the recorder, as it might help us understand what happened there. With that, we'll head out. Along the way, we'll meet a survivor who explains why she doesn't like American movies. I'll let her explain.
I don't like American movies. Not anymore.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
American movies. My mother took me. Always on Thursday nights, after she got home from work. She would take me and my little brother to the cinema. We loved the movies from your country.
You won't find better stuff anywhere else.
You Got Mail, The Matrix, Singing in the Rain. Especially Singing in the Rain. We loved them. We loved Haran too. But our city was nothing like the sights your film showed us.
Oh, so, what went wrong?
You won't find better deals in all of Haran.
What went wrong? You know what went wrong. Venture outside and it becomes painfully obvious. But that is not why I dislike American movies now. I dislike them because they betrayed me. They promised me, how do you say it?
Better stuff anywhere else.
A Hollywood ending. Everyone lives happily ever after. There is no such thing. We are born and then we die. And we never know when or how it's going to happen. Your happy stories did not prepare me for that. I wish they had.
You won't find better deals in all of Haran.
You can keep your Hollywood ending. I must live in a real world now.
I don't blame her, especially since most movies suck nowadays. Afterwards, I'll kick a zombie off a ledge because it slapped me once. Take note, my friends. Someone slaps you? Knock him off a roof. We'll arrive at Dolma Street and head inside before a bomber next to us explodes. We'll make our way into one of the apartments with a bloody handprint, but we'll listen to the first recording. This is where we go into detective mode. It starts off as a playful kid playing detective with his assistant as they look for the missing person of Dolma Street, which is the boy's father. The kid explains that his father went out to get some food, but went missing, and Tom, the kid, and Mike go looking for clues. There are some playful notes on flat number 3 being locked because the man who lives there may have seen something, or saw too much, when Mike suddenly runs off. Tom follows Mike down to the basement, so we'll head down there. When we get down there, we'll find 4 doors with number 3 having the same bloody handprint. The recording shows Tom looking for Mike. We try opening the door, but we have to get a key from flat 3. When we unlock it, we'll find a dog slaughtered on a table. The next recording shows Tom finding the dog, Mike, slaughtered, and Tom screams. Then a cannibal comes out of the closet and attacks us. He explains why Tom's father and Mike were killed. We'll fill his head with lead before we loot his closet for weapons and a schematic. Now we'll return to Tariq and explain what happened. He'll reward us with the keys to the museum storage, where a lot of weapons from different times are located. We'll take the keys and then ask Tariq to get good with kids, so he can be there for Tom. We'll head back to the loft for a moment to talk to Michael. He says he'll try to stay out of trouble when Crane asks, but the subtitles don't match at all. I always wonder if this is a script problem, a communication problem, or a voice actor problem. I can never tell sometimes. This game really just needed an extra day to make sure the voices and the voice lines match. It'd only take a day or two. Anyway, we'll head for our reward. The reward can be grabbed before you enter the museum, as it's right next to the door past the diving bit, and you can pick the mission up beforehand. These weapons will usually be pretty good, but you'll have to bring some lockpicks to open the chests. This will be the set of weapons we'll run with for a while, as we're nearing the end of the game, and our weapons are fairly strong now. We'll upgrade them and then move on, as the only mission available was the mission for Tariq.
Bruh.
Now we'll head for the sewers. We'll head down and through the sewers where we will run into a survivor base, but everyone is dead. This encounter can go one of 2 ways. The first is you opening the door to find a screamer, and dealing with the virals and demolisher nearby, assuming the demolisher's code works right where he breaks through the wall. The other way you can do this is to totally ignore the screamer, and open the pipe nearby to move past everything. It's a nice optional touch, especially on repeated playthroughs. We'll then run into a room with a few toads, where we have to climb up to the exit, but the grappling hook makes quick work of that. We'll head up some stairs to an area with several virals chilling out, but the game decided to throw us a bone, as they are almost all facing away from the player, allowing you to sneak behind the first one, snap its neck, cloak up, and snap the rest. We'll exit the sewers shortly thereafter and find a rainy area with the antenna. 10 points added just for rain. We'll jump down into a large pile of trash, and Crane makes a remark, as I'm sure we'd all worry about landing on a bag of rusty knives. Anyway, we'll contact Savvy, and he'll tell us to find the keycard to the substation to power the antenna. We'll have to search the containers, as the last person they sent disappeared with the keycard. We'll reach the first container and find a few Zs, a goon, a toad, and a bomber. What a party. We'll search it, but we won't find the keycard, so we'll head to the second area. When we reach the next area, we'll deal with a toad and some demolishers before finding the previous Ember sent here. Now we'll head up to the substation at the base of the antenna mast. We'll make it inside and clear the area of toads and bombers before unlocking the door. Once inside, we'll force a door open to be greeted by a survivor who was hanged. Wonder why they do it at the door, but maybe some survivors had a plan to deter others from scaling the antenna, as we'll see from some bodies and infected on the antenna. We'll turn on the transformer and head back outside to climb up. We will deal with a goon before turning a switch and waiting for an elevator to come down. It comes down, but it drops like a fat chick without a disability check and summons virals. We'll kill them and then make our way up the antenna. Be careful scaling this thing, as there are a lot of places where you can fall to your death. The rain decides to stop right as we get to the top, which annoys Crane as he climbed all the way up there in the soaking rain. We'll then mount the amp and send a message to the outside world. Crane identifies himself and calls the Ministry liars, as there are still survivors in the quarantine. He says that if the Ministry firebombs the city, that everyone will know that they are cold-blooded murderers. We manage to send the message just in time, as the jets get here, but peel off before dropping their payloads. Then we'll be contacted by the Grand Ridiculousness Entourage woman again, which annoys Crane, and she says they want to offer us a way out of Haran. Crane explains that he didn't complete his objective, and they don't have to pay him what he's due, as he knows they can just leave him in Haran. The woman says it's water under the bridge, and to bring Dr. Zara's research with us, and they'll send a chopper to extract us. Crane makes the connection that they only want the cure, so they can spin things around where it looks like they were working on a cure for the virus the whole time. The giant ravenous elephants want it badly, and Crane says he'll give them a signal when he's ready, although he doesn't plan to help them. We'll contact Savvy, and he'll tell us to zipline down to a nearby tunnel to return to Old Town. Before that, we'll climb up the tower for a trophy. Before we can zipline down, however, Vulcan Doll himself will contact us, and ask us to meet him at the vehicle assembly facility, and provides the coordinates. It's nearby, and we'll finally see what the Twidiots have been working on, but we'll come back to that. We'll exit via the tunnel, which is full of dead and undead, and we'll scream yes for some reason when we return to Old Town. This happens every time you come back from this mission, and I really don't know why. It's kind of funny, so I don't really mind it, but it's still a little strange. We'll contact Dr. Camden and tell him that we're on our way, but first, we have to meet Mr. Doll. Now we'll head to see Mr. Doll. You'll find him in a cave near the coast of the antenna we scaled, where we'll see that the Twidiots have been working on some kind of watercraft. When we talk to Mr. Doll, he'll compliment us as a very capable man. He says the twins are no less capable, which is a stretch, but then explains that he had them build him a submersible, as he couldn't buy his way out, as he was told he'd have to be kept in a secret quarantine base, which sounds exactly like the quarantine zones we'll deal with later. He asks for the sonar unit when the Twidiots say that they are ready for testing. Mr. Doll lets Crane do the honors of pushing the submarine into the water, as the twins tell us not to break it. The test follows, and just watch.
Brilliant. Preparing for test maneuvers.
Ballast tanks open. Submerging to 2 meters.
Ahead 1/3.
When Mr. Doll asks what happened, they both say it blew up, and it's the other's fault, and the other is insane. Mr. Doll then asks for ideas from them. They suggest a human cannonball, which is too dangerous, a tunnel to China, which has too much digging, and finally land on making a jetpack. Mr. Doll tasks them to build him a jetpack, and I could say that we can hope for the better, but it doesn't turn out too well if you play the following. With that done, we'll head to Dr. Camden. Before we get to Dr. Camden, we'll run across this guy who wants to use the epidemic for personal gain in the most unusual way.
It could work. I know it could work.
What could work?
My restaurant, I'm gonna call it Juan Harans, I think. Or, hey, maybe queso quarantine. Oh, that's good. I gotta write this shit down.
You're thinking about opening a restaurant in Haran.
Not just any restaurant, friend. A zombie-themed restaurant. Picture the billboards. Eat at Juan Harans, home of the Zomburrito.
Wow, that's one of the worst ideas I've ever heard.
Nah, now come on, just imagine. This is the niche market to end all niche markets. You know who's opened a restaurant in the middle of a zombie outbreak in the past? Nobody. That's who. I'll be the first. Besides, all these plans are for after the quarantine's lifted.
Oh, so once the zombies are gone and the walls are down and people aren't dying anymore, you want to ask them to come and eat at a place that reminds them of the trauma they've just been through?
Well, maybe my customer base won't be actual survivors, but think of the tourist train. You know people from all over the world are going to want to come and check out the site of the outbreak. And Juan Harans will be right there selling them food. I could turn a profit selling to American tourists alone.
God, bad taste doesn't even begin to cover this.
Hey, number one, nobody ever went broke underestimating the American public. Number two, there's a successful restaurant in Japan where they serve you food in little miniature toilets. If that works, this works.
Ugh, you're probably right.
Good luck with that, dude. Anyway, we'll get to Dr. Camden's clinic, but it's guarded by Rice's men. We'll take a few of them out on the outside, then a few on the inside, and we'll talk to Camden. Camden will tell us to use the elevator to take to the bottom floor. He will say that he was sad to hear Zara was dead, and he explains that the two of them were thrilled to study the Haran virus, and this is where we learn that they were paid quite handsomely by the GRE. Then he'll explain that the facility is on backup power, as his last experiment required extra power. The generator is overheated, and now there is minimal functionality throughout the facility. We'll exit the elevator as he apologizes for reminiscing out loud, since it's been weeks since he's talked to someone in person. Talk about isolation. We'll make our way into a vent and into the security room to unlock the door, and we'll take a keycard with us. Camden will explain that he and Zara stayed in the quarantine to work on a cure under the protection of Rais himself. We'll make it to the next area, where Camden will explain that the only way to get to him is through the decontamination room. He'll also explain that everything went straight to hell after Rice's brother died. He says that Rais went from a guy with monstrous tendencies into a full-blown monster. When we come to the decontamination room, he'll mention that it won't work without power, so we'll have to restart the generators. Then he directs us to the offices. He'll talk of another GRE operative who stayed in the quarantine with them, but they were separated. He jumps back to the objective, saying to be careful, as he hasn't cleared the area ahead of zombies, as he hasn't had a reason to go in there, and his only real option was to work on a cure. He explains that the operative and Zara fell in with Brecken's crowd, which Camden would have done as well if he could have made it to them. We have to go through the vents to reach the generators, so we'll slay some zombies and crawl around some vents before moving along the upper end of a hallway above a demolisher. We'll come to a room filled with toxic gas, and we'll grapple over it. We'll lower a forklift to enter into the upper area again, and we'll fight a goon in the next room. He doesn't normally look so gay, but that's because of an event at the time of recording. We'll kill him and enter the nearby generator room to restart them. Once that's done, we'll be directed back to the decontamination room, but first we'll deal with the zombies in the way. Camden mentions that both Zara and the operative felt the need to stay to help people, and we'll find out who the operative was in a moment, but I'm sure you've guessed who it is by now. We'll decontaminate the room, killing the infected within, and meet Dr. Camden. He'll shake our hand, as he is a proper gentleman, and then we'll hand over the tissue samples. He'll check them and put them in some sci-fi microwave that will take a while to do whatever it does. Then we'll show him a photo of Amir, and he points him out to be the GRE operative. When asked how we know him, we say we had a mutual friend. This will give a little more context to Jay leaving the message "not again" with the picture. Camden says that the samples are still viable, and that's good. With some luck, our trip here won't be for nothing. He asks about the other data, and Crane explains that he has to deal with some GRE idiots before getting that research. Camden makes it a point to say how the GRE's public face is a lie of epic proportions, which we totally understand. With that, we'll head out of the clinic and climb a huge tower to contact the GRE. On our way there, Camden will tell us that we have to watch ourselves around the GRE, and they'll screw us if they get the chance. Crane understands, and says he needs to figure out where things stand. We'll climb the tower and contact Troy to explain what we've done, and what we're gonna do. We try to contact the GRE, only to hear Rais respond. He lets us know that he is atop his own tower that is not quite complete, and that it stands as a monument to chaos, entropy, and the general idea of a villain twirling one's own mustache. I seriously want this guy to shut up, which is coming, but we've got other things to do beforehand. Anyway, Rais goes on about Crane and Rais' philosophies being in a war, and he challenges Crane to come get him. Crane says to forget it, and that Rais just has a stupid outlook. Rais says he will be leaving Haran as he made a deal with the GRE using our own communicator. They know that Rais has Zara's research, and he explains that a chopper will pick him up soon, and salivates over the idea of how much damage he can do outside of Haran. Then he says to come find him to finish what we began. The next mission is the last mission, so we'll be doing all of the side content before then. The first thing we'll tackle are the quarantine zones. Since I'm sure everyone is sick of the word quarantine by now from this video and from the world, we'll call them Q zones. Since we're in Old Town, we'll do the parking lot Q zone first. Each Q zone has a specific objective that you need to complete before you get the survivor points for clearing it. This one requires you to clear the nest, so we'll slay whatever moves down here. Q zones will have unique GRE chests that have valuable loot inside, as well as some disaster relief packages found around some zones. After lots of bloodshed and sword swipes, we'll clear this Q zone. One thing to mention now are that not all Q zones are equal. Some are much more difficult than others, so don't think you're in the clear because you did one easily. You just haven't found a hard one yet. The next Q zone we'll do is the Striped Dragon Hotel. This one requires you to find all the disaster relief packages within the zone. This requires you to go room to room and navigate your way through this convoluted mess of a hotel. Just keep searching till the orange objective boxes go away, and you'll be fine. After that, we'll head to the new Antalya apartments. This is another area asking you to find the relief packages. You'll find a screamer in here, so be prepared for shenanigans as you shut the brat up. With that done, we're done with Old Town. We'll head to the slums to do the rest of the base game Q zones. The first will be the Bright Mountain Tunnel. This area asks you to collect relief packages via searching the trains. The Q zones in the slums are typically easier than those found in Old Town, with an exception we'll get to later. Since this area is one long tunnel, there aren't a lot of places to hide or avoid the infected, so this tends to be a more action-packed Q zone. Next we'll visit the Chemical Storage Q zone. Again, search for the relief packages. This one has several infected along with an electrified fence to work around. It isn't too complicated until you reach the other half of the warehouse, where you have to deal with several toads and lots of toxic gas. This turns this half into a parkour-focused area, so be mindful of your positioning. Next up is Sunny Apartments. This objective is simply to clear the nest like the parking lot. This Q zone is unique in that it has a smoke barrier that slowly damages you as you clear the area of zombies. I don't know why we'd clear a nest that is on fire, but the promise of loot is enough for most people. Now we'll go to the Stuffed Turtle, the supermarket where we rescued Osmond's brother. This Q zone is arguably the easiest to complete, as there is a simple way to complete it. If you have the grappling hook, grapple straight to the switch to shut off the electricity running through the water. Grab the packages in the area, unlock the door, distract the zombies with a firecracker, or charge through them into the first room on the right. Wait there until you see a bomber come from the other room. Blow it up via throwing weapon, gun, or simple patience. Grab the package inside, and you've completed the area. There is loot in the opposite room, but you can take out the infected easily since there are high places to stomp them, or simply hit them. This safe zone is the one I use to boost my character quickly in my Dying Light Road to Commander series. Shameless plug. This is absurdly easy to grind, as every Q zone can be left, reset, and re-entered to farm the loot as many times as you want. It's a bit ridiculous to be honest, but good for grinding survivor points and gear if you need either of those things. Now we'll head to the underground parking lot. This is the exception to the slums Q zones being easier, as you must find relief packages while avoiding roaming volatiles. This can be the hardest one if you get caught, as you must avoid them until you grab all the drops. If you are caught, you'll have to run away long enough to evade them, or leave the area completely. Or kill them, but that is tough enough with a single volatile, let alone 3 to 5. I managed to kill one before getting caught in a corner and later ganked to death. We'll return to finish the area before leaving to work on skill challenges next. Now we'll go down the long path of finishing some of the skill challenges and extra missions. The first one we'll finish is Irwin's shooting for Dying Lunch 4, 5, or whatever number his franchise is on. This challenge requires us to kill 60 infected. Simple enough and shouldn't take too long. I just love how overpowered they make the weapons in these challenges. Everything goes out in like 1 to 2 shots. While we wait for the mission to refresh, we'll run into this guy. He says he can give some context about dealing with Rais. He explains that Rice's brother, Hassan, was the only person Rais really cared about. Hassan was a calming presence to Rais that held him back. When the outbreak happened, the GRE dragged their feet in getting Hassan out, and he died in a zombie attack. That set Rais off, and allowed him to become the psychopath he is today. One thing I found super weird and funny was how the lighting effect made it look like God suddenly appeared behind Crane. It was really weird. Anyway, Irwin is ready for us to shoot zombies again. This time, we have to perform 30 headshots in the time allotted. I wish they gave you more time, because this seems like a little too tight of a time frame. You essentially must get a headshot every 3 seconds consistently without missing, and that seems really hard to do. I gotta wonder how the console version handles this. Probably aim assist. Remember, every time you or someone else landed a great shot on console, they really didn't. It was just the game making it easy for you. Anyway, after a second try, we'll nail it, and move on after Irwin sucks up to us so much that I want to punch him. But with that, his challenges are finished. Now we'll do an agility challenge from stuck-up Vulcan, who thinks he is the best runner in the tower. It's a simple challenge of getting from A to B to C in the allotted time without using the grappling hook. Still don't get why we can't use it in most of these. Still don't get it. Use the technology, people. Use it. When we complete the challenge, Vulcan admits we did well, but the next time will push us harder. Instead of waiting on Vulcan, we'll run over to Victor to do another agility challenge. As you can see, I am lacking in that at the moment. When we reach him, he'll ask for help at delivering medicine, and say we're better at it than he is. We'll accept and make our deliveries as we did before. He'll thank us and tell us to stay in touch. We'll come back to him later. Now we'll talk to Rocket, Rice's best runner, or so he says, who will challenge us to see who is the best runner in Haran. This mission lets us use the grappling hook, and I am so thrilled! It actually really does push it when we use it, as we really do need it to traverse some areas for this challenge. Sadly, I'm an idiot, so I failed it the first time. The second time, I'll finish, and we'll come back to Rocket for the next challenge when he's ready. We're basically going to cycle through each of these past 3 runners until we've done all of their challenges. We'll return to Vulcan, who insults us again, and tells us to pull up our socks, whatever that means. He's pretty terrible at insults, but he looks even worse compared to me and my lowbrow, mid-tier sense of humor. We'll complete the challenge and make him angry before we head off to see Rocket again. Crane calls Rocket Racket, which made me chuckle, and we go on another pro grappling hook run. We'll complete it and move back over to Vulcan, so we don't have to listen to his self-absorbed tone too much longer. We'll accept his challenge and reach the 3 positions within the time limit and make him look like a big baby before he repeats his dialogue from before. Back to Racket. Rocket is now willing to make a bet. If we win, he'll join the tower. I wish there was something that Crane would wager, but it doesn't matter since we're awesome at parkour and grappling. Also that Rocket wasn't actually going to follow through with it. Back to the thick one. Vulcan will say it's the day of truth, which Crane tells him it's time to admit he's slower than Crane, and he issues our challenge. We have to make it to certain points without using the grappling hook, and without taking damage. We complete it flawlessly, and he throws a fit before we head off to see someone new. We'll talk to Jeffrey.
My name is Jeff.
He wants to see who the better slayer of zombies is. We have to sever 30 arms within the time limit, which isn't as hard as you think. Once we finish it, we'll head to an escort mission. This is Omar, from Raheem's quest to get himself killed, but now he has respawned and wants to get his fishing gear from a pawn shop. I abandoned him to loot, as I really don't care about fishing. We'll continue and we'll run into a goon near an explosive barrel, and I am not risking getting Omar killed, so let's blow him up. Because of the event going on, there are bandits shooting us, so I have to cut them down. I really wish you could opt out of community events. Sometimes they're more a negative than a positive. When we make it to the next stop, Omar will be talking like his friend is there, even though there is a guy in the building who blew his brains all over the wall. He mentions telling a story for each of his 300 lures. Shut up and move on, dude. Now we need to take him to his fishing spot. We'll stop just short of it, as we need to clear it of zombies. Once that is done, Omar will thank us, and mention that he thought about paying us in fish, which I wouldn't trust given what we've seen in the water. We end things off with a little Star Wars parody. May the fish be with you, always. Now we'll head back over to Jeffrey. The next challenge he gives is to shove zombies into traps using grapple, even though you don't really have to use grapple. I suck at using grapple, so I'll try to ram all the zombies I need into the spikes that way. I fail, unsurprisingly, so we'll redo it a few times. These bandits from the community event really made it harder than it needs to be. Anyway, we'll complete the challenge, and we'll head over to another escort mission. This is the one I mentioned earlier and abandoned because this guy is not only nuts, but a moron as well, and those are not mutually exclusive or overlapping. We'll help him grab his herbs so he doesn't turn into a puppy. We'll stop near the safe zone where we busted the fake antizin. Next, we'll wait for him to cure himself of the curse, only to gag on the ingredients. Now we'll escort him until we run into a goon. I realize halfway through fighting it that using an electrical arcing weapon may not be the best idea when escorting someone. He'll stop at the tower where we'll see another survivor, whose dialogue we'll miss because we were helping Lupin out of his curse. We'll head back to Jeffrey again, and he'll make us break legs next. Just crouch and swing and you should be fine. Once completed, we all hope we never see Jeff again, but we know we will. We'll wait a day and return to him to fulfill yet another bloody and gruesome challenge. Today we're going for heads. We'll complete it and run away, but we are forever haunted by the psycho mission in our mission log. We'll run into another escort mission, where we'll be escorting a salesman of cleaning products. He wants us to help him sell 3 sales to become Salesman of the Year. Totally pointless, but we must complete it for the commentary. We'll get him where he needs to go, while Crane expresses that he normally feels good helping people. I feel you there, dude. Right near the end, I'll get some rotten luck, because a bandit kills our salesman. I wanted the mission over with, but not like this. We'll head back to Jeffrey to get it off our minds. Now he'll ask us to cut zombies in half. This is where things get difficult. The weapon we have to use is slow, and we don't have a lot of time to get a kill. Since the infected are tougher since we're near the end of the game, this takes me quite a few tries to finish, and I actually will admit that I rage quit and came back to finish it. I had to do it 9 times before I beat it, which shows my competency. After we complete it, we say we're not going to see Jeffrey again, before he says this town isn't big enough for 2 Master Zombie Slayers, and attacks us. I managed to decapitate him in one swing, which makes all the suffering earlier seem a little less annoying. We'll find the salesman again, and we'll escort him back to where he died the first time, but we'll kill the bandit. Then we'll escort him back to the tower, where he makes us an honorary member of the Zerp Chemical Company. Then he says if we poach his customers, he'll shoot us. We'll head over to Old Town to do more challenges. I'm going to say it now, that I saw those escort missions and said no. Escort missions are bad enough, and there were still more to do. I gave up. Sorry. Anyway, we'll find Tobias in a shop where he lets us test his next machete, and he makes a point for us to know that we should not cut ourselves with this machete. Ever. No matter what. Don't cut yourself. Ever. Never. Never. Ever. Once we complete the challenge, he'll ask us how the electricity arcing from enemy to enemy did, and Crane tells him that he thought this was a poison weapon. Tobias shows his age by not remembering if this was the electric one or the poison one. We'll give him time to work on his next design. We'll head back to him after a little bit, and he'll give us the new weapon. He also says that we could get messed up if we use this weapon wrong. This challenge is a little annoying, as it spawns you in an open field where the zombies are pretty spread out. Keep an eye out for zombies, otherwise this will take a few tries to find some zombies to slay. When we finish, he'll say he sees a smile on Crane's face, before Crane explains that it works great but burns your hands. We'll come back to him again to see his final version. When we head out to use it, this thing cuts through the infected like a lightsaber through Anakin's limbs.
Hello there. Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there.
When it's over, we'll tell Tobias that it gets the job done. He is glad that it turned out so well, and tells us to keep it as a token of appreciation, and totally not because Tobias is afraid it might spontaneously detonate. He says to come back later, and he'll have something to sell. With that, his challenge chain is complete. Now we'll meet Rocket again, and he'll change the rules on us. We can't get hurt, and zombies can't damage us. We'll complete the challenge the second time around, and we'll wait for next time. We'll leave the building, and then we'll go right back to talk to him. This time is the last race. The rules are just like before, but he'll show us something interesting if we win. And no, he said it himself that it's not that, to get our mind out of the gutter. We'll finish the challenge, and we'll return to find Rocket dead, presumably because he was being watched by his superiors. Now to find Victor. You find him in the university, and this is where we'll reach the last survivor level. This makes us have even more health, and we know how to use the grappling hook, shields, and camouflage more efficiently. Basically, we get more grappling uses before recharge, shields deplete slower, and camouflage lasts longer. With that, all survivor points will now go to a legendary level. When we talk to Victor, he explains that he broke his leg, so he can't deliver the medicine anymore, and times are getting so desperate for cash that one of his clients tried to pay him in chickens, which I would totally take. Find a rooster and you've got chicken wings and eggs in no time. We'll complete the challenge, and we'll wait for Victor to be ready with another challenge. In a few seconds, he has another project. When Crane asks what we're delivering, Victor says it's medicine, and that we should not look in the bag. That'll be the red flag to let you know that this isn't as charitable as you originally thought. In either case, we'll complete the challenge, and Victor will ask us to come back later, which we will in a moment. Well, it's been a moment, so we return, and now he is on the roof, getting the fresh Haran air of opportunity and disemboweled body parts. He'll send us on a run and say that he'll radio us when and where we are to meet him afterwards. After the last delivery, the person receiving it tells us that they were worried that Victor was ripping them off. When Crane digs deeper, we learn that Victor was taking everything from these people for his services, which we were actually performing. The man will say he had to deliver payment to Victor, and Crane will ask to mark the place on the map where he made the delivery. Before we get there, we'll talk to Johan, who says he's in this mess because he literally got too drunk. He elaborates, saying that his friends said that drinking enough alcohol would kill the germs that spread the virus, so he got drunk. He woke up 4 days later and the whole city was locked down, but his friends left him behind. Then he mentions that they drew a man thing on his face before leaving. What a story. Anyway, when we get to Victor's storage place, we'll search and loot it before moving on. Victor will have a nice surprise when he comes to check the place out. The next challenge we'll do comes from Ozan, a young boy who looks up to Crane and says his father has a stash for us if we complete his tests. We complete it on our second attempt, but Ozan has more for us to do. We'll have to do it one more time. After completing the final challenge, we'll get the stash, and Ozan says that his father was watching us both from heaven, and Crane tells him to thank his dad for him. The last thing we'll do is the challenge coming from a bottle of something. I don't get it, but whatever. We'll have to grab all the flares in the Emerald Pond. Once that's done, we'll move on to the final grind before facing Rais. With everything else out of the way, now we're going to work on maxing our skills out. This is one thing that I dislike about this game. We have completed almost all of the content of the game, and we still have to grind through a few levels to max out before the end. I understand how hard it would be to calculate the exact number of skill points needed for each section to get you to max, but I wish we didn't have to grind so much if we wanted it. I understand that this is a sort of useless complaint, as we're so close to max by the end of the game that it doesn't take long to finish things up. I just think it could have been tweaked a bit where there wouldn't be a final grind before dealing with Rais. Anyway, as you can see, we're working on getting our agility skill up, as that one was significantly behind our power skill. We're using the pipe exploit I mentioned earlier, and we'll do this over the course of a few nights to get close. Then we'll run around and kill zombies till both trees reach rank 24. Once we do, we'll be able to run without getting tired, which is a huge help when we're being chased by volatiles. Then we'll move on to finish the power tree. After a little bit of zombie slaying and head crushing, we'll reach rank 24. This makes it where you can fight without getting tired, which basically means no stamina meter to worry about. This doesn't work through higher difficulties though. The agility tree's final rank persists through difficulties, but for some reason the power one does not. I understand why they would make the change, but it still would have been better to make something consistent than something that essentially doesn't work on higher difficulties. Personally, I would have made it where our stamina constantly regenerates once we hit rank 24. That would be both beneficial and could still be scalable with difficulty, as you could still run out of stamina if you use too much too quickly. I think it would have been more balanced that way, and could be tweaked for each difficulty. Right now, it simply becomes a useless final skill if you're playing on higher difficulties, which is not the case when playing on normal. Before we move on, I wanted to show you the finale to Dawood's story. If you rescued Sammy from Dawood's zombie body, you'll find Sammy back with his mother in the tower afterwards. If you talk to her, she will thank you for saving Sammy. Then she'll explain that Dawood was not a bad man, but stubborn, and couldn't see anything other than his own way. Crane will leave the Ray McCall figure for Sammy, and want Salma to tell him that it's from his father. Salma will thank Crane, and will wish her good luck. Well, we've finished a journey, and we've maxed everything out. We're ready. Now let's deal with Rais. We'll head to the area we left after the pit mission, and we'll get a warning about this being the game finale, and that it is locked to single player, and you can't leave until you finish it. We'll continue through, and send Rais to the abyss. When we enter the building, we'll have another seizure, as we make our way to Rais. We'll open a door and find the place filled with zombies that all look like Rais's men. Then he'll contact us, saying that he knew we would come when Crane says what everyone is thinking. He tells Rais to shut up, and that he's the last thing he wants to hear. Then Rais plays off that by blaring his voice over the speakers around the place. We'll have to run past the zombie horde as Rais taunts us as being a slave that must run or die. Can't wait to kill him. We'll drop down into a volatile nest, and this is where the max agility tree comes in handy, as we'll never get tired during this run. What also helps are the thousands of flares I've kept for this moment. We'll eventually reach a ladder that we must jump to. If you didn't use flares to hold the volatiles back, you'll turn to see all of the volatiles jump after you, only to fall down the hole, which is satisfying if you've been killed and ganked by them one too many times. We'll make our way out into the pit where Rais will call us a king of mud, and he'll shoot a rocket at us, but his aim is horrible. Rais continues to taunt us by saying we can't kill him, we can't defeat him, and we can't even reach him as we get into an elevator. As we go up, he'll play music that he says is the music of suffering, played by slaves and perfect for a slave. And then he makes fun of our height and our hair, and says mean things about our lunchbox. When we reach the end of the elevator ride, we'll have to deal with some zombies before we find a wounded Kareem on the floor. He says that Rais betrayed them all, but had them set mines on the next 2 floors above. Then he tips over. Goodbye, Kareem. Now we'll have to run across a crane to the next building, where we'll run through some zombies before doing a little parkour, and then repeat this before dealing with a hazmat zombie running at us. Do not engage this enemy in melee combat. He will insta-kill you if you try, so throw something or shoot him. Once past him, we'll climb up to find an area full of hazmat suiciders and demolishers. They're on the other side of walls, but the damage can sometimes clip through and get you, so be careful. When we reach the top of the crane, Rais shoots it with a rocket, and we have to rush to the other side before it collapses. We'll reach the other side just in time to parkour up, as Rais brags that nobody has ever beaten him in a fight. Ever. We're getting close now. We'll continue up and around until we reach Rais. We'll get a cutscene where Rais threatens to destroy Zara's research. Crane says that with or without it, Rais is still a dead man. Rais retorts that lives depend on the research. Hundreds, thousands, perhaps even billions depend on it. Then he throws it to us, and then he'll throw a knife into Crane's shoulder. This is where we learn that this finale is full of QuickTime events. I can feel the collective sigh across the internet when we saw this.
Crawling in my skin.
This is one of those scripted sequences where you have to get everything right, otherwise you die instantly and have to repeat it all again. We'll fight him until he tries to run us through on the ground. We'll button mash until we flip the sword around to stab Rais instead. Finally. We'll prepare to kill him as he tells us to do it, and he won't fight. Crane throws the weapon away and says he'll make his own rules. Rule number 1 is that Rais is going to spend the rest of his life in agony. We'll turn away to grab the research when Rais says that we can't leave him like this, and we must be a man and take our vengeance. And Crane lets out the frustration of all the players that had to deal with him by telling him to
shut the fuck up!
We'll grab the research and see the GRE helicopter arrive, before Rais tackles us onto the crate hanging by the building. Now Rais will ramble about the tables turning and how, if he were still in Haran, he would have died. Now, we are dangling on the edge of life and death, while the GRE wait to take him to a hospital. Knowing the GRE, I seriously doubt that they would actually help him. Anyway, Rais gives us the choice to decide our fate. Hand him the research so there is a chance that Haran might live, and he will make our death painless. Resist, and doom the city. Crane throws the research up and Rais tries to drop us. Then we rip the blade he threw at us out of our shoulder and stab him in the neck, and he falls to his death. Gurgle on that, you melodramatic splatter piece. We'll climb up and grab the research as the GRE chopper comes around. We'll jump back into the building before contacting the GRE again. The main woman picks up. Yay! She'll lie to us and say that all they're interested in is the cure, and they're offering us a chance. Crane says he can think of a lot of reasons to tell them off, but tells them to treat him as if they don't think he's stupid. He uses the research as leverage, saying the cure is here, in the city, somewhere, and as long as it is, they won't pull anything like the Ministry did. The GRE woman retorts by saying that this was just a job for us, but Crane says it isn't anymore. He'll be in touch when he decides what to do next. The GRE chopper flies away as Dr. Camden contacts us, saying the results from the samples are phenomenal, and if we get the research, he's certain a cure is within reach. Crane says they'll talk about it the next time we see him. And with that, our journey through Haran ends, but first an honorable mention to the consultant for the game, Steve the Zombie. A small aside is that the game will throw in the credits for the following DLC as well, which is kind of weird, but you can skip the credits afterwards as there isn't anything after the credits to view. But that's the end of the walkthrough section. Now let's get into the analysis. This is going to be different from my previous commentary, where I talked about specific problems that game had. For this video, and potentially all future commentaries, the analysis will be spread out and more even-handed when talking about certain aspects of the game, There will be 5 sections in the following order. First, we'll discuss the atmosphere of the game. This includes the maps, environments, the day-night cycle, and the music and sound design. Second, we'll discuss the story, and this will cover the history of events, characters, and progression through the story. Third, we'll go over the mechanics of the game, such as the crafting, parkour, combat, survival aspects, and progression of said skills. The fourth section will cover the art and graphics of the game, where we'll go over the friends, enemies, effects, and environments. The fifth and final section will be the conclusion, where I will give my overall opinion and final thoughts on the game. Sound good? Then let's begin. We'll start off the atmosphere section by discussing the maps and overall environments of Haran. There are 3 major maps for the game, those being the slums, Old Town, and the antenna area. I'm not including the sewers, as that area is merely a connector between the maps, and doesn't serve any function other than that. The environments of each map vary, but mostly fall into one of 2 categories: urban developments or natural shrubberies. We'll start with the first map, the slums, which lives up to its name, as garbage is everywhere, and there are several rundown structures and buildings that the populace call their own, or they used to at least. One cool thing about this map is that there are hundreds of buildings that you can enter to find loot, fight zombies, or find hiding spots, not to mention the parkour heaven available to those who aren't sitting in their rooms writing overblown commentaries. Personally, I consider the slums to be the strongest map of the game, as it is the most diverse in terms of options for where to go, what elevations you can reach, interesting sub-areas you can visit, and the number of buildings you can enter for items. Let's talk about the different locations you can visit while exploring this map in particular. Going clockwise and starting from the upper left, you'll find the apartment complexes, then the lake near the construction site, then the barge port, then the infamy bridge, then the fisherman's village to the south of that, followed by what I would call the urban center of the slums, then the market area, followed by the area where Rais calls his home, and ending in the center with the train yard. There's quite a lot to this map, especially when you realize how many buildings you can enter, structures you can climb, and hidden areas or Easter eggs you can find. There are unique encounters to be had all over the game map, and each area helps the player develop certain strategies to aid the player in dealing with problems within the environments, as that is what any sane person would do. The urban center has buildings galore, with openings that allow you to easily lose enemies and hide from volatiles during the night, while also giving you plenty of items for crafting. The bridge is a tremendous place to farm power points, as there are hundreds of infected on it at any given time, and will usually have some sizable loot if you make it to the police vans near the edge. The bridge becomes even more valuable when you account for all the weapons and health-related items at the checkpoint across the gap. This area also gives you the simple option of avoiding combat altogether by going for a dive, or leads to some entertaining deaths by drop-kicking zombies off the edge. Some areas are varied enough where you can tell what section you are in, and even the areas that are similar aren't so identical to the point that it feels like a simple copy and paste. Each structure has a somewhat unique layout that plays to the player's strengths if they know where to go to find certain item caches, or to avoid enemies. As I said earlier, this is probably the strongest map because of the diversity of options available for traversal and exploration. Not to mention the vibe. I'd love to chill at the fisherman's village and just listen to the water and hope that no dead body comes floating past me as I sit on the pier. This map's environment shows a lot of areas filled with foliage and caves to explore, which you'll find mostly near the coast. The edge of the map is your quintessential unclimbable mountains that nobody can scale, so that makes the area feel boxed in, where you feel like a trapped victim of a doomed city, which is basically what we are. The next map we'll discuss is Old Town. This is where the map goes vertical, but loses a lot of variety. The buildings to scale in this area are much taller than the slums, but most of the map has the same type of buildings. Some buildings are unique, like the museum, the university, city hall, the hotel, etc. But the overall map itself is much more homogeneous than the first map, with the different areas of this map being vastly lower in number than the slums. In Old Town, you have the countryside outside the city, the ocean surrounding most of the area in general, the fan zone, the museum, the lake, and the residential area. Other than that, this map is mostly the same, with the huge buildings usually having a few rooms to enter before you're back out on the rooftops again, jumping from street lamp to balcony to roof once more. Now, don't misunderstand me. The map still has variability within these areas in question when it comes to the layout, pathways to traverse the buildings, and the overall uniqueness to each area. Overall, my problem is that the different sections of town usually boil down to just another area with huge buildings, with a few rooms or passageways to explore. They aren't as deep as the buildings in the slums were, where they were typically smaller, but a large amount of buildings could be entered, looted, and used as hiding spots. Old Town makes it where you'll often be running along the roofs of buildings without really doing much with the buildings themselves. They keep you off the ground and away from the zombies, but several of them have little to no exploration available within themselves. That isn't every huge building, but it's a noticeable amount that makes me appreciate the effort that went into the slums more than Old Town. Maybe they could have made it where every large building had at least one apartment you could enter that houses some loot or a safe zone. Make it where each building felt a little more real than just another block to climb or run around on. The environments here are much like the others, but it is more sectioned off in terms of each area. You basically have a little greenery around the edge of the city and during the run up to the museum, the coast nearby, and then the urban area itself. There isn't as much blending of environments, which is fine, but I prefer the slums' balance of nature and man-made structures more, as it feels a little livelier. It may just be my bias against city life, though. It just looks better to me to see a house surrounded by trees instead of a tree surrounded by houses, you know? Anyway, let's discuss the antenna area next. This area is simple when you get down to it, because there are only a handful of areas to visit. There are the sewers that lead you there, the antenna stations and mast itself, the coast where the Twidiots are failing at submersibles, and the tunnel back to Old Town. Apart from that, there isn't much, but I appreciate everything they put into this map. Each area has something of value to the player, and that most of these areas have loot to be found, or give way to some impressive or gruesome visual that helps build the story and atmosphere, such as the corpse tunnel you see as you leave the area. It's an area that knows what it is, and doesn't try to overdo it by adding more buildings than necessary, but it also gives players enough buildings to search for resources. This map is significantly smaller than the previous two maps, but I find this to be superior to Old Town in terms of consistent usefulness and exploration. This area is short and sweet, and doesn't overstay its welcome for the missions involved within the area. It does what it needs to with a little loot-driven seasoning on top to bring players back. I really like the environments of this map as well, since it is a heavily forested area, and as such, has green all around you most of the time. If you're an outdoorsy person, you might enjoy it more than the other two maps. Jesus, reading some of that back to myself makes me sound like a hippie, but whatever. All in all, I think the three maps of the game are good, but I do believe that Old Town could have used some extra work to make it have more options when it came to the different areas involved, and to make it have more personality, as it's an urban area, so make it super urban. Hopefully all you wonderful viewers can understand where I'm coming from. If you don't, I'll simply say it like this. It's not about the size of the level, it's about the quality of the content within it. Now that we've talked maps, let's talk about the most drastic effect on them, the day and night cycle. This cycle is what turns Dying Light from an action horror game into a full-force survival horror game, at least to me. This cycle brings even more choices and dynamics to each area, as the night can be more rewarding, but should be approached with caution. Your first and easy option is to go out during the day to face a mass of infected while playing it safe. Your other option is to go out at night to get double the points you need, but beware the volatile that catches a glimpse of the Chicago Leaper. Whoever came up with the idea of the day and night cycle deserves a raise in my book, as I believe it to be a great addition to the game. With this system in place, you've effectively doubled the content of each area, as they will present one challenge during the day, and another challenge, a potentially totally different challenge, during the night. This is one thing the game benefits from on several levels, as this system gives us a threat that we can all agree on as being real when the volatiles come out to play. This puts pressure on players during the day to get whatever needs doing done within this time limit before the sun goes down. This also gives players the uneasy prospect of going out at night to accomplish their goals, all the while avoiding the bringers of death that roam Haran's once bloodless streets. This system plays into the story as well, as every survivor has to face the prospect of running through Haran when they are no longer the apex predator. This system adds to the game on so many levels, narratively, atmospherically, mechanically, and really gives players something to fear. Again, whoever thought this up, I bestow upon you the illustrious award for Best Media Idea, courtesy of the Vangeris Foundation for Making Games Great Again. You've earned it. Now that we've talked about the maps and the cycle of relative safety and close danger, let's talk about the music and the sound design of the game. We'll start with the sound effects and systems in place. The sound of something loud happening nearby sends an immediate message to every player every time they hear something. If during the day, expect the virals to want a piece of your face, and if during the night, expect the volatiles to want your whole body. But woe to those who hear the cry of the volatile, as there is but one thing to say: run. Sound plays a key role in this game, unlike some other zombie games that use something with sound to affect survival. Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, I'm looking at you, with your pipe bombs that draw infected anywhere, but gunshots don't. We'll tackle that one day, I'm sure. Dying Light makes it where any loud sound will attract zombies to you or the sound's location. This ranges from firecrackers going off, to structures breaking, to gunshots fired, to full-blown explosions. This gives players a lot to consider when fighting enemies, as you need to be careful how you control your sound. For those who asked why I don't use guns that much, this is exactly why. I don't want to shoot a zombie just for that shot to bring more, especially when the virals can be a real nuisance if you are trying to do something for yourself or a mission. And before anyone asks, this is different than what I complained about at the beginning during the intro. What I'm talking about deals with the mechanics, whereas the intro deals with the story. This also plays into controlling where the infected go. You can easily distract and redirect infected away from you if you so desire, but be wary of lingering for too long before the distraction dissipates. This works wonders during the night, as volatiles are just as stupid as their slower counterparts, so firecrackers make for a good distraction. Just for clarification, this doesn't work while being pursued by any special infected, such as goons, toads, demolishers, virals, volatiles, and such. It only affects them if they haven't noticed you. As for the regular infected, they're as thick as the body positivity movement. There is one thing to note as you play the game and use your survivor sense. It mutes most sound, but you can hear nearby volatiles, which makes this a very useful and quite intimidating feature when playing at night, especially when playing on Nightmare difficulty at night. The only thing standing between you and a flesh-eating monster is a small pulse to let you know where they are. One thing that I thought could have been a good idea, at least on Nightmare difficulty, was to make the survivor sense work like sound does in real life. Have it where Crane can hear the volatile nearby, but it doesn't highlight their silhouette, only showing some symbol to indicate sound is coming from a certain direction, or hallway, or street. It would make the Nightmare run much more intimidating as you can only hear them, and you can only hear them when they are close enough to get you. Just an idea though. Now let's talk about the soundtrack. Dying Light's soundtrack fits the game well, and I would say that it does for Dying Light what both Mick Gordon did for Doom and Doom Eternal soundtracks, and what Motoi Sakuraba did for Dark Souls soundtrack. They perfectly capture the vibe of their games. Doom and its sequel have music that scream brutality, strength, unwavering determination, and the physical weight of the Doomslayer ripping and tearing his way through thousands of demons. The Dark Souls soundtrack captures the epic scale of the journey of the chosen undead and the challenges they face, as well as the somberness of what happens during that journey. They both add a layer of flavor to the games they are a part of. Dying Light does much of the same, but in a very different way from the other soundtracks mentioned. Dying Light's soundtrack is very subdued, unlike Doom and Dark Souls, as those soundtracks are embracing the over-the-top nature of their respective subject matters. If Dying Light had a soundtrack that overtly tried to make you feel the horror or the action, then it would clash with what is going on in the game. You wouldn't need some heavy track for an action scene or a continuous, ominous violin to enhance the tension for the horror. For lack of a better term, the soundtrack embodies the human aspect of the game, encapsulating what the characters are going through and enhancing the vibe of the situation, not blowing the situation out of proportion. In other words, the soundtrack is subtle, and I think the composer made a good decision to keep things relatively simple and subdued, as music can both enhance or hinder a moment in gaming. Now, I don't think the soundtrack is the best one ever composed, but I do think that the composer in question understood what he had to do. He focused on the tension instead of the payoff, which I think paid off for him very well, as the music always has that lingering feeling of something about to happen. Something is just about to go wrong. Most of the soundtrack is light electronica with percussion and strings added when needed, and I think this minimalist approach helped to keep the music focused on the vibe of the moment, not about the music itself. He prioritized the game over the soundtrack, and that shows the composer's integrity. I would congratulate the composer, if I could pronounce his name. In any case, good job, dude. Now let's move on to the story aspects of the game, but first, a brief recap. An outbreak of an unknown virus occurs in Haran as a parkour tournament is about to begin. This outbreak results in thousands of people turning into flesh-hungry zombies, with a few survivors and settlements remaining after a few months. The main character, Kyle Crane, drops into Haran to retrieve a stolen file for the GRE, and the best way to find it is to locate the man who has it, Kadir Suleiman. Shortly after landing, Crane is bitten, and two members of the Tower faction save him, before one of them is devoured by zombies. He wakes up a few days later and begins to acclimate to the situation. He takes steps to gain the trust of the Tower's populace to contact their leader, Brecken, who turns out not to be the man he is looking for. The next option is Rais, the local psychopath who has made a name for himself and his crew of thugs. Crane talks to Rais and learns that he is who he came for. He runs errands for Rais in order to get antizin for the tower, before Rais demands that Crane bring Jade, the Scorpion Aldemir to fight in his pit. Crane refuses after Rais gives him very little antizin, so Crane and Jade sneak into a school that Rais is using to hoard supplies. They fight their way through some of his goons and infected, but find explosives instead of antizin. Jade returns to the tower with said explosives, and we talk to the tower doctor, Zara, as an experiment he tested has borne some interesting results that have potential to lead to a cure. Zara sends Crane out to grab a sample from a rare zombie, and he returns to him shortly after nabbing one. Then Jade's younger brother, Rahim, contacts Crane, saying that he and a friend went to go blow up a volatile nest with the explosives gathered from the school, but the plan went south. This eventually leads to the nest being destroyed, but Rahim becomes infected, and Crane puts him down. Crane returns to the tower to explain what happened to Brecken, but Jade overhears and storms off. Shortly after, an explosion is heard at Zara's trailer, so Crane jumps down and finds Rice's men attacking the trailer, and that they've captured Zara. Crane fights his way into Rice's base to find him, where he learns that Zara had given Jade 2 packages to take to a colleague, Camden, to research the cure. During this conversation, Crane is caught and thrown into Rice's pit, where he must survive against various infected. Rice publicizes the GRE's file and informs Crane that the GRE's stolen file contained plans to weaponize the virus, not cure it. Crane later cuts Rice's hand off and escapes, but Zara is killed. He contacts a group, the Saviors, who smuggle people where Crane needs to go to follow Jade. The Saviors direct him to Sector 0, but betray him, and he battles his way past Rice's men to reach Old Town. Once there, he contacts some friendly folks, the Embers, who help direct him to Jade, and aid him in preventing the Ministry of Defense from carpet-bombing Haran, via leveraging the cure research in their favor, if they can find it. Crane and Jade agree to meet up, but Jade is captured by Rice's men, and Crane tracks them down to the museum. He makes his way inside where he finds Jade, but both she and Crane are on the verge of turning, when Rice gives Crane the choice of giving antizin to himself or Jade. Crane goes on an acid trip that results in Jade injecting him with antizin, and she later turns. Crane puts her down and then kills Rice's number 2, Tahir, finding one of the 2 packages that Jade was carrying. Rice has the second, but Crane still needs to deal with the Ministry as time is running low to prevent an airstrike. Crane and the Embers hatch a plan to install an amplifier at a nearby radio antenna, which Crane scales and informs the world of the Ministry's misdeeds. After bringing the samples to Camden, Crane attempts to contact the GRE before Rice interrupts, and explains that he'll be leaving Haran via a GRE helicopter coming to get him atop his own tower. Crane finds his way up to Rice, kills him, and tells the GRE to die in a hole as he now has the research he needs for a cure, but that same cure also serves as leverage to prevent the GRE or Ministry of Defense from destroying Haran, since they need the cure to save face. With that out of the way, let's get to the big question. How good is this story? In short, it isn't very good. In fact, it's pretty subpar. The main drive of the narrative tends to come from outside forces, as opposed to the actual zombie threat, which is the main thing that undermines the whole story. This is a zombie game, but zombies become less and less of an antagonist as the game goes on. The game goes from surviving the zombie apocalypse to killing the villain as he twirls his mustache at you. That's what it really does when you break it down. The first few missions offer a strong start as they mainly focus on Crane's mission and he and his faction's survival. It sets the tone of the game very well, but then it gets usurped once you hit Pact with Rice, and the story devolves into dealing with some villainous group, the crooked GRE, the murderous Ministry, or Rice and his gang. In other words, the infected get pushed to the side so we can have some melodramatic moments between the good guys and the bad guys. It's like we're jumping back and forth between Left 4 Dead and a dated soap opera. It really doesn't blend well in my opinion, and I would consider this to be the weakest element of the game by far. Since I love charts, you can see here that a fair amount of the main missions deal with people as a threat, or as an overarching threat, with the zombies simply becoming an obstacle here or there. The last mission is insanely unprecedented, with most of Rice's men dead or dying while he's about to leave, but we're stuck running from volatiles within the main antagonist's base. Have they been here the whole time, just chilling in the basement playing poker? There are several moments where I found myself asking, what is going on right now? The supposed need for a primary antagonist seems to have ruined this game, and the journey at hand, because the developers kept adding people to cause problems when the zombie outbreak is already a perfect scenario to run with. There are hundreds of options for a good zombie story, but they needed some identifiable figure to be the bad guy, or at least a few groups to go to war with. I can understand if they were trying to focus the story so it wouldn't become aimless task completion, which was a bit of a problem for Dying Light's predecessor, Dead Island, but they overwrote Rais and all his bits by shoving in pseudo-philosophical garbage that gets contradicted or proven wrong throughout the whole game. They try to make Rais and Crane have opposing personalities and outlooks, but it doesn't make him a good antagonist when every other line he says is about Crane lacking the will of a man for not making enough choices, even when Crane does make choices. Rais is not some interesting antagonist that challenges the hero in a profound way. He's just a psychotic philosophy major with a preference for murder and monologues. We'll go into Rais a little more when we discuss the characters, but we'll get there soon. My main reason for bringing all this up is that the primary narrative is so consumed with stopping bad people that the zombies become more like an afterthought than an actual antagonist. The deeper you get into the game, the more people problems you'll have to face, and the less time you'll spend defending against an ever-growing horde of infected and the problems they present. This is where the side content really shines, as a lot of the side missions are very grounded and personal, as in they make sense and are understandable given the situation in Haran. Take the Spare Glasses and Where's My Mother missions, for example. Spare Glasses starts from someone who needs a new pair after their old ones are broken, and since they're basically blind without them, we'll help them find new ones. The second part is that they have a book on how to grow a vegetable garden, which would make food much more manageable if we can find the book. This double effectiveness makes the mission very believable, because everyone with glasses can understand this problem, and everyone else can appreciate the usefulness of grabbing a gardening book. As for Where's My Mother, it makes sense that skeptics would cast infected people out, and say it's tough luck, and the survivors need to keep away from the infected folks should they turn. This is a cold-hearted but logical choice to make, but families would be ripped apart by this and be separated. So, we go searching to find other members of a family that disappeared, and we learn that sociopaths are taking advantage of the situation for nefarious means. When society collapses, the weak will have to grow strong, be subjugated to the strong, or perish, and this mission exemplifies these truths perfectly. Each side mission does a great job at filling out the world and presenting different people with different goals, challenges, and needs to help with. They really make Haran a much deeper location, because you get to see how things run, how things fell apart, how people are struggling, how they are surviving, and how they are trying to adapt to the situation. Every side mission is just a slice from the grand pizza of Haran, and even if the main mission is that one huge slice with pineapples and everything unholy on it, the rest of the pizza is still pretty tasty. Bad metaphors aside, some missions do get weird and are a little on the short side, key examples being Legless Spider and Blocks for the Boy, respectively, but they still fill out the well-rounded populace of Haran. You have your families, your cynical survivalists, your psychopaths, your moochers, your tradesmen, and the weirdos. All in all, you'll spend more time enjoying the side content than the main content, I'm sure of that. Now let's talk about the characters. I'll give a brief overview before we dive into the main characters. The characters in this game span a large demographic, with each having their own mannerisms and unique and believable personalities and history that brings them to their current situations. A lot of the characters, more specifically those involved with side missions, have realistic and practical aspects to their role and function within the world. You also have your fair share of eccentrics, such as Commander Jeff, the Fan Zone Guy, the Twidiots, Voodoo Woman, the Great Herb Smoker, Mauler, and so on. You'll meet a lot of different people as you go through the game, as I'm sure you saw during the walkthrough. You'll meet broken families, former shop owners, athletes, tradesmen, teachers, scientists, children, politicians, mercenaries, eccentrics, weirdos, and psychopaths. They're all there. Several different personalities also crop up among the populace of Haran. Several of them are in a bind because their relatives have disappeared or run away. They need to accomplish a goal, but zombies prevent them from achieving it. They need to deal with hostile survivors and avoid them, or they need to be dealt with themselves, as they are a threat to others. The side characters are very tightly written, and will usually give enough for you to understand each person's background, personality, thought process, and goal they have in mind. The main characters offer a much more mixed bag than the side characters do, as even if the side characters are annoying, they aren't there for very long. This is a problem for some of the main characters, as some aren't written very well, are poorly characterized, are poorly represented, and sometimes are straight up idiots. This is the problem with writing main characters. If you do it well, you'll enjoy the ride. If not, you're stuck with them for the rest of the game, or until they die, which usually feels like it never comes soon enough. We'll start off with our main man, Kyle Crane. I consider Crane to be very well written, and I'd say he's the best main character in terms of characterization. He's not the best protagonist ever written, but he holds up as the primary antagonist should and needs to. He is intelligent, altruistic at times, willing to do what is necessary, but slowly grows disobedient and challenges the authority when something crosses the line. He seems like a reasonable and friendly guy who is just trying to save lives. He has a dry sense of humor and treats most situations with realistic reactions and comments. He captures a very poignant moment at the end of the game when he tells Rais,
Will you just shut the fuck up?
By this point, every player is screaming at the screen in total agreement with Crane. Overall, a solid protagonist with believable reactions and morals, while also being an incredible asset to those he helps. Now let's get to the Aldemirs. We'll start with Jade. She is a somewhat annoying character because a lot of her decisions and things she concerns herself with do not mix well, which makes her look incompetent or at the very least, negligent. The key example is her concern for Rahim's safety versus what she actually does to protect him. She spends a lot of time making Rahim's safety a major point in her relationship with Crane, but she never actually seems to do anything to keep him safe. She badgers Rahim when he has any crazy ideas, and constantly dumps the responsibility on Crane to watch over Rahim whenever she can. It's very annoying and reflects badly on her, both as a fellow tower member and as a big sister. She goes on and on about protecting her brother only to shirk her responsibilities for him, resulting in players like myself not caring about her and actively disliking her. There are several moments where I want to sit Jade down and thoroughly question her on what she has actually and practically done to protect her brother. It seems like all she does for him is shut down his ideas and constantly remind Crane to do her own job. It's frustrating to listen to, and does nothing to sow sympathy for her after Amir's death, or after Rahim's death. Losing a sibling is tragic, but they wrote it like she thinks Crane is the problem. The whole reason Rahim died is because she didn't make sure he couldn't get the explosives that she delivered to the tower. She could have easily gotten someone to guard the explosives and make it where only Brecken can say whether to use them or not. She could have told Brecken about the explosives they found and relayed that they have to keep them locked up. Instead, the game makes it sound like she just threw them on the shelf, and Rahim waltzed right in after her and took them for his project. It makes her seem lazy, incompetent, and negligent to her duties as the older sibling. It makes her unlikable, and I can't believe she actually cares about Rahim when all she does is whine and avoid taking action to protect him, but she'll take action to do anything else for the tower's people. She's not well written, and it shows, as she contradicts herself whenever we see or hear from her. She's not a good character, and it doesn't matter if she was grieving or busy or unavailable to help. She still didn't do anything but whine and complain to Crane about being a big sister. That's what you do for family, Jade. You protect them, no matter the cost. Now let's move on to the brother. Rahim is the quintessential arrogant young man with something to prove. This comes across through a lot of the interactions with him throughout the game. We see he's cocky, sensitive about being useless and being trapped in the tower, but I can totally see why he would be stuck there, because he gets drunk on the roof and almost falls off. Then we hear about his projects, such as making robots from electronic parts, or trying to blow up a volatile nest. He just makes bad decision after bad decision, and he really doesn't have an arc either. He doesn't really grow or change. He just lives, and then dies. As Crane said, he's just a stupid kid, but that stupidity is needed to push the plot forward, so he must make bad decision after bad decision, and he must die to get Jade out of the slums so Crane can follow her and continue the story. That's the problem with the Aldemir family in Dying Light. They are there for emotional weight and to move the plot forward. They aren't really characters, they're plot conveniences. Now, are they realistic? I'd say that's debatable, but at the very least, the execution of their dynamic and what they do for the story is certainly a weakness of the story, which is important to remember since they are integral to the story. Just imagine what would have happened, or what would not have happened, if they didn't do anything with them after Jade and Amir saved Crane. Food for thought. I debated including other characters, as some of them only pop up a few times during the campaign and are pretty simple to evaluate, or I've already talked them to death, so we'll end on the big baddie, Rais. Rais is the biggest cliche in the game. He's the anime villain that knew everything the whole time, and shows his big brain by how he understands the true order of things, and whatever else he thinks makes him a better person than everyone else. As I said earlier, many times, he is the most annoying part of the game, as he word vomits philosophy and taunts at the drop of a hat. He won't shut up, which I can't say if that was intentional or not. I could say that it is based on Crane's comment at the end of the game, but then that begs the question, why did you make him so annoying to listen to in the first place? If it was intentional to make him annoying and preachy, then it's just annoying. It doesn't really add much to the overall experience until that quick jab from Crane at the end. Even then, that's a 10 to 20 hour setup to a single punchline that isn't that great. If it isn't intentional, it's still just annoying. If they made him more obsessed with order, then they could spin things around where he could have a god complex, where he intends to bring a new order to the zombified Haran, and later the world after the infection spreads. That sounds a lot more interesting and compelling to me than a guy that spouts out chaos theories after having his brother die because an agency failed to protect him. I wouldn't jump to the whole chaos idea in a million years if I was in that situation. What makes it even worse is that he makes terrible decisions that only hinder him thanks to his chaos ideals all about choice. Some people might say that he's trying to break Crane's will and prove he's right. To those people I say, then you're saying Rais is an idiot. This guy, Crane, foils your plans time and again and cuts off your hand. It's way past the time for lessons, Rais. The next time you get him, end it. Have 10 dudes hold him down while you pull the trigger on him. That's not even his worst mistake. He even tries to leave Haran with the very same people he was trying to defame, and yet he's leaving with them? What is he doing? Does he expect them to act in good faith? We all know the GRE are crooked, so they'll probably sweep him under the rug before he even gets out of Haran. He's putting a lot of trust in people that have wronged him, and he has essentially waged war against them for the past few weeks. Why does he expect to ride out without any consequences? This just sounds idiotic, plain and simple. All in all, Rais is a terrible villain, checking almost every cliched box on a list of mustache-twirling, puppy-kicking, baby seal-murdering villainy. He's a joke, and is probably the worst character in the game, and you have to deal with him right up until the end. I'm sure millions of players were relieved when he finally fell off his tower and died. He was finally dead. He was finally shut up. The monologuing was over.
Let's ask for a decision, asshole!
Now let's dive into the mechanics of the game, or at least the main mechanics. We'll go over crafting first, then parkour, then combat, then survival, and then progression, in that order. The crafting element of Dying Light is something that I think really adds to the experience. It makes the game feel a little more grounded when you have to explore for specific items to craft equipment that you'll need, or use in a tight spot. Survival depends on resources after all, and the more you have, the better off you are. The different equipment you can make and unlock increases the options available to you while playing. I'm a firm believer in options usually being a good idea to add to any game, assuming it's done well, and I think the crafting options in this game add many layers to the overall experience. You can craft several offensive items, such as ninja stars, explosives, molotovs, conductive liquids, and upgrades for your weapon that can add fire, electricity, toxic, and more, to give your melee weapon some extra oomph, while also making Crane a god of death and slaughter. You can also upgrade your guns to increase damage, but those options are very limited compared to the melee weapons. All this helps to give you an edge against your opponents, especially Rais's men, and beefier enemies like goons and demolishers, as the molotovs and explosives are fantastic countermeasures to groups of enemies, and the ninja stars can inflict high damage to opponents while staying out of their melee range. But that's not all. Your defensive items include firecrackers for distractions, different shields for protection, boosters that increase your speed, stamina, or give you night vision, flares to prevent volatiles from eating your face off, as well as being able to craft your own medkits, which is a big one. Other utility items are incredibly useful and important to use, like the lockpicks for searching areas for extra loot. The thing that keeps the balance is that a lot of the items you can craft require similar resources. For example, the medkit requires alcohol and gauze, but the Molotov requires alcohol and string, but the ninja stars require string and blades, and so on. Another example is metal parts. They are used to repair your melee weapons, but are also used to craft lockpicks and are used in several other recipes, so you have to prioritize what you need or what you need to collect. In short, there's overlap, which means you can't just spam whatever you want when you can craft something. You have to think it over and evaluate what would be the most helpful thing to craft at that particular moment. Now, resources are by no means scarce in this world, so this isn't like Resident Evil, where you have to be careful with your resources throughout the game. However, it is nice that they tried to balance it in some way, so it wouldn't be too easy to craft obscene amounts of the gear you could use. The crafting system, as it is now, lets you create what you need for any situation, provided you have the resources, and I think it's a great crafting system overall, both in terms of its usefulness to players, its available options, its realism, and its limitations. Not perfect, but definitely useful. Now let's go over parkour and its function in the game. The parkour in Dying Light is something that elevates the game above other zombie and survival horror games, as parkour allows some crazy combat and exploration as you can, essentially, scale anything in the map, and basically go anywhere. Now, you can't scale literally everything, but you can go almost all over the maps as the parkour points are spread throughout the entire game. This creates a unique dynamic for the game, in that you are no longer limited like with similar games in the genres involved. Many games within the zombie and survival horror genres, like Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil, and even Dying Light's ancestor Dead Island, all limit the player to a very horizontal playing field for the most part, keeping you in tight spaces with limited maneuverability. Case in point would be to compare Resident Evil to Dying Light, specifically when you deal with an enemy. In Resident Evil, you have to go around them or run away, which just means moving past them or away from them. It's very 2D, and you don't have many options when you really break it down. In Dying Light, you can go around, run away, jump over, crawl under, or climb above. This really enhances the 3D nature of reality and the game when you have options ranging from standard movement to climbing structures for safety or combat advantages. This parkour edition makes combat much more multidimensional because you are given more options for avoiding and fighting enemies. It plays well into the combat as there are several parkour moves that help set you up for some kind of combat strategy, such as the vault and drop attack combo, which absolutely wrecks the infected, or the drop kick or grapple, which sends infected flying off of structures or into traps. This parkour system also allows you to find safety when you need it. This gives players an out so they aren't trapped in a corner and ganked to death, like some other games. Most infected are trapped on the ground level, so climbing something will usually provide safety. Some enemies, infected or otherwise, can get you with a ranged attack or climb up after you, but then you have the advantage of being able to climb, drop, and slide away from them if they are too much for you to handle. Parkour is useful throughout the game for sneaking up on enemies, or for avoiding some sticky situations. But in my opinion, it's most advantageous at night. When the volatiles come for you, you'll be glad you can parkour away from them, as they are the one thing that can and probably will catch up to you. Parkour on its own also allows you to traverse the terrain with relative ease, and that only gets easier the more you do it, like any athletic endeavor. Over time, you'll climb faster, lower your need for rest, unlock the grappling hook, which makes parkour much easier, and eventually you'll be able to free run without getting tired. By the end of the skill tree, you will be able to climb, slide, vault, grab, roll, ram, and kick your way out of most situations, making it a very valuable commodity, but not just because of the system itself. The parkour, as well as the other skill systems, are interwoven into each other, and that is something that I think was masterfully done, allowing combinations that players can use to easily deal with threats and challenges presented by Haran and its hungry citizens. I think the parkour system was one of the best ideas for this game, as it helped it to stand out, not in a superficial way, but in a believable and useful way for players. Also, it was intermingled with the combat system to create unique, interesting, and entertaining ways of dealing with threats. It combined with the other skills you unlock in beneficial ways, and doesn't just add to player movement, but adds layered options and strategies for each and every encounter. I think the parkour can't be overlooked or overstated when discussing the benefits Dying Light has because of it, as it's clear how much it added. Imagine running around in a parkour-less Haran. What a sad and fattening reality that would be. Now let's talk about killing stuff. And when I say talk, I mean rant, because this is going to be a long section. The combat in this game is a great improvement over Dead Island, as the melee combat was refined to make it more fair and less buggy. With that in mind, we'll start off talking about the weapons in the game. The melee system in place allows the player to use various weapons to crush and slice through their enemies, but each type of melee weapon has their pros and cons. Some weapons are quick and shanky, that's a word now, but they don't do much in terms of stunning the enemy. The average blunt weapon, however, will usually stun the enemy while damaging their stability, but don't expect any limbs to go flying. Slashing weapons, basically most of the weapons, are built for severing limbs. The swing and strength of the weapon will do enough to amputate or even decapitate some foes. These differences are nice, but the main difference between the melee weapons is how they scale. Almost every weapon has some sort of scaling effect as you advance through the game, and your survivor levels. This is a nice way to slowly increase the difficulty of the encounters, by throwing new enemies at you, but you will usually be able to grab stronger weapons at the same time. The survival tree dictates what level the weapons will usually be, but it is also affected by the source. Most of Rice's men and medium difficulty chests will drop green weapons, above average, while hard and very hard chests and some missions will give you blue, purple, orange, and, if you're very, very lucky, yellow tier weapons. Now, color doesn't always dictate effectiveness in combat. You can have a gray tier weapon that is better than a green tier weapon, and vice versa, so they aren't always better, but they will usually be better based on color. Color coding revolves mainly around repairs and upgrade slots available. So gray weapons have 3 repairs and 0 upgrade slots, green have 3 repairs and 1 upgrade slot, blue have 4 repairs and 2 slots, orange have 5 repairs and 3 upgrade slots, and yellow has 6 repairs and 3 upgrade slots. Most of the weapons found throughout the game will start off being gray, and will slowly make green the average weapon after a while, so you'll usually have a weapon that is effective, but not overpowered for the most part. By finding blueprints, unlocking chests, purchasing from stores, and completing missions, you'll find stronger weapons. The weapon upgrades also help elongate the life of each weapon you possess. The upgrades vary between handling, durability, and damage, but I've found durability to be the most useful in the long run, as some attacks instantly kill the infected, and only require a single durability tick to do it, such as the drop attack. Durability also helps when dealing with tougher enemies, as those extra few hits let you deal more damage, but also allow for more hits as well. It's basically the whole argument around getting a heavy damage weapon with just 10 hits versus a light damage weapon with 30 hits. I'd usually prefer the latter, since you can attack more, which means you can deal with more enemies and adapt to the problem accordingly. The upgrades vary in level as well as your weapons, so if you want something to absolutely destroy your enemies, wait until you have an orange weapon that you can infuse with all orange upgrades. Since you are guaranteed at least one orange weapon during the playthrough, that being Tahir's machete, you might be able to craft the ultimate orange weapon if you're lucky, or don't mind farming. Another way to improve your melee weapons is to upgrade them via blueprints, which add unique effects to them, such as elemental damage like electricity, fire, and toxic, or just beefing it up in general with bleeding or impact upgrades. These play well into the other combat options of craftable items like conducting liquid and flammable liquid, which are self-explanatory, and other environmental effects that amplify your weapon's effectiveness, such as flammable gas and water spewing from fire hydrants. If none of the previous reasons make you want to use melee weapons, you can always just throw the weapon at the enemy. This is a legitimate move where you can just chuck your weapon at an enemy. It's kinda funny, but be wary of losing your weapons. Ranged weapons are much simpler to explain as they don't have any crazy scaling or upgrades available. There are blueprints that upgrade certain types of weapons, but for the most part, your ranged weapons will usually be adequate for any situation. The main ranged weapons you can find throughout the game are guns, but there is a bow you can use, which can be effective if you get good with it, which I myself tend to suck with it. Firearms are easier to use, but will usually create problems for you since, firearms are loud and will attract zombies. The firearms available include a few different rifles, shotguns, a submachine gun, and pistols. There aren't many variants with these types of weapons, but the variants' main difference are ammo capacity and the rate of fire for the weapons in question, i.e. the regular pistols are semi-automatic, but Rais's pistol is a 3-round burst, while the police rifle has high power and is semi-auto, but the military rifle is weaker but full auto. There is a silenced pistol option for those who want to be the next James Bond, but it really comes down to preference, as there are a few major differences between the firearms available. Most firearms are available through exploring or purchasing them from a store, but the submachine gun featured in the main game is exclusive to the store, as it was retroactively added to the game after the following introduced it. Moving on to throwing weapons, we'll start with the ninja stars. There are 4 types, being the regular version, fire stars, freezing stars, and exploding stars, which are literally what they sound like. The fire stars set things ablaze, the freezing stars freeze enemies in place, as long as they aren't too beefy, and the exploding ones, they explode. I really like using the exploding ones, as they will instantly kill most regular infected in a single hit, much like the other ones, but I especially like the way it sounds. It'll bring virals to my location, but it makes me feel cool thinking I'm an exploding star ninja. These aren't the only throwing weapons, as you can find throwing axes and daggers as well, but ninja stars are craftable, unlike axes and daggers. Other utility weapons include Molotovs, grenades, and bombs. Molotovs are pretty simple, you just burn stuff in a radius, and grenades play on the throwing star dynamic, but with a few functional differences, and bombs are generally used for traps for infected. The grenades vary between DIY grenades that give your standard explosion, freezing grenades that freeze enemies within the blast radius, shrapnel grenades that cause bleeding damage, and toxic grenades that poison nearby enemies. I find the shrapnel and freeze grenades to be the most effective, as the extra damage of the former is usually enough to kill, while the latter is usually good for crowd control and slowing your enemies down. The regular grenade is alright, but the toxic one can be a bit of a problem as some enemies won't die from poison, but you can save it for fighting people, as that is what this type of grenade is best for. The trap bombs are universally good at wiping enemies out, even human ones who are too stupid to realize that it's a bomb. They will make a lot of noise, which can draw in virals or worse, but it will usually eliminate a large swath of infected without needing to combine materials together to keep the infected interested and still kill them. Think of the trap bombs as the love child of firecrackers and grenades. Like the grenades, they come in a few varieties, being the regular exploding one, shrapnel, and toxic. Again, toxic is a bit useless if you're building a bomb, so I just go full into the shrapnel or regular so you can get a bigger boom for your buck. With melee and throwing weapons out of the way, let's talk about abilities that kill. I've mentioned several times throughout the playthrough how overpowered the drop attack is, and how it can be used to take out any basic enemy, be it human or infected. It only takes a single tick off of your weapon's durability, and is far faster and superior to slicing and thwacking away at the enemy. This is only trumped by the stomp ability, as this only requires stamina and a place high enough to get your foot close enough to someone's face. Now, against infected this is great, but against human enemies is much less effective. My strategy usually revolves around stomping infected and drop attacking thugs, as both will clear the threat out very quickly with minimal effort. There are other weapon-related abilities as well, including the ground pound, windmill attack, and power attack, which are pretty obviously named. Ground pound topples enemies, windmill spins your weapon around you, and the power attack just does more damage. There is a special attack based on your type of weapon, so use each accordingly, as the ground pound and windmill attacks are for two-handed weapons, while the power attack and drop attack require one-handed weapons. Another killing move is the takedown and its camouflaged counterpart. The takedown is a nice stealth alternative if you can sneak up on an enemy. This becomes exceptionally broken when you camouflage in a group of infected and start snapping necks. You can clear out an unlimited number of infected with this combination, as long as you manage your camouflage time properly. It's ridiculous how overpowered this is against the infected, and I'm curious how and if they may change it in the sequel. Now let's talk traps. Traps, which are gay, are useful when running from enemies, but can also be used if you need to clear an area of infected. Electrical fences and puddles will electrocute enemies and stall volatiles if they run into it, which can be quite helpful during a pursuit. Exploding cars are helpful, but make a lot of racket, so they are essentially only good for distractions, as killing zombies while summoning more is a bit counterproductive. But then again, that goes for most things that summon zombies. By the way, they don't actually explode. They just zap whatever is nearby with a powerful electrical blast. Other traps include light traps, spike traps, and fire traps. Light traps are best used at night, as they will ward off volatiles and don't actually inflict damage, so save them for when you really need them. Spike traps are pretty simple. There are traps with spikes all over them. Naturally, throw some enemies into them and they'll die instantly. Pretty helpful when you master grapple or dropkick. Fire traps are a little more reactive than other traps, as you have to start the fire yourself via weapon, throwable, or even a flaming infected can start it. They're useful for taking out groups of enemies, but be wary, as explosive barrels are usually nearby and will always explode. Most traps have some form of reset that can be done to set the trap up for further use. This isn't necessary if you only plan to use them once, as the game will refresh them every time you reload the area, but you can reset them at will if you need to. Electrical traps will have a switch that you need to flip, and cars will need their batteries re-amped or whatever it is you do to reset them. Spike traps are static, but fire traps will usually burn out after a while, and are a one-time use until you reload the area. Now let's move on to more small-scale combat options, specifically anything explosive. The game will regularly put propane tanks and hazmat zombies around for you to use to your advantage, as they are essentially free bombs. Be careful around the propane tanks, as they are very hard to set up and use without a firearm, as you'll have to hit it, pick it up, and throw it before it explodes, and shatters Hank's dreams. The tanks on the back of the hazmat zombies can be kind of tricky to deal with, as the tanks can be punctured during regular melee combat, which can result in an unexpected and dangerous explosion, which creates its own issues. With all that said, let's talk about the passive abilities that aid Crane in combat. There are a few abilities spread throughout the three main skill trees that can affect your combat prowess, via boosts and additional bonuses or abilities. These range from skills that increase persistent damage to enemies, increasing critical hit chances, giving you the option to use items while looking behind you, increasing your ease of evasion, unlocking kung fu finishing moves, allowing a chance for a free weapon repair and other minor skills that improve damage, give you more health, and increase your effectiveness with weapons. These passive abilities may not be as pronounced as the others, but they can make a real difference when your weapon depletes slower, or your throwing weapons deal double damage, or you have more health or higher health regeneration, etc. Now that we've talked weapons and abilities to death, let's talk about the actual enemies you'll face. The normal enemies will be the regular biters you see all around Haran. They have a range of 4 tiers that increases their health, and anything above tier 1 can grab you, with tier 4 enemies being able to knock you to the ground. They can be dealt with in whatever way you see fit, given all the weapons, abilities, and traps you can use. Then there are the special infected. The virals pose more of a threat because of their agility and speed, but a quick ninja star or stomp to the face will remove them easily. The goons start to appear and are where you begin to delve deeper into the combat system, as they are significantly tougher than most enemies and can knock you to the ground, leaving you wide open to any of their friends nearby. The Goon's moveset is fairly simple, and combat with them becomes more about knowledge and patience, as opposed to raw power or some easy insta-kill move. You can either dance with the Goon, via the attack, dodge, repeat strategy that all Soulsborne elites have imprinted in their DNA at this point, or you can abuse their inability to climb and throw ninja stars after grenade after bullet at them until they are toppled. The Goons have 3 variants, with the Tier 1 Goon clothed in orange, the Tier 2 Goon sporting the Fireman outfit, and Tier 3 rocking nothing at all. They vary in health and the radius of their ground pound, but for the most part they are essentially the same. They can damage nearby infected, which can be useful, but you have to be careful with that kind of strategy, as enemies can attack you while you are knocked down. Next up are Toads, which are ranged attackers that spit at you, but are relatively weak and susceptible to drop attacks. Once you unlock that and/or vault and get close to a Toad, it's already over for them. However, they are threatening when supported by other infected, and there will be a few times where you'll have to deal with multiple Toads at once, which gives me PTSD flashbacks from the Left 4 Dead 2 flu season mutation.
Shoot! Oh, Jesus! Oh, no! So many of them!
The next infected on the list is the Bomber. These act as suicide bombers, and as such, should be avoided at all costs, as they will inflict massive damage or even insta-kill you, if within their explosive radius. They will also summon virals through the explosion, so prepare yourself for a fight when you hear the gurgling sounds of fat, explodey death walking towards you. They can take out infected around them, but they can be quite a threat and a nuisance in any case. Next up is the Demolisher, which is essentially the tank from Left 4 Dead. If you see one, run, and pray that he hasn't ripped a rock from the ground to hurl at you. These guys are the most intimidating, as they have heavy damaging attacks, a large health pool, and can attack from any range, so take it seriously when you plan to fight the big, bad, and ugly. A unique cheese for these enemies that I mentioned before is to bait them into a spot where you are above them and can bait out their rock throw over and over, all the while slapping them in between flying rocks. Now we come to the Screamer. These enemies are very rare, but can essentially act as an alarm to nearby infected. Like most children, they will not stop until someone shuts them up, so grab hold of them and give them a hug, if that seems to pacify and even kill them for some reason. Or you can shoot them, as they are pretty weak, but you would not want to be the person who shot a child, would you? Now let's get to the rulers of the night, the Volatiles. The Volatiles come in 2 tiers, being the regular Volatile and the blue Volatile. I would have called them something else, but the wiki says they're blue, so we'll run with that. Both are extremely threatening, but the blue ones are tougher, so be prepared for a good run when you get their attention, and heaven help those who fight them. Volatiles are susceptible to UV light from the flashlight given to Crane, but that will only prolong the inevitable. They can spit at you as well, which makes them an incredible threat to deal with, so it's best to avoid and run from them, as they are incredibly difficult to kill, as they cannot be killed via any ability or trap. It's easy to distract them while roaming, as they will react similarly to virals when they hear a loud noise, so make use of your firecrackers, as they are easy to craft and will definitely help you avoid a chase. The next night enemy is the Bolter, which is a very unique enemy, as it will simply run from you as soon as it notices you. They will not attack, but they are very fast, so it becomes less about combat and more about quick and efficient kills. In my experience, sneaking behind them and snapping their neck is the best option, as you kill them quickly and are right on top of them to grab the Bolter tissue needed for a quest and a potion. Be careful of your surroundings though, as the Bolter being attacked instantly alerts the Volatiles to your position. Be ready to run like the devil when you're ready to kill the Green Boy. The next night enemy is more subdued than the others, but is still a serious threat. The Nightwalker is a biter that essentially turns into a beefed up viral that will alert Volatiles to your presence. They mutate from a biter if certain, and somewhat random, events take place, so pay attention to the sounds of nearby biters and the icons displayed, as that will be your warning that a Nightwalker is about to cause issues for you. The next enemies to discuss are the human enemies. Rice's thugs, psychopaths, or desperate survivors, it's all the same. If they have a melee weapon, they will fight you similarly to the way you fight infected, but they have some abilities to block your attacks, and sometimes the attack doesn't go through properly on your end, which is incredibly cheap and annoying. But as was said earlier, the drop attack is OP. If these enemies have guns, then the drop attack may not be the best idea, but by the time you run into enemies with guns, you should have access to your own firearms by this point. It only takes one shot to the head to kill any human, so make sure your marksman skills are up to par. Otherwise it will take quite a few bullets to finish them off. Now, that one bullet thing only extends to certain enemies, and it usually has to be on the lowest difficulty, but you get my point. Headshots are always good. The two boss fights against Rais and Tahir don't really add anything on top of these systems, as Tahir was just a beefy human combatant and Rais is all quick-time events, so there isn't much depth there. With all of that said, the combat of the game has a lot to consider, as you can tell based on the past billion words I just said talking about it. You have a lot of options, and the more you play the game, the more you'll learn, and the more you'll develop different strategies to deal with the issues at hand. Overall, I think this combat system works very well for what it's going for, although I wish the firearms were a little more fleshed out. We can only hope that the sequel will improve upon this. Now let's talk about the survivor mechanics, specifically starting with the actual survivor skill tree. This tree typically involves upgrades to your utilities and aspects of your character. You can increase your backpack space, get better deals from stores, unlock blueprints, unlock boosters, unlock new gear, and improve your use and efficiency of crafting, equipment, and weapons. You basically learn how to survive more efficiently and more effectively. This slowly scales as you play through the game, and your survivor level is very important, as some abilities or gear are incredibly useful for you to have. Take the grappling hook and camouflage for example. Both of those make traversing the environment and dealing with infected much easier. Crafting also becomes stronger as you progress, because you unlock more equipment and then become more efficient at crafting said equipment. That can make all the difference in the world when your medkits now craft double the amount from before. That alone can be an incredible help, not to mention all the other improvements to your other craftable options. That was all about the actual tree itself, and what helps further your resources, but part of the survival mechanics of the game involves safe zones and knowledge of your enemy and your surroundings. The safe zones are built to give you a breather from what you may be facing, the key example being when trying to escape from volatiles at night. This protection can also come from flares, which you should totally stock up on because of how helpful they can be in a pinch. The safe zones are not placed perfectly around the map, since there are some spots with safe zones too close together to make a real difference, and some areas are basically dead zones, where you'll have to be careful if you hope to survive the night. But there are plenty of traps and hiding spots to get you from A to B, if you make wise decisions. Planning and reacting to challenges that appear can be hectic and unpredictable at times, but with the right resources and knowledge you can take on anything. There are crafting materials all over the map, but if you pay attention, you'll know where to find certain things. Metal parts can be found in many trash cans, gauze can be found in all of the little medical cabinets and shops, alcohol is typically found in refrigerators, and so on. Paying attention will show you that a lot of the resources were placed with care, and have certain consistencies that you can take advantage of. Your reaction to enemies is just as important as collecting resources as well. Knowing your enemy is half the battle, said some smart historic person at some time. This lets you develop different strategies to take care of the threat at hand. If it's Rice's thugs, you can burn them, drop attack them, shoot them, etc. Or if it's the infected, you can direct them with firecrackers into a trap, smack them around with melee weapons, or completely avoid them, and so on. Your reactions and decision making will play the biggest part in dealing with the threats and challenges you face, how difficult those encounters will be, as well as knowing when to fight and when to run. Combat isn't always necessary, so keep that in mind if you're in a tough spot, where escaping is the most viable option. It's okay to run. It's okay to be a chicken. One way to manage your survival points and your overall survival is to farm the airdrops you'll find throughout Haran. This will give you points to unlock new skills, but will also give you a mixture of resources like medkits and flares. Talking to quartermasters will also give you a steady set of supplies that will help carry you through the game if you are struggling. Another option is to help other survivors with the random events that spawn throughout the game. Most will require saving, or assisting the survivors, and will reward you with useful upgrades if completed. The side missions are a step up to this, as they will usually be more demanding, but give greater rewards. The challenges help with specific skill increases, which is good to use if you're lacking a particular skill, or just want to be the best crane you can be. All of this facilitates your ability and resource needs to make your way through the main story, and help you overcome all that the corporations, politicians, military personnel, and melodramaniacs throw at you, making you the king of Haran by the end of your campaign. Now let's talk about progression. Dying Light has a well-developed system of progression that slowly introduces more and more for the player to digest, keeping the game fresh for most of its run by introducing new enemies, mechanics, abilities, and areas to the experience. The skill trees in the game itself are broken into sections, which continually add more content to the game. The skills are broken up into 3 tiers: Novice, Adept, and Expert, with each tree starting off the section with the Root unlock that does something important for the player, such as improving your running and parkour, increasing your effectiveness with weapons, unlocking new gear, and so on. Each improves upon something the player had previously, or introduces something new up until you max out the skill trees. Each skill challenge also scales, but that depends on the mission itself and where the player is in the game. Some are locked to the area they are in, but several will move from the slums to Old Town, where they will wrap up in one way or another. The antenna tower doesn't have much side content besides area exploration and the twins building the submarine for Mr. Dahl, but that's fine, as you're nearing the finale of the game. The main campaign is the primary dictator for the game progressing forward, as opposed to skills or challenges that are based on player actions. As you can see, the game will regularly introduce new characters, enemies, mechanics, areas, or change previously established systems or situations. The game tapers off near the end, but that's fine with me since you're at the end of the game, so the content would naturally stop coming or slow down at that point. The game has stages similar to the skill trees, as you can consider the slums to be the novice section, Old Town to be the adept section, and the antenna tower area, the clinic, and up to the end of the game to be the expert section, where everything comes together, and you have to use everything at your disposal to make it through the missions. I like the way this game slowly gives you more and changes things, but it does start to run out of ideas in the latter half of the game. Some missions do nothing but move the plot forward, and introduce very little and only change or continue previous ideas. Given all that, I think the game does a decent job at slowly introducing and changing things up to keep the game interesting. I just wish some of the earlier ideas were a little more spread out. Now let's get into the art direction and graphics of the game. For a 2015 game, Dying Light looks great, and the art direction is very well realized and highly detailed. We'll go over the NPCs and enemies first, but then we'll expand to the world and the overall effects. When it comes to the NPCs and infected, all of them are incredibly detailed, with little snippets of people's personalities interwoven into their appearance. Raheem has goggles and a shirt with the communist fist on it, so it exemplifies his experimental nature, and his propensity to do stupid things in the name of others. Jade has a headset for communication, has her ghetto hair pulled back so she can do her job effectively, and the dirt on her face shows she's been working outside while someone else hasn't. The doctors you encounter have medical equipment with them, like Lena's stethoscope, Zara's belt, and Camda's hazmat-style medical outfit. The big man Rais wears his jacket open, wears a gold chain, has a massive tattoo on his chest, and a very scarred face, showing off the generic convict within him. Everyone's design has something that reflects on them, whether it deals with their function in the world, or their personality. Rice's men vary between bucket hats, mohawks, and turbans for some reason, but this is a very diverse cultural event, that being the Harran Games, so it's okay. Just kinda weird to go from fisherman to punk to Muslim when killing dudes. It feels like a really strange character arc. Anyway, this variety in design also applies to the Infected. The Infected design is a good example where the team really show off their skills, as the average biter will have a mixture of many aspects to their overall visual design. Some will be lightly clothed and covered in sores, while others have an outfit befitting their fashion sense and function. Some have clothes befitting marathon runners with bottles attached to them. Some have industrial clothing, indicating working class or construction work. And some have clothing befitting the average person, albeit with some clothes ripped up for some of the weaker infected. The hazmat zombies look the simplest because it's just a hazmat suit, so there isn't much detail there. But I do find it kind of odd how the hazmat guys have blood under their face hole thing when they aren't able to bite because they can't take the suit off. Kinda weird, but I'm okay with it, saying it's just because they were infected and the blood is from other zombies. When you look into the virals, some look like regular infected, but have their eyes and face completely bloodshot. Most virals, however, look like survivors who have turned, as indicated by their outfits, which denote the typical survivor garb. The goons come in three forms, as mentioned earlier, one being the orange industrial giant, the fireman that should have used a giant axe because it'd be cool, and the final shirtless goon that has got some serious gains, as his muscles are so pronounced that his skin has disappeared. The toads are fairly simple, as they wear some cargo shorts and shirts, but their head has merged with their stomach, explaining how they can spit the toxic sludge we all love to avoid. The bombers are probably the simplest infected in terms of their visuals, because they are just a fat balloon of guts and blood just waiting to pop. I like their shoes though. The bolters are the grossest of the infected, in my mind, as they are covered in green sores, while the demolisher is covered in police riot gear, and will do what riot squads do best, by smacking you silly, as well as being even more buff than the goons. When you see the screamers, it's very simple, as it's just a gray child. It's barely a baby. A gray baby. When it comes to the volatiles, they are extremely intimidating, and I think their design is great. They look like a weird crossbreed of the Predator, Gaping Dragon, and Zombie Demons because of the mandibles and stomach wigglies on a blood-covered monster with glowing eyes. Spooky stuff. With the infected out of the way, let's talk about the effects in the game. Most of the time you'll see very detailed blood and gore when fighting enemies, but it comes out the most during any slow-mo encounter, where you see how awesome Crane's slaying skills are. The one moment I'll cite is the first encounter with an infected when you go to save Mark from his brother. The infected's head becomes mush, and you see it splatter all over the floor once you're done. Anyway, now let's get to the environmental design. I cannot stress this enough, this is the design team's best work when it comes to this game. The environments are huge, highly detailed, and do a fantastic job of bringing you into the world of Haran and the zombie outbreak. There are numerous locations where you will find small details that build on the extremity of the situation. You'll find survivors who overdosed in their homes or hung themselves to avoid turning, and a side mission shows the survivors in Hansen's group cash out, because Hansen thought ahead, but failed to set up their safeties properly. You'll find sites of brutal slaughter with blood all over the room, case in point being the 13th floor of the tower, where the entire area is covered in the life juice. Expanding outward, the map shows beauty in bloodshed, and you really get a sense of that when you go through the antenna map. That map shows a lot of what the design team can do when it comes to the environments themselves, whether it's the foliage surrounding you, the structures that house important resources and safe places, the bodies strewn about that remind you of the lives lost, or, the most extreme element, the mounds of blood-soaked bodies that the volatiles collect and make nests of. This game can be grounded, gruesome, beautiful, and disturbing, all within the space of 30 seconds of exploring. In my opinion, the environments of Dying Light are the strongest aspect of its visual design, as it is clear to anyone that sees these locations that the developer team put a lot, and I mean a lot, of effort into these maps to make them good, and they deserve some serious praise for that. These maps are huge and dense, a rarity in games these days, and they got some of their success with Dying Light from that aspect. The devs did a great job building this world, and I can only hope that they surpass themselves with the sequel. Now we reach the end of this video. Feels like it's been forever, hasn't it? Thankfully I managed to get this video out within a year, so hopefully I can keep that momentum going through the next commentary. This one was a little shorter than anticipated, but I still think you wonderful viewers have gained some insight into the game, or at the very least, a different perspective of it. Anyway, after this long video, I've still got a little to say. Dying Light is by no means a perfect game, and it has its problems, the story being my main complaint. But I believe the mechanics and world make up for that, with a bounty of content to explore, and a wealth of options to keep you coming back. Bear in mind, this does not include the numerous updates and additional content they've continually added for literal years. The developers clearly care about this game, and I hope that care continues to show when we finally get a taste of Dying Light 2. I know I've been waiting literal years for it, but I digress. As I said earlier, Dying Light is not perfect, but it's still a lot of fun. I would encourage people to play through the game once to go through the story and side missions, and then go back through the game again on New Game Plus, as this game wisely has that, to enjoy a new experience. I would also encourage you to play on Nightmare difficulty the next time around, as that brings you to the peak of this game's challenge and horror. We'll close with this. I hope you pick up the game and enjoy it, as millions of others have, but don't forget to give the developers some love for the effort they brought to the project. To make a joke of the ending of the game, I'll end by telling you this. Good night, and good luck.